Is this thing on? Wow. Hi, everyone. The unexpected start of the stream, and we're off. This is the fourth round of the Carolina Classics in Charlotte, and Alexandra is leading the tournament. She is potentially having back-to-back tournament wins, which is just sensational. And her opponent just played pawn to b6, allowing Alexandra to push forward in the center with her pawn just completely dominating the board like that. So yeah, no, these games are going to get off to an interesting start. And it's, yeah, we didn't have a lot of starting soon and getting into the flow of the game, but I guess I'll just have to live with that. Alexandra is on 3 points out of three. And Andrea somewhat less. Wow. I feel like I'm gonna be struggling today. Alexandra had the opportunity to push her pawn to e4 and didn't take it. I don't understand why she wouldn't take that opportunity, and I definitely don't understand why you would let that opportunity go without really thinking about it. This time control is very interesting. They're playing with 100 minutes per player and then 10-second increment per move, which is very reminiscent of the Norway chess tournament that just finished. Anyway, Alexandra went knight f3, bishop to b7, the bishop controlling the diagonal, getting control of some central squares. Speaking of, Andrea doing the same thing with her bishop, and then Alexandra pointing her bishop in towards the opponent's queen. Thank you, Noob. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, I feel kind of weird about this start because there was no chance to settle in, and the moves are coming in so quick. You guys are actually gonna have to update me on what has happened in the tournament so far, because I have seen the results, but I haven't really seen how the results happened. So, in particular, I'm really interested in hearing whether, like, how quickly is Alexandra playing? Is she spending any time to think about her decisions? Maybe not based on my first, 5 minute impression here. Um, how is I guess Andrea has been struggling, but is it like is she just having bad luck, or is there something more? Alex has been easy sailing, easy games. Oh, really, Sepper? Because when I watched Alexandra's round one, I saw that she didn't castle. She only moved pawns in the openings, and she was way worse after 10 moves. And that's basically the only thing I did catch from the previous games. But it did seem to me that there were still some issues as pertains to castling your king within a reasonable amount of time and such things. She was toast in game one. Yeah, that was my impression. Alexandra, consistent and composed, says Shrimp. Bad time control. Oh, for Andrea, yeah, I could imagine the 10-second increments are going to be harsh on her. And I guess Andrea also struggles with not getting the additional uh for 30 minutes on move 40. A lot of players were struggling with that at the Norway chess tournament as well. So literally even the best in the world having problems with that. Hey Joe, hello and good luck. Yeah, good luck to the girls today. Two wins would save Andrea's tournament, and it would give Alexandra back-to-back tournament victories. I'm not sure who saw that one coming, but Alexandra is genuinely in the running for back-to-back tournament wins. No time to think, only time to steal juice boxes. Has Andrea been stealing her opponent's drinks again? Alexandra has missed some accurate wins, not spending enough time for that, but still finding good enough moves. Is this tournament FIDE rated? I think it is, Nick, but you never know with these American things. Alexandra, 11 and a half out of 12 last two tournaments. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Thank you, Leon. I appreciate it. Both FIDE and USCF rated. Yeah, the problem here is that some of these kids, their FIDE ratings are not aligned with their USCF ratings. So, yeah, there's a reason why the girls prefer playing in Europe. They find it more plentiful with the old people, not as many underrated kids. But definitely, we did notice some kids, but maybe like the European kids, they're still kids, but they're not necessarily underrated. They have enough tournaments in their vicinity to have accurate ratings. That could definitely be a thing. Is this tournament open to any age? Most tournaments are thirsty, but actually, this chess club in Charlotte organizing it, they sometimes have their own tournaments that are only for adults. Like, only, I'm not even sure Andrea is old enough to play those. And that has been very well received in the adult improver community, not having to deal with all the kids. Okay. Alexandra keeps her bishop on the diagonal, pointing down towards the black queen. But now pawn to g5 is a very real thing. Attacking the bishop, forcing the bishop back again, and then knight to e4, increasing the pressure on the c3 knight. But the c3 knight cannot escape due to the pressure in towards the white king. This is how they played in the 1990s. And turns out it's quite okay for black, but I'm not sure how well versed Mason is in the 1990s chess theory. Alexandra either, for that matter. On the other hand, Andrea playing a Sicilian. Ooh, her opponent knight to b5, threatening a big family fork from this c7 square. I would very much advise Andrea to move her queen all the way back to keep that square protect. dead. Oh God. Oh God. Computer is saying this is not a good move. You know you're in trouble when the most sensible move is not the best one. Computer definitely didn't like my suggestion of moving the queen back. Maybe then bishop to f4. The bishop works together with the knight, trying to make it to the c7 square. Ooh, this could be. And if you have to go knight to a6, then white maybe just recaptures in the center and you misplaced your knight. Okay. Instead, Andrea misplaces her knight voluntarily, immediately. And computer actually likes that move. Okay. I feel like something has gone wrong if you have to put your knight on the edge of the board here. But on the other hand, black has, if you only look at like the two most central files on the board, we're gonna get something like knight takes d4. And then if you only look here on the middle two lines, you can see that Andrea has one pawn and her opponent has none. So long term, Andrea has some nice strategic advantages here, which is basically the reason why the Sicilian is a good opening to begin with. Because very often you end up having a pawn coming in from the side and capturing in towards the middle. So knight to a6. She played that quite quickly. Maybe she's in prep. I don't know. I don't like these early g6 stuff she's been doing, but at least she's committing to learning those variations. It can be good to just have one thing that you're trying to get really, really good at. Fianchettoing is her crotch. I mean, have you guys seen Magnus's games after he played that world championship against Nepomniachtchi? Because after that world championship, I've noticed that Magnus is fianchettoing way more than he used to. So fianchettoing, getting that bishop out on the side of the board and having it point down through the center of the board, it's very in vogue. It's fashionable. And you can say many things about Andrea, but you cannot claim she's not a fashionable lady. Kid playing Andrea has steel hands. I have no idea what that means. As long as he doesn't have nerves of steel, I think we're fine. Is Dina also playing in this tournament? I think Dina's playing, but Dina's playing with the big boys and girls because she herself is a big boy slash girl. Whereas Alexandra and Andrea, they're playing the, yeah. As you may see from the ages of the opponents throughout this weekend, they're not playing in the big boy section. Alexandra is already getting a time advantage, but I feel like she's playing an opening she doesn't know. And I mean, but she's playing sensible moves. I can't really fault Alexandra for playing stuff she doesn't know as long as she's approaching it with sensibility. Ah, we can see Dina in the back of Alexandra's camera. That's not Dina though. That's Sabina, right? Top right? Is that Dina? I don't know. You need to have better eyesight than me to catch that. If they're so good, why they play children? Jay, did you miss what I just said? They're not in the big boy section. Alexandra has discovered that she is way better at crushing the minors than she is dealing with the majors. Alexandra is potentially winning two tournaments back to back. That would be sensational. Yesterday, Alexandra beat the kid that beat Andrea. That's payback. That will happen. If you're mean to the one of the sisters, the other one will come and get you. Can you explain USCF versus FIDE? Is FIDE better? Why not one system for all? So how am I gonna put this delicately? Uh the US believes they do everything better than other people. And they decided we don't want to pay money to the World Chess Federation. We'll have our own rating. That's basically it. Norway used to have their own rating system as well, but we stopped it when we decided that the FIDE ratings were actually working quite well. The World Chess Federation is in many ways an awful organization. There are many things they could do better. But the one thing they're doing really, really well is the classical ratings. The blitz and rapid ratings, they messed up big time. But the classical FIDE ratings, they're excellent. They're very transparent. You can see how everyone achieved the rating that they have. You can see who they played, the result against those players, how much they gained and lost, and so on and so forth. So there's really no big necessity for national federations to keep their own rating system as well. But actually, there is one reason, and this is one of the mistakes the World Chess Federation has made in the last year, and that is they decided to they decided to increase the lowest rating possible to 1400. And I think this is a big mistake. And it means that the national federations not wanting to switch away from national ratings have a very good point for why not to do it. Because the World Chess Federation ratings, they don't really include everyone. They could have, but they've chosen not to. And for instance, in Norway, where we used to have a rating system where 500 was the lowest, and then we decided, okay, we'll join FIDE now that they decreased their lowest rating to 1,000. And then with it going back up to 1,400, there becomes a problem where your lowest rated players are not included in the system, which I think is not great. And on chess.com, like the lowest ratings are like 200, right? I don't know if you can have negative ratings, but whatever. Will they be playing two games today? Yes, Tom. Two games today. First this one, and then the next one starts in a bit under 5 hours. But you can fall below 1400? No. So now whenever you fall below 1400, you just lose your rating in the feeder ratings. So actually, as I was saying this whole thing, I kind of agree. Also, because the USCF, they have a similarly very nice rating system with great history. For instance, I lived in the US when I was a kid, when I was 9. I lived in the US for a year. And to this day, I can look at every kids tournament I played in the US and see how I played and who I played against, thanks to the transparency and the richness of the rating history that USCF has. So actually, I'm taking back my criticism of the national ratings because frankly, with the FIDE um, decreasing the number of well, decreasing the rating band, um, they're kind of excluding a lot of people from the rating system, which they shouldn't. And that's a gap the national ratings is trying to deal with. There has to be some cutoff point. I don't know if that's necessarily true. We could have negative ratings. I don't think the same principles of the system applies. It's kind of weird to have negative ratings, but you could do it. What is the argument for a minimum rating at all? Says nos notation, and I agree. Like, why did we go there? In fact, one of the arguments I saw being made about because there were some reasons. FIDE was afraid of deflation in the ratings, and that's why they wanted to push everyone up to increase everyone's number. But I saw a really interesting post on Twitter where the guy argued that no, the mistake is that you have the limit on 1,000 rating, right? Because whenever you have a limit on 1,000, it means that the people rated 1,050, they never get to beat someone who's lower rated than themselves, right? They don't get to play the 800s, which would probably help them increase their ratings. So if you were to instead make sure that you just increase the rating bands, that could have a positive effect on like the lowest rated players in the pool of rated players. If it wasn't obvious already, I do not have any sort of math and or statistics background, but I do feel like the rating system was the best thing the World Chess Federation had, and I'm not sure about the change they made earlier this year. I think it was definitely a change for the worse, but I don't have the mathematical background to say that with any sort of authority. I know someone who's great with statistics. Well, he's busy with other things right now, so we can't enlist his help on this. How does Andrea and Alexandra's USCF ratings compare to their chess.com ratings? So that's interesting, right? Because every rating system kind of lives its own life, you could say. So traditionally, the USCF ratings are about 150 more than the feeder ratings, but the USCF ratings are like, I would say 300 below your chess.com blitz. And then it becomes a question of comparing blitz ratings to classical ratings, which is an iffy thing to do. So yeah, Yeah, the rating system, it's just at the end of the day, it's not about your number, it's about your ability to win important games, right? And here Alexandra is on 3 points out of three possible. She's playing the only other player in the field with 3 points out of three. If she wins this, she has a sole lead going into the final round, and then numbers don't really matter that much. You try and win your games and you win the tournament. That's the main thing at the end of the day. Are we going to see Alexander Castle before move 20? I mean, fingers crossed. What are we at now? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. I mean, if we could see her castle before move 10, that would be sensational. I'm not sure she's done that in the past 15 games she's played. Are Andrea and Alexandra in the same category? Yes. They're both playing the under 2100 section. Would we see Dina as a commentator in the next days? This is the final day of the tournament. So, no. I'm here for the final two rounds. You're stuck with me. Forgot how quick the US tournaments go. The European tournaments have a bit more of a relaxed schedule, I think is fair to say. Should we be talking about the chess? Yeah, I think we're fine. Andrea is fine. I was a bit skeptical about her putting her knight on the edge of the board, but I think she's going to get the knight in towards the center soon enough. And I like that she has an extra central pawn compared to her opponent. Her opponent has no pawns in the middle. Andrea potentially could push hers up the board. So I think she's doing fine. I would probably move this guy into the middle. Maybe consider this move, pawn to b6, and try and get the bishop pointing together with the queen on the long diagonal. That seems sensible to me. I don't want to move the bishop here. This feels like an important thing to say. I don't want to put the bishop here because when the bishop then gets attacked, I don't really want to make the trade, right? I don't want to have this white bishop suddenly become a real nuisance against the black position. So in terms of finding a good square for the last piece to develop, I think pawn to b6 made a lot of sense. Instead, Andrea's going e5, which once again I like. I like that she has this extra pawn in the middle. Her opponent is going to move the knight away and then offer the queen trade. And I'm going to say Andrea should not make the queen trade here. Maybe she should. She needs to keep the protection of this pawn in the center. So that's why I thought maybe keep the queen on the board. But I've since realized that if you just develop your piece, even if there's a trade in the center, it does open up for the black bishop to protect in the center. So maybe something like this even could be fine for her. We'll find out soon enough. What are you drinking today? Today I'm on the four red fruits. it doesn't say for red fruits, but that's the one. I had ice cream for breakfast. That sounds like a good breakfast, Impossible. I honestly had the same thought myself, but decided against it. Only 5 games, yeah, which means that you can't really afford to make any mistakes at any point. Who was the MVP in the Champions League final? Um, I don't know. I guess Carvajal. He was the one who got the official one, right? He made an important impact. I don't really care. The team I was cheering for lost, which means there's limits to how much attention I gave it. Have you seen the sisters' games from the previous rounds? I stopped by the stream a couple of times, guns blazing. I saw Alexandra had a horrendous opening in the first round. I was amazed to find out she's on 3 out of 3. But I chat talk to me a bit about what has happened, and there seems to be a consensus that Alexandra has been playing quite well, if somewhat fast. But then we look at Andrea and how she's playing maybe a bit too slow, and then playing fast and slightly poorly might be better than playing slow but getting into time trouble. Are you following Joseph versus Kramnik? No. I'm coming straight from commentary of the Norway chess tournament with Magnus and Fabi and Hikaru and Yuven Yun on a Musachuk. So that's kind of, I spent yesterday resting, or rather, I spent yesterday traveling, which was anything but restful because they shut down the trains to the airport. And it turns out they don't really understand how many people rely on the trains to get to the airport in Oslo. And they were trying to use replacement buses and they did not have enough. So I spent 2 hours getting home from the airport, which usually takes like 40 minutes. Have you spoken to Ding in Norway? I did speak to him briefly before the tournament. I congratulated him on the world championship title. And he just said, "Oh, that's such a long time ago." And I'm like, "Well, I haven't seen you since." And yeah, awkwardness ensued. I don't know. I thought it was a nice thing to do. Congratulate him on his achievements since we last saw each other, but he wasn't having it. Chess geniuses are douches in general. Tell me you haven't seen Ding ever without telling me you've never seen Ding. Ding is the nicest, cutest guy. But yeah, he's definitely been in a tough place recently. No doubt about it. I played a lot of soccer with Ding. I played in Moscow, in Stavanger, probably elsewhere as well. Is Ding good at soccer? No. Whenever you see like video highlights of the chess players playing soccer on a rest day, and you see Magnus banging in the goals, you could assume it's because people like the videographers and stuff only care about Magnus. And while that is to some degree true, there's also just a very lack of talent elsewhere in the chess player pool. But all the chess players love playing soccer. So we do quite a bit of it. Who do you think is going to win the Euros? I don't really know who I think is going to win, but maybe Germany, I've been thinking. Because normally you get some advantages being the home team in terms of that you get the first match of the event and therefore your fixtures are more spread out. So you get a bit more rest than the other teams. And it also feels like Germany has some really, really good players with Musiala and Wirtz, Heidegger. The Norwegian has come to the Botez stream, and the non-American sports are being discussed. Can you imagine? Are the girls bullying children? I mean, we prefer that to them being bullied. So far, it's tricky to say. I like Andrea's opening. I'm not super fond of Alexandra's, but it's a decent start for both. Alexandra's up more than 15 minutes on the clock, which seems very, very good. And Andrea is up on the clock, which in itself is just a bit of a shocker. Should Andrea trade queens here? I don't think so. I because the white queen is undeveloped. And if you go for the queen trade, then you help your opponent get their rook into the game and in quite a nice positioning. Down the only file on the board, which has no pawns, that's called an open file. And rooks really like open files because then they can actually exert their pressure. Whereas, for instance, this rook on the side is very unhappy having a pawn in front of it, blocking its potential to put pressure. So I think, well, definitely Andrea should not be the one initiating the trades. It would be okay if she allowed the trade to happen, if only then because Black's queen was well placed in the center, and if the opponent trades, then you get a well placed knight to replace the well placed queen, that kind of thing. In general, I don't think we talk enough about trades in chess. And very, very often, if you have a well placed piece, you'd much rather the opponent trade on your piece rather than you trade theirs, because it's about you being able to replace a well placed piece with another well placed piece. That being said, I kind of think Andrea should go queen to e6. Just keep the queen defending here and avoiding the queen trade altogether. Computer really didn't like that, but I think it should be fine. Also, it's very much in Andrea's spirit. She really likes to keep the queens on the board. And on this occasion, I would agree with her tendencies. Andrea goes pawn to b6. That may have been the computer's top choice. I wanted pawn to b6 here. But it's the same kind of idea, trying to find a nice placement for the last remaining piece that you haven't developed yet. And pawn to e5, kicking the well-placed knight in the center, forcing it back, and then b6. Also, b6 is very, very often a nice move to have against this knight placement. Because when you have your pawn 3 steps away from your opponent's knight, you're preventing that knight from moving forward, doing a good job of limiting its options. I'm very surprised by this move though from Andrea, because to quote Dina, it shows some maturity in her game to not be afraid of the queen trade and just say like, okay, you can take my queen, but then I get a nice centralized knight. I open up for my bishop to protect the pawn in the center, and I can try to push my pawns forward here in the future. So yeah, I'm liking Andrea's position. I'm not super happy with Alexandra's. I think this pressure from the bishop on the queen is, it's easy to overestimate its importance. And black has some very nice plans where you can go pawn to g5, kick the bishop back. So something like pawn to a3, attacking the bishop, trade, and then pawn to g5, attacking here, bishop goes back. And then something with the knight coming in here. Although in this occasion, the bishop is attacking the pawn on d6. And if you try to go knight e4, attacking the queen, then you can just trade off and then exploit the fact that the queen is pointing down on the rook in the corner and trade the pawns, opening up for the queen and also putting pressure on the next pawn. Yeah, okay. I'd like to see Alexandra going a3 though. Just try and get this bishop while it's possible. And after a3, if the opponent tries to keep the bishop, you can always just do like rook to b1. And now you would be threatening to go pawn to b4 next, trapping the bishop, forcing the opponent to make the trade. And then you sit there with your 2 bishops and you try to argue that it is advantageous for you somehow. Okay, Alexander Castles instead. That is move 11, I believe. Not bad, not bad. Any castling before move 20 from Alexandra, and we're reasonably happy. What is this tournament all about? I mean, tournaments don't necessarily have to be about something in particular. Sometimes it's just about hanging out with your friends, playing a board game, and eating nice food. Sitting in a hole with children, I don't think that is the main thing that attracted them to this tournament, especially with Andreas, yeah, feelings about kids. Is the food free there? I don't know why I said food. I think maybe I'm just projecting my own kind of thing because I never eat out when I'm at home, but when I'm at tournaments, I eat out quite a bit. So I connect kind of going to chess tournaments with having people cook for me and eating out and stuff like that. By the time rounds end, there are no good food places left open in Charlotte. I've been on Chinese delivery this whole time. Vila is in Charlotte with the girls. So he would know, I suppose. Although I'm not sure why isn't Vila making sure to get the good food? I guess Chinese delivery is good food though. If they finish late, then I feel like it should be your responsibility, Vila, to make sure that you buy the good food before the good places close. I don't know. Why not take Alexandra's f3 knight? Let's discuss. This here is a bishop. This here is a knight. Do you know what is better between a knight and a bishop? Depends. That's a very diplomatic answer, not the one we were looking for. A bishop is better most of the time. Well done, Sato. So the reason Alexandra is not concerned about this capture is because, well, right now this bishop is pointing towards the white king, and it's also taking control of some very important central squares in the meantime. But if it were to trade itself with the knight, then even though Alexandra gets doubled pawns, the fact that there's no more bishop trying to influence the center of the board can actually work in white's favor. And let me show an example of how it can be beneficial having doubled pawns as well. If black then castles, you can go king to h1 and use the rook on this open file, pointing it down towards the black king. And this will get very, very scary very quickly. We just do a couple of non-moves. The two rooks against the king, that's game over. And also Alexandra's kind of daring her opponent to make the assessment, right? This is a difficult assessment to make because, like you said, it is a tempting move to make, opening up in front of the opponent's king and giving the opponent doubled pawns. But sometimes tempting the opponent can be a good thing. Alexandra's opponent, Mason, he chose to trade the bishop for the knight. And this is actually very interesting. Alexandra's last move, I didn't realize, I suggested Alexandra go pawn to a3, attack the bishop, and force this trade to happen. So, in comparison with this, I'm very happy that Alexandra castled and got this trade happening voluntarily. But maybe Mason actually needed to make this trade. Because if he had just castled here, the knight would just move away, given that it's no longer pinned. There's no more bishop pointing in towards the white king. And then afterwards, this would be highly problematic for the bishop. The bishop can be chased, forced back, then the rook comes in, and there's the potential of the bishop just being trapped because it didn't trade for the white knight in time. So I think castling was a really good move from Alexandra because it does make a plan of trying to trap this black bishop after having escaped with the knight either backwards or forwards in the meantime. And so the trade happens, but now we're very happy Alexandra has the bishop pair. And here, Mason, he goes queen to c8. So he just wants to move the queen away from the pressure of the bishop. And now, since the bishop no longer has really any functionality on this h4 square, given that the queen ran away, I think Alexandra should go bishop to g3 and find a new target in black's position, keeping this bishop in a sense of having it so that it has a sensible task. Okay, next up, Andrea's opponent is trying to force Andrea into making the queen trade. But actually, I think this pawn to c4 move, I feel like it's a bit of a mistake. This pawn formation that white had on the queen side is really, really good to stop any chance the black bishop has to point down the board and towards white's queen side. There's nothing a bishop hates more than a pawn being protected by another pawn. But with pawn to c4 being played, now I'm way more optimistic about this bishop's future. And we need to keep this pawn protected. So the queen cannot step back away from the trade without allowing knight takes pawn. So on this occasion, I've changed my mind. I think Andrea was right not to trade off the queens earlier, but now when her opponent has spent a move trying to attack her queen, and when the alternatives of staying close to the pawn in the center is met by the opponent getting their rook pointing down towards the black queen, opening up for the knight to have that pressure as well, I think it makes perfect sense to go for the queen trade. And then we're going to try to somehow open up for this bishop. We're going to need to move our knight and our pawn away. But there's potential here of us getting some real pressure on the long diagonal. Say pawn to e4 attacks the knight comes into the center. And then something like, I want to say, knight to g4. Just actually those two pieces that were blocking the bishop, we just move them out of the way so that our bishop can create some pressure on white's knight in the center. Let's see how it goes. Andrea did decide to go for the queen trade, and Andrea remains up on time, which for her is pretty sensational. Andrea waited for her opponent to leave the board before making the trade. Wow, that is very sneaky. Very sneaky indeed. What happened to the on screen timers? I'm not sure we've had timers on screen this entire weekend, but I'll complain. Complaints can be directed at Mr. Vila. I'm posting his username in chat in case you want to risk the ban hammer by annoying him. How old are these kids? Honestly, Alexandra's opponent looks way older than the average age of all of Andrea's opponents. I was going to say put together, but I guess that's not completely how averages work. They're both 2009. I mean, even Andrea is from the 2000s, right? I just anyone born in the new millennia is just I cannot relate. Andrea's opponent recaptured with the rook. That's sensible. Getting the rook on the open file, pointing down through the center. The only bad thing for this rook is that there's nothing to attack. But at least it's well placed if something were to accidentally wander in to some of these squares. I work with people born in 2000 who are like 25 years old already. I, yeah, okay. I don't know. Math, not mathing. That's my opinion on things, but apparently it is mathing, and the people doing the math used to be the toddlers we saw on the subway. What does USCF mean? It's an abbreviation for United States Chess Federation. It basically just means that this is their rating within the US system instead of the international one. What move should Andrea play? Well, she should do something that makes sure that her opponent cannot capture the pawn in the middle. Although, to be fair, can you even go bishop here? Because anytime this pawn gets captured, white should be very concerned about the rook pointing towards the knight. And if the knight moves, the bishop's in trouble. So Andrea can even blunder a pawn here, and computer still thinks she's okay. but I would prefer her not blundering. So pawn forward in the center is would be my recommendation. Hammer, do you eat tacos on Fridays? No, I do not. But I did when I was a kid. The Norwegian Taco Fridays is not a myth. It is very, very real. Norway tacos aren't real tacos, though. I've seen the ones Malena eats. This is true. So the Norwegian taco is actually a burrito, but I we're very far from Mexico, so we were probably just confused. What's in an authentic Norwegian taco? I would say it should have um, ground beef, unless you're doing vegetarian. Ground beef, onions, bell peppers, corn, sweet corn, and if you're fancy, you'll have some avocado. And I think that's about it. Salsa, it's optional. Salsa in Norway, it's optional. Reindeer meat, honestly, there are some people who specialize in like reindeer kebabs or something. It's not bad. No lettuce, no cheese. Maybe lettuce and maybe cheese, but I wouldn't know because I don't eat cheese. So then I'm not really I'm mostly familiar with the ones I would make for myself. Swedes put cucumbers in as well. Yes, cucumbers. We also have that. I didn't know that Sweden also had the Taco Friday, but on this occasion, they're as messed up as we are. At least you don't eat dolphins. Not to my knowledge, no. But we do eat whale, which for some reason is controversial. Though for the life of me, I cannot understand why. I don't think whales are red listed and like they're the biggest animals in the world, so it's plenty of meat. Are they endangered? I mean, some whales are and some are not. Six out of the 13 great whale species are classified as endangered or vulnerable. Hmm. North Atlantic, but the Norwegian whalers always went down to Antarctica. That's why there are some islands in like the South Atlantic that are Norwegian because it was basically just the rest stop for Norwegian whalers. Is that Sabina Foister? I think so. That's my best guess, Plumber. Why do Norwegians eat sandwiches for lunch? Because we make them ourselves before we go to work or before we go to school. And then we have massive savings on not having to buy food every single day from a cafeteria. And we also do the same packed lunches we take with us to when we have ski trips in the weekend. You don't have cheap or free lunch in schools? No. We don't have any cafeteria in schools mostly. Not before like um high school at least. But also like I lived in the US for a year when I was younger in elementary school, and the school lunch was not great. I'm pretty sure I did packed lunch even in the US. But I guess it's also about tradition and what you're used to. Alexandra's been thinking for way too long right now. She had a 15-minute time advantage, and we're like 20 seconds out from Andrea being down on time. And I don't even know why she feels this is such an important moment in the game. Because bishop back to attack this pawn seems very sensible to me. One thing I will say is that pawn to e4 is super interesting. I would be very happy if she played this. Because then, even if black just takes the pawn, after the trade, something like this, and there's some very intriguing pressure towards the black king. Although I thought it was going to be more intriguing than this. Yeah, here black kind of just shuts down everything. Unless we can make a wild sack. Yeah, computer's not super happy with me. We don't have enough remaining pieces to sacrifice to put pressure. So I feel like e4 is interesting. It's interesting trying to open up in the center, but it's also unnecessary. Like just bishop back pointing against d6 seems quite sensible. In Andrea's game, her opponent went pawn to c5. So he's trying to trade some pawns, but at the same time, it's making Andrea's life quite easy in terms of getting her pieces out quickly. I guess just bishop to b7 seems sensible. Just get that bishop on a nice diagonal and get ready to get the rook involved next. And anytime white tries to increase the pressure against the b6 pawn, Andrea can always go knight to d5 when she will be both attacking white's bishop while simultaneously protecting her own pawn. So actually, part of the reason why I think pawn to c5 is a mistake is that now Andrea has very, very good access to this d5 square and moving to that square. She can even do it right now. And doing that will massively restrict the options for white's bishop. Ooh, and actually Andrea can go knight to f4 afterwards. I kind of like this for her. Did you vote today? Why is everyone asking whether I voted today? I let it slide the first 4 times I saw that comment. Did you? EU elections. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Yeah, no, Norway has decided that we want to have all the laws of EU. We just can't be bothered to spend any time making the laws. So yeah, I'm not non-EU Norwegian. No representation. Yeah, but I guess we're kind of making the argument that we can't be bothered to the stress of making laws and whatnot. We'll just let the other countries figure it out, and then we'll just copy their work. We're essentially the kid in the back of the class, just getting the notes off one of the other kids, and then be like, "Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that." Why rook fd1 and not rook fe1? Oh, you're asking good questions. That's a good question there. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this rook to d1 move. I would have much preferred the chat suggestion of rook e1, because then we're threatening to go pawn to e4, and pawn to e4 would have been such a big success in shutting down this bishop's ability to point down towards the white king. I would be a big fan of this. And rook to d1, I don't really see what the point is. I guess you're discouraging the trade between the pawns in the center, because then it's very easy for white to have both the rook and the queen point down towards the black pawn. I guess that is a thing. But then you could make the argument that why not use the other rook for that, right? Because if you're happy to have the rook here, maybe you use the other rook. And then this rook can try to go pawn to e4. It's quite an interesting strategic position. Ooh, and Andrea did play the move I was suggesting with knight to d5. And after rook d1, Alexandra's opponent responds instantly and just castles. So it feels like Andrea spent 20 minutes thinking there without really getting to a clear conclusion. I really don't know what Alexandra's next move is going to be. Is there a big difference between USCF and FIDE ratings? Which one is generally more inflated? Normally, the USCF is considered 100 points higher than the FIDE. So when I came to the US many, many moons ago, they saw my FIDE rating and then they thought, okay, we'll just put plus 100 on that. Very scientific. It's an estimation. Knight to G5 has been played. Computer considerably favoring Andrea's position right now. And I'm pretty sure it's for one move and one move only. Pawn to E4 now for Andrea will be super, super good. So the idea behind this knight to G5 move is trying to get the knight to E4 and then further on to the D6 square. This is the path the knight is hoping to take. And also there's like some partial goals, and that white also would be very happy to get the bishop pointing down towards the knight in the center and the rook behind it. But we can prevent both of those things by going pawn to E4. And that's actually part of our plan anyway, because the whole thing, the reason we moved this knight and then wanted to move this pawn is because we wanted to open up for our bishop on the diagonal. So first, Andrea moves the knight out of the way, finds a nice central square for the knight. And then after knight to G5, white is kind of trying to do the same thing themselves, trying to find a good central square for the knight and then get into the heart of black's position. But as long as Andrea now goes pawn to E4, she has a fantastic position because suddenly this knight has nowhere okay to go. The knight cannot return where it came from because the pawn has that one under control. And the rook is defending the pawn in the center, so the knight cannot go to that square anymore. By pushing the pawn, we've expanded the scope of black's rook, rendering white's main plan impossible. So pawn to E4 now, and I think Andrea is going to get her first win of this tournament. What time controls would you recommend to a beginner to get practice? In general, it depends on your own pace. But I would recommend the quickest time control where you end up spending most of your time. Like if you keep ending your games with 7 minutes left on the clock, then you need to play a quicker time control. But if you end up losing all your games on time before it was like clear you were going to lose the game anyway, then you should play a longer time control. And it's based. My recommendation is based on the principle that more is better. Like you need to get in as many practice games as possible, um, but with some quality in what you're doing. So the quickest time control where you end up spending all your time and actually get into time scrambles at the end, but where at the same time you don't lose on because of the clock. Trying to find that balance. What openings would you recommend for a beginner? Chaos. I'm actually, yeah. I shouldn't be doing commentary right now because I should be working on my new opening course for beginners. So that's pretty exciting. Should be coming out in like 2 months. I'm hoping. And then you'll see my recommendations. Hashtag ad, yes. Yeah, sorry about that, pokey ears. I'm assuming that means I got a bit loud, but I got excited about people wanting to learn some beginners openings because I had this idea that people wanted to know, and I'm trying to fill the gap in the market. Is Sicilian a good opening for a beginner? I mean, Sicilian is a good opening, but I don't think it's great for a beginner. I think in general, when you're starting out, you should just have an opening that makes sure you don't lose in the first 10 moves or 5 moves, honestly. And then you can work on other skills that are more important at an early stage. Hammer trying to interpret emotes based on text. It's how I roll. Is it going to be in the form of a book? No, it's not going to be a book. It's going to be one of those chessable courses. So it's going to be written and video, depending on your preference. Can we please see the time, how much time they have left? You got to talk to Vila. He's making the production. I actually don't have the ability to bring in the clocks, even if I wanted to. But I can tell you that Alexandra is down on time after having been up more than 15 minutes previously. So I'm not super fond of her position, nor am I that impressed by her plan for the last couple of moves. And Andrea is up on time and has a really, really good position if she finds this move pawn push in the center. She needs to prevent this white knight from jumping into the d6 square. And one way of doing that is playing e4. And she did. Andrea is much better and she's up on time. Things are looking good. Andrea intuition, yeah. It was miscalibrated at the start of the tournament, but now that I'm here, Andrea's finding all the right moves, allowing the queen trade to happen, figuring out when to open up for the bishop on the diagonal. Suddenly, it's all working out. Kramnik typing, yeah. Fair enough. How many rounds are there in the tournament? There's only 5 rounds. So this is the fourth round, and we'll have the final round later tonight. But yeah, it's a short and intense tournament, and you can't really afford any mistakes. But so far, Alexandra hasn't made any mistakes, and she's on 3 points out of three possible. If she wins the final 2 rounds, she wins her second tournament in a row. Just putting that out there. Are you impressed by Alexandra's chess? Can I plead the fifth? So far, the only things I've seen is this game today and when she refused to castle on in round one. So what I've seen so far, I have not been impressed by. No, but she's getting the points. She's won every single game so far. Like you can't really do better than that, result wise, at least. Alexandra is smurfing. I, I mean, I wouldn't call voluntarily exposing yourself to underrated kids as smurfing. Maybe she's just in good form. In the meantime, Andrea has defended her knight in the center of the board with her bishop. And she has a really, really nice position. Really, really liking what Andrea is doing here. The double fianchetto, the bishops crisscrossing through the middle in great style. Normally, I do those phrasings on purpose. But I gotta admit, this time it was just a happy accident. That phrasing I did on purpose. So, you guys who have been watching the games yesterday and the day before, when are we normally getting into time trouble? So far, all four players we're watching have within 5 minutes of each other. You guys are not going to believe this, but the player with the most time right now out of these four is Andrea. And the player with the least time is Andrea's opponent. But there's only 5 minutes between them. Andrea the Ferrari. Let's hope there's no ugly walls in her path. Dina never living that one down. I think it's going to stay in the Botez lore for quite some time. Alexandra's opponent has gone a rook to e8. Very clearly, intending to try and push forward in the center of the board, trying to get that pawn all the way up for that nasty little fork, the double attack on the bishop and on the knight. But we should be able to do something to stop that from happening. Bishop to g3 strikes me as a very tempting move right now. And one thing I do want to mention is that after bishop back here, if Alexandra's opponent tries to go queen c6 to defend the pawn, then after pawn takes pawn, normally here you want to be recapturing with the knight to improve the positioning of the knight. But here, Alexandra would then be able to go bishop takes pawn. And then this bishop cannot be captured because of bishop to h7. Check on the king, but also opening up for the rook through the center. And, well, you got to deal with the king being in check first. And then white captures the queen afterwards. So there are some ideas like this lurking under the surface. So, I mean, I do think Alexandra is very slightly better. I would like to see her come up with a plan for the future. Because right now she made a plan in terms of centralizing her rooks, but she didn't really have a plan beyond that. She just thought, okay, I'll put my rooks into the middle. Whereas, like someone suggested in chat, moving the rook to this middle square instead would have had the clear idea of pushing the pawn forward afterwards. And that's kind of like how plans are supposed to work, not just, freestyling, hoping that putting the rooks into the middle is going to work somehow. Alexandra goes bishop b1. I guess I did say I wanted to see her have a plan. I just forgot to say I wanted it to be a good plan. A plan is just a move that has the intention of following up with another move in order to improve the position, right? And technically moving the bishop back to the edge of the board, I'm not even sure what the plan is. Probably trading these pawns to open up for the rook. In Alexandra's defense, I also wanted to move this bishop. I was thinking about bishop to f1 in some circumstances, because I was thinking with this bishop putting pressure down towards the king, it could be useful having a defensive piece in this area. And then afterwards, you would want to, if black does nothing, you would want to kind of slowly build up. Okay, this was black doing nothing for a very long time. But this is the kind of position you're going to be looking for here. You want to have this pawn protected by another pawn to stunt black's bishop and make sure that this bishop is basically locked out of play. And you want to push your pawns forward in general. And you like putting your pawns on the light squares because you, as white, have a dark squared bishop and your opponent does not. And so this is your most valuable bishop, and then you put the pawns on the opposite color the light squares when you have your good bishop on the dark squares. So this is what would be referred to in the trade as a good plan. Um, and like knight to d2 would be an example of the same kind of things, trying to gradually make that advance with the pawns happen and also create an escape for this bishop to get back into the game. Whereas bishop to b1, one of the things I dislike about this move is that now black can just go bishop to e4, and there's no way for white to avoid the trade between the bishops. And in general, when you have two bishops and your opponent has no bishops, or sorry, not no bishops, but when you have two bishops and your opponent doesn't have two bishops, we say that you have the advantage of the bishop pair. And then you're going to want to avoid having those one of your bishops getting traded off. Okay, anyway. I can tell my explanation muscle is struggling today. So I'm just gonna pop over to the other game and start fresh. Andrea's opponent went pawn to a4. So he's essentially saying this guy on b6 is super annoying because it's preventing my knight from being able to move forward. And so he's hoping to trade pawns and then, well, essentially this guy is coming for this guy. And that could be a bit annoying for Andrea. Andrea started out okay, though. She played h6, attacks the knight. And since we talked about the knight wanting to get to the d6 square, but no longer having that ability, due to the rook now protecting the square the knight wanted to use, the knight has to step back. And not only does it step back, it steps back on the edge of the board. It is, however, trying to get back from the edge on the very next move with knight to f4. So this knight to f4 is a threat to try and challenge the very well-placed knight that we have in the center. And so, for that reason, what we should do here is pawn to g5. Very, very good move. Just making sure that this white knight is unable to get back into play, that it gets stuck on the edge of the board. And yeah, I really like this. The opponent's plan was to go knight to f4, and pawn to g5 would prevent that. However, Andrea went rook to c8 instead, and now this knight comes back into play. Yeah. Is that called a prophylactic move? Yeah. I guess in general, whenever you focus on trying to preventing your opponent's plan, that is what in chess terminology is called a prophylaxis. But yeah, don't try and use that word too frequently outside of chess situations. Time difference is pretty much non-existent, Madeline. Basically all the players have the same amount of time. Okay. I'm gonna take a little water break. You guys stay hydrated, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Is USCF rating different from ELO? It becomes very difficult to explain, but it's maybe slightly different a little bit. But it's the same general principles. It's just that different rating systems cannot, um, they're not interchangeable, and they often have their own quirks, and they don't necessarily have the same amount of players, which makes for differences, which is why the chess.com rapid rating is very different to the chess.com blitz rating, which is very different to the USCF rating, which is very different to the FIDE rating. But it's all based on the general, same general principles. Okay. In the meantime, we've had we have a good news, bad news situation. The good news is that Alexandra's opponent, he played e5, pushing his pawn forward in the center. And now I don't believe I'm about to say this, but because Alexandra had the presence of mind to move her bishop away, although I would probably have moved the bishop in a different direction. But anyway, because Alexandra had moved her bishop away, she didn't have to deal with the pawn advancing further forward with a double attack on the bishop and on the knight. And for that reason, she was able to push forward in the middle without the opponent having an attack on the bishop, since the bishop ran away from there prior to this happening. And now this position is very interesting because if Alexandra's opponent does not play pawn to e4 here, if he does something like pawn to b5 instead, then Alexandra is going to be able to go pawn to e4 herself. And I think this would be a very favorable change in the pawn structure. And like we can once again try and get this sort of idea with all the pawns on the light squares blocking the potential of Black's bishop. And then we can gradually try to start an attack with the pawns on the side of the board because the center has been completely shut down. There's no way for the pawns to challenge the opponent's pawns in this situation, which makes it a lot safer to go for an attack on the flank because it cannot be met by counter pressure in the center. So after pawn to d5, Alexandra's position is very nice. And it's like 2-3 moves away from being amazing. And just to recap for everyone watching, Alexandra has 3 points out of 3. There's only 2 players in the tournament with that score, and that's Alexandra and her current opponent, Mason. If Alexandra wins this game, she will have the sole lead in the tournament with only 1 round remaining, meaning that she could genuinely get back-to-back tournament wins, and that she scored 12 and a half out of 13 in her last games. So that's the good news. That's the good news. The bad news is that Andrea did not play this pawn move forward to block the possibilities for White's knight on the edge of the board. And since she didn't do that, her opponent has gotten the knight back into the game. And yeah, Andrea is still better in this position, but it feels a little bad because she had such a nice possibility of just burying the knight alive on the edge of the board. Had she gone pawn to g5, this knight just wouldn't have any good squares to move to. But okay, we can still make the trade and then move the knight here and attack both the bishop and the pawn. Oof. And while I'm inputting these moves, the computer says that here it favors White's position. For the life of me, I cannot really understand why this would be better for White. But just the fact that the computer has gone from Andrea being much better to White being a little better over the course of like just 3 moves, it's definitely a sign of things going in the wrong direction. In Alexandra's game, pawn to g6 has been played. Now, I was advocating pawn to e4, but there are some disadvantages to doing this immediately that maybe black can get the knight moved up to the f4 square that white doesn't really control now anymore since the pawn moved away from that control. So instead, Alexandra plays knight to d2, which is an excellent move. Very good. And she's taking this e4 square under control. She's getting ready to push this pawn up afterwards. And right now, I'm thinking, personally, I want Alexandra to just go pawn f3 and just go g4 or something later on. But there's a very intriguing possibility of pawn to f4 as well. This pawn cannot be captured due to the black knight then being in trouble, facing the pressure from both white's queen and white's bishop. But on the other hand, if this pawn is not captured, then Alexandra will be able to go pawn to f5 afterwards. So something like pawn a6, she can go pawn f5. And normally this is considered very advantageous to push the pawn up like this. However, there is an argument to be made that black is able to completely blockade the position. In general, bishops are better than knights, but the problem with bishops arise when there are too many pawns on the board. And here you can kind of see that this pawn is blocking the bishop here, and then this pawn is blocking the bishop here, and this pawn is blocking that diagonal. And we can do the same for the other bishop. Like this bishop is being blocked by the pawn here. If the bishop tries to point instead out here, then this pawn is in the way. Basically, whenever there's tons of pawns on the board, they tend to stand in the path of bishops, which is, yeah, a bit unfortunate. But something like rook here, yeah, Alexandra has a very nice position. Very, very nice. I'm very optimistic about her chances. She has to be up on time now. Yeah, Kevin. Alexandra's back up 15 minutes. So I was concerned about her time management there for a little bit, but now she's made a couple of quick moves in a row, and she's also made a couple of good moves in a row, which often helps getting the opponent to think, because the opponent has a more difficult time responding to good moves, because good moves often means that there's a lack of okay moves for you in response. Andrea, in the meantime, is really regretting not having prevented White's knight from getting back into the game. I guess Andrea could go rook d8 and just protect the knight in the center. This would preserve her advantage. But it would have been easier if she just hadn't had to deal with the knight coming back into play from the edge of the board. Why can't Andrea take the horsey and then take the pawn with the bishop? Fair question. But the problem is whenever the trade between the knights is made, even though the bishop is no longer protecting the pawn on b2, it really increases the activity of white's pieces. And after bishop takes pawn, rook attacks bishop. And if the bishop now returns to protect the black pawn that's under attack on the edge, if the bishop just returns, here rook to d7 would be absolutely devastating because there's threats over here, threats here, threats here. Black's position just completely collapses. So oftentimes, even if we see we can win a pawn, it's so important to also appreciate what that does for the opponent's pieces. And here, if Andrea moves the knight away from the d5 square, it will just create so much more activity and pressure in the pieces. Alexandra's opponent suddenly went forward once again with the pawn in front of his own king, attacking the bishop. Honestly, I think this is a good move. I think black is already facing some difficulties, but trying to put pressure on white makes a lot of sense. Alexandra doesn't really have much of a choice. She just moves the bishop back. And she's trying to kind of showcase in the future that moving the pawn 2 steps forward in front of your own king is not going to be the wisest idea. Knight to f8 has been played. And I do think there's a lot of sense in getting the knight over to the king side. But the computer is really liking this change in the situation for Alexandra, and I'm assuming it's based on this move f4. Alexandra, because she has the bishops, it's very, very important that she does not allow black to try and shut down the position and close everything down with lots of pawns on the board to stop the bishop's diagonals. Instead, what Alexandra needs to do here is just get some pawn trades. And pawn to f4 guarantees that something will be traded. Black can avoid the pawn trade to the right, but then you take to the left. And they can try to defend the pawn in the center, but then you can open up in front of the black king. And you can get the rook over here. This pawn is in trouble. Alexandra is genuinely just winning now if she finds this pawn to f4. And there's absolutely no reason why she wouldn't find that move. It's a very straightforward idea that makes perfect both positional and attacking sense. Trying to trade off some pawns, that's good positional sense. Trying to weaken the pawns in front of the black king, that's perfect attacking sense. And when something makes sense from both an attacking and a strategic point of view, I find it very unlikely that Alexandra is not going to find it. She's up on time. Let's not rush. Very important point, Airbomb. It's so crucial here to identify this as a critical moment in the game. Black's plan for the last 2 moves has been drastically different than what he's done so far in this game. And when the plans change, or rather, when the plans change for the opponent, they also change for you. Different circumstances require different actions. And that's how Alexandra should identify this as an important new moment in the game and figure out how to make her attack. Because she can also go pawn to h4. Like pawn to h4 is also trying to put pressure in towards the black pawns. But then the big difference is that black can just avoid the trade of pawns, making sure that pawns are still standing in the path of the bishop, and that white was unable to make the trade, which didn't then remove one of the pawn defenders of the black king. So what's so important about this pawn to f4 move is that because it threatens pawn trades in two directions, black cannot prevent both of those at the same time. So you're guaranteed to get a trade, which in turn, is going to increase the pressure on black's king, trying to remove one of the pawns defending the black king. It's going to open up for the white rook to point down towards the king. And it's going to guarantee a trade of pawns, which in turn will help the bishops with their scope going forward. So pawn to f4, it makes perfect sense. And if she plays it, I think Alexandra is going to take the lead in this tournament. In the meantime, Andrea played her rook to defend the knight in the center. This is what we discussed earlier, that keeping the knight in the middle is actually quite important. And Andrea has identified that importance and made a good move to address it. However, in making this move, and Alexandra has played f4. Very good move by Alexandra. I think she's going to win now. She could be on 4 out of 4 after this game. Potentially back-to-back tournament victories. Incredible stuff. But I was going to make the point about Andrea that Andrea's previous move was moving the rook to c8. And so in moving that rook again, she's actually making quite a big admission that I messed up. She really messed up earlier about the positioning of the rook, or rather allowing the knight to come off the edge of the board to put pressure in towards the center. But sometimes it's better to admit your mistake than to kind of allow yourself to lose the grip of the game. So it was very important by Andrea to keep the protection of the knight in the center. And even though it cost her an extra move with the same piece she moved previously, it was the right admission to make. Andrea's opponent after that plays pawn to a5. And now I kind of like this pawn to b5 for Andrea. Basically, these two white pawns are trying to trade with the black pawn. And if successful, this white knight will be able to jump forward afterwards, after these pawns are traded off. But as long as these pawns are on the board, the white knight is unable to move forward, which is why I kind of like just avoiding the pawn trades here, counterattacking the white bishop. And then when the bishop moves back, the knight is unable to move forward because the white pawns are blocking the knight's path. So I'm optimistic about Andrea's position, and she did indeed go b5. So we're having good moves coming in from both sisters. Andrea has the advantage, but she's down on time at this point, down 10 minutes. And Alexandra has the advantage on her board, but it is a bit trickier in terms of captures and calculations that needs to be made. Alexandra's opponent with the knight out on the edge of the board, trying to eliminate the bishop, because the bishop was helping putting pressure in towards the dark squares in black's position. I'm interested in the move knight to e4. This is a move that became available since the knight moved away from the center of the board. We would then attack the pawn on d6. And if knight takes bishop, this is a very tricky situation where you need to make the right calculations. But I'm pretty sure knight to f6 would be good here. Check on the king. The king moves. And then we recapture the knight. We have the attack on the rook. The rook moves, but then I want to say just rook f1, like just get this rook involved in the attack and things will be good. And Alexandra does play knight to e4. Great move. And she's playing very quickly. Even though this is a very decisive stage of the game, she's playing reasonably quickly. I think that's something I gave her a bit of criticism for during the Sardinia tournament. But in this tournament, with the time control, how much time the players have, it's so much less. In Sardinia, it was like you got more time after 40 moves were made, and you always got like 30 seconds extra per move. You were bathing in time compared to this tournament, where you get 10 seconds extra per move, but you don't get any more time at any stage. Like you don't get extra time after 40 moves. You just got to live with what you have. And I think that suits Alexandra's pace very well. The last couple of months, Alexandra has been consistently fast. And so the fast time controls really plays to her strengths. How many rated tournaments happen every month worldwide? I'm sure there are stats on that, Oblique. I would guess, I'm going to guess wrong. I would guess maybe 20 tournaments a day, 600 a month. Maybe that's too much. Nah, I would say thereabouts. Is there already another Europe chess tournament announced? I'm not the right person to ask. But I have seen in chat that there was some discussion about some tournament in Poland. But I don't know what has been announced. Any Polish people in chat? Apparently, no Polish people. How disappointing. This used to be a Poland chat, didn't it? I think Nemo was friends with some Polish guy, right? And there was like this phrase being repeated all the time. I guess it's a couple of years ago. What's the G in the G100 time control? K. So the G just means game. So it means like the game in 100 minutes. It's basically what you start with at the start of the game. If you make Grandmaster, are you set for life, meaning you can earn a living going from tournament to tournament? I would say definitely. Oh my God. Alexandra's opponent played knight to h7. He did not address the threat to the pawn on d6 whatsoever. And Alexandra is going to win this game. I think what happened is Alexandra's opponent was so nervous about this f6 square, which we analyzed after knight takes bishop, then the knight could actually jump forward into an attack against the black king. But he was so focused on this square, trying to add an extra defender there, that he forgot all about the other thing. And now after knight takes pawn on d6, that's game over. And Alexandra, she plays it. Game, set, match. Botez is going to go into the final round of this tournament with the sole lead. If she wins the final round, she is the winner. And frankly, even a draw in the final round could be good enough for first place. What a tournament. The knight captures a pawn. So Alexandra is up a pawn, but there's also the attack on the queen, on the rook. And if the queen moves away, the rook is captured. Ooh. Computer is saying that, oh my God, better than capturing the rook, because this knight is so very good, it's better to just capture the pawn in the center, giving white two extra pawns, and that's two extra central pawns. The knight is still a monster attacking the rook, and you're going to be able to like bring the rook in and the bishop in and whatnot afterwards. Incredible. Not a very human move. It is a very human move. And the reason it's very human is that if knight takes rook, black doesn't have to recapture. Instead, black can try and capture white's pawn in return. But I mean, either way, either taking the rook or taking the pawn, both is winning. But the point is that after knight takes rook, black doesn't have to recapture, allowing white to get those two pawns as well as the rook. It doesn't really matter though. Either way, Alexandra's going to win this now. That's in her last 13 games, she will have scored 12 and a half points. Oh my gosh. How a 1900 missed that easy move. Basically, when you're under a lot of pressure, it's way easier to miss moves. Because pretty much your opponent has so many threats at the same time. It can be tricky identifying all the threats at the same, like you essentially get overwhelmed. Alexandra on the way to NM. Good God. Don't get me started. Alexandra's unhappy with silly titles, and instead she wants the NM title. My Europeanness is just exploding inside. NM is not a title. It is an American cushy, let's make something that's our own. It's not a title. What is NM title? It's basically an American title to make Americans feel good about themselves. It has nothing to do with the World Chess Federation whatsoever. And it doesn't have any requirements beyond just hitting a certain rating. Other countries have NM. Canada doesn't count. Whenever Americans defend themselves with, oh no, we're not the only ones. And queen to g4, now there's bishop f5 trapping the queen. Surely. Bishop f5. Queen only has one safe square, and then rook in. Ooh, but actually then you can make a trade. Because if you try and capture the queen, then you get the reverse counter against the king and against the queen. But like somehow this queen is getting trapped, surely. Canada is essentially just the US's little cousins. Like it doesn't count as their own entity, is what I'm trying to say. Ah, someone in chat said it well. Canada is not a country, they're just America's hat, an extension of the US. Would you say Canada is to the US what Norway is to Sweden? No, I would not say that. Of course, I wouldn't. Okay, queen to e2 has been played. Also, in Andreas' game, the computer is saying Andreas winning. I don't understand why though, because frankly, they have the same amount of stuff. But maybe this knight to b4 move I kind of like. Andreas played a very nice positional game. I should try and say that with less surprise in my voice. Can she not push the e pawn? I kind of like that too. I was thinking the same thing. Pawn to e3, I think is interesting. I was thinking pawn to e3, and if the pawn is captured, then we trade the knights, because now white cannot recapture with the bishop. And then after rook takes rook, I was going to just recapture and move the rook up, but maybe we can like give a check to give white ugly pawns. The problem with something like this is that now white is up a pawn. So then suddenly we have something to, black has to justify having given away a pawn. It's not super easy. It's not super easy. Alexandra has used her rook to attack the queen. Black only has one move. Knight takes bishop. And then after takes, queen moves back. Well, at this point, like takes. Basically, take anything is going to win the game. But at least the queen is not getting trapped. So there's that. All you can eat buffet? Really? Twitch chatters, huh? Who would have thought the same weirdness that hits my YouTube algorithms also hits the random Twitch chatters? Andrea has decided to trade the knights. I don't like that. Oh, but computer likes that. So probably fine then. Alexandra has captured the rook. Her opponent recaptures. Alexandra now presumably going to capture the pawn. No. Alexandra pawn up attacks the queen. Good move. Queen only has one place to move. And then pawn captures in the center. Yeah. Alexandra is up 2 pawns and a rook in trade for a knight. Solid trade, I'm going to say. Solid trade. Good strats. Oh, it's Rosen to say all you can eat. I didn't know that. But there's a guy doing chess shorts on YouTube who well then I guess stole that phrase, which is where I heard it before. Okay, Andrea's attacking the bishop. She's also attacking the pawn. Impossible for white to defend against both. Because if the bishop goes back to defend the pawn, then there's no longer connection between the rooks, allowing the black rook to capture white's rook. That's why white chooses to go bishop d6 instead. And Andrea captures the pawn instantly. Andrea is not messing around. She is not going to lose this game on time. She made up her mind. What is this? Both girls about to win for the first time in this tournament. Just going to put that out there. Andrea with a heavy yawn, but it's not going to prevent her from winning this game. She is in control right now. People yawn to keep focused. Is that what they teach you? Alexandra can use her rook to trap the queen. Ooh, but if rook moves over here, then the queen will come and take the pawn in the center. And therefore, here's how Alexandra wins this. Pawn to e4. She played it. Pawn to e4 opens up for the queen against the g3 square, making sure that the black queen cannot get out. And then next move, rook here, and the queen is trapped. Very nice execution. Andrea's opponent attacks the bishop. Let's just return to base. And also attack the pawn on the edge of the board. And then while white is protecting, I want to go bishop c6. I just want to put this bishop in the path of white's pawn so that that pawn can never advance. Although, actually, I'm not sure about this move because I would also like to push this pawn up. So maybe all the way back and then something like this. And if white tries to support the pawn moving forward, then we block. And we bring the king in and we push the pawns up. Yeah, I prefer this actually. Okay, so this is the current position. And this is the current position. Pawn to h5. Trying to get the queen out desperately. And kind of succeeding? No. Pawn to g3. Rook to e2. Rook to h2. Queen is trapped. That would have been a good line. Instead, Alexandra just captures. It's okay. The queen is not getting trapped now, but she's up like a gazillion material. Doesn't really matter that much. What's the time left? Alexandra has doubled the time of her opponent. We don't need to be concerned about the time there whatsoever. Andrea is down to 25 minutes. And Andrea goes bishop to c3. Not an optimal move. Because now after rook to c2, attacking the bishop cannot retreat due to then white's pawn advancing forward. So if the rook comes in to attack the bishop, Andrea will have to go pawn to b4, but that's a major problem due to bishop to c4. So by forcing black's pawn to move forward, white manages to get the bishop in a good position. A good positioning they really shouldn't have gotten access to with proper play. Pawn to g4 by Alexandra's opponent. Now rook to e3 takes the g3 square under control and will surround the black pawn next. The only thing Alexandra has to be careful of is preventing this pawn from moving further forward, because then there's going to be some checks on the king and stuff. But rook to e3 played. She's going after the pawn. And also, rook to c2 has been played. Andrea now has to reinforce her bishop. If Andrea moves the bishop, big trouble coming her way. Absolutely crucial that having made the decision to keep the bishop inside white's half, Andrea has to push the pawn up to reinforce the bishop's positioning. Queen takes h5, played in Alexandra's game. And rook to g3 is going to be a GG kind of move. The rook will take black's pawn on the next one and give a check on the king. And there's really nothing black can do to stop it. Rook to g3 has been played. Alexandra is cruising right now. Knight g6, rook takes pawn, easy move. Sorry, guys, I just got a message from Howell. And seeing it as how he's a chess celebrity, I gotta check what he's saying. Okay, it wasn't anything important. But instead, what is important is that Alexandra plays rook takes pawn, putting her rook to attack towards the black king. She now has 3 pawns and a rook in trade for a knight. And look at which 3 pawns it is she has. The most central of pawns. You cannot get them more in the middle than these 3. I hope it was invitation to dinner. It was worse, Wolf. It was an invitation for me to suggest a time to be invited to dinner. So it was dinner invitation adjacent, but putting the onus on me instead of suggesting something himself. Classic. I wouldn't know, Rabbit. I don't get that many dinner invitations. The complexity of setting up this dinner is on par with establishing a TCP connection. I'm not enough of a computer person to understand all of what that means, but I understand it was funny. Pawn to e6 now for Alexandra, and she plays it. Alexandra is in the zone right now, trying to eliminate the pawn on f7. This pawn is the only thing protecting the knight. Once the pawn is captured, the rook will capture the knight. The queen also has its diagonal opened in towards the black king. What a devastation this has been. Ever since Mason moved the pawns up in front of his own king, Alexandra has basically won this game on autopilot. It's been very impressive here at the end. Alexandra's unbeatable. I mean, I hope so. As long as she avoids a loss in the final round, she'll definitely be on the same amount of points as the winner. And she may even become the winner herself. Pawn takes pawn, allowing rook takes. And so it is done. The queen coming in for the checkmate afterwards. It's time to resign. My eye is on the live video feed to bring you the news instead of me noticing 2 seconds after because of the Twitch delay. These were the two only players with 3 points out of 3. And now with this win, Alexandra will be the only player with 4 points out of 4. And there's only 5 rounds in the tournament. One more win, and she wins. King moves away. Queen comes in for the checkmate. Game over. Shake hands. Well done. I must admit, I haven't seen all her games from the tournament so far, but this was excellent. Very, very good. And that, kids, that's how you deliver checkmate over the board, not staring at your opponent for 10 minutes. Oh, I forgot all about that. Oh. It did help that the kid was very much aware that it was checkmate, though. Oh, and look at that. Alexandra signals to her sister. Let's hope they don't get caught cheating for that. But she gives the. Okay, I think we're going to switch scenes now that Alexandra took the camera. Secret thumb code? Yeah, no. Deciphering that code is it's going to take a whole fleet of cryptographers. Is there a second round today? Yes. The next round, the final round of this tournament, deciding whether Alexandra will win back to back, is going to start in 2 hours and 20 minutes. So Alexandra only needs a draw in round 5. Not necessarily, because if she draws in the final round, then lots of people will catch her. And she's not guaranteed to have a better tiebreak score than her opponents. So she may need to win the final one as well. And of course, losing the final would be devastating, having had such a good start. It's just about, having some good food, being mentally ready. But I will say, Alexandra's repertoire with the black pieces is quite good. So having black in the final one is not such a bad thing. Are you prepping her? No. I don't know if she's getting prep help. Maybe Bansea is doing it. Tell us about all the possible permutations. I feel like I did a good job last tournament, Mac. I had made some calculations ahead of time. Bishop to e2 is a very strange move. I guess it's provoking Andrea into going f5. Andrea, I would just go f5 here and then move the king up. Okay, computer saying f5 is terrible. I have no idea why. Okay, so apparently this could be a thing. Yeah, I'm not super happy that Andrea forced herself into going this b4 move because the access White's bishop has to the c4 square and pointing down on Black's king, it's kind of annoying. So maybe Andrea should go king up first and then f5 and then king. No. Okay. Computer really hates going pawn to f5. And I don't really understand why. I feel like that's the most sensible thing to do by far. It also doesn't like moving the king up. What on earth is the computer thinking here? Bishop c6? Trying to counter here? I don't even know. This is a tricky position for Andrea. And she's down to just 16 minutes. Andrea's having some serious time issues here. Can Alexandra face Dina? No, Dina's playing in a separate group. Alexandra has started specializing, playing the B groups in the tournaments, and she's just destroying everyone instead of getting destroyed by the grandmasters and international masters and Dinas. Okay, Andrea goes king g7. That feels very sensible to me. I would follow up with pawn to f5, but computer really hated that plan. But pawn to f5 followed by king into the center. To me, it looks very good. At some point here for Andrea, it's just about making a move. In America, we call that sandbagging. No, it's not sandbagging because Alexandra is not playing a rating group below her real strength, right? She's just discovered that she's better at beating weaker players than she is beating stronger players. Great insight. I strive to please. You can only improve by playing stronger players. I don't agree with that. I think one of the important things, skills to have before kind of making it to the next level, it's more about being able to consistently beat those you are better than than it is about managing to make a draw against an international master every now and then. How much elo will Alexandra gain if she wins the next game? Um, elo is a weird terminology here, Robert. Um, she's not at 2062. I cannot relate to the American ratings. I will only justify international ratings with a response. And even though Alexandra's winning all her games, she's not gaining that much rating because all of these kids are very low rated. They're not bad, but they're low rated. Two different things. Opethian, I was at Norway Chess, yes, but I was working. I was doing commentary for Norwegian television. It's possible Alexandra will hit 2100 USCF, says Gerber. Does that do anything? I mean, she's been way over 2100 before, right? She was almost 2100 FIDE, which is like 2200 USCF. Is she trying to win? Hey, Alexandra, congratulations. Are you trying to get to 2200 USCF? Is that why you're playing this tournament? Why are you voluntarily taking on the kids? Just trying to win one game at a time. Fucking hell. Oh, the interviews we did during Norway Chess with the girls and the boys, both of them. They're all like, oh no, let's just go one game at a time. At round three, they were like, oh no, I'm just taking it one round at a time. I'm not thinking about the final standings. And when they said that, it made sense. But then they said the same thing right before round nine, when there's two rounds remaining in the tournament. They're still like, no, I'm not thinking about the standings. How are you not thinking about the standings? It's only two rounds left. If you're not thinking about the standings now, you're not going to realize that you need to go for the win in order to win the prize. Yeah, I'm so sick of all of this one game at a time. But yeah, good for you, Alexandra. That's nice. You're such a pro. What just happened in Andrea's game? So her opponent sacrificed the pawn that we were kind of nervous about. Ooh, but then he took our pawn with the idea that if we recapture the bishop, then they will capture our bishop. But do we not have some kind of counterattack here? This looks kind of scary, no? Maybe we can even take this one to give a check. This looks rather good. The knight has to move, and the knight doesn't really have that many squares to move to. The knight goes back. Maybe we can just trade the rooks. This is looking tasty. There's some nice variations here for Andrea. She just needs to get over the initial shock of suddenly everything being captured. Did Alexandra really just say, I thought it would be cool to win two tournaments in a row? So she went from just like a couple of seconds ago saying, I'm only taking it one game at a time, to then saying, oh no, I knew I was going to beat all the kids before the tournament even started. That escalated quickly. I thought there was a chance, and if I did, it would be cool. Wow. I mean, there's still a round remaining. I'm not sure. I mean, confidence is healthy, but overconfidence is not. It feels like you're treading a tricky path here. Although this game was very good, it has to be said. A draw should be fine. I don't know. I feel like a draw is like 50-50. Okay. Andrea decides to trade the rooks. Computer hates that. And the reason computer hates that is because now we're no longer going to have that option of attacking the bishop with our knight. When the rooks get traded first, the bishop kind of runs away. And there's no more knight up to attack the bishop. Wow, that's harsh. After the rook trade, it's just a draw, the computer says. Andrea went from winning to drawing just because of a rook trade. Unfortunate. She could have been on a plane back home right now, but much like Ding, she's a loser, not a quitter. I know it's a cruel thing to say, but I just can't get it out of my mind after the Reykjavik tournament. I think it's such a catchy and also very true statement. I don't know why Andrea is thinking right now, though. She only has 10 minutes left, and any move other than capturing the bishop is just losing instantly. So she had to take that one. The problem is it allows the opponent to come in with the rook attacking the pawn on a6. Andrea can probably do something like rook here, attack the bishop, bishop attacks pawn, and then knight to d4, attacking, well, everything. And then after trades, in order to defend the pawn on a5, white will use the rook. But then the rook comes up, attacks the bishop, and if the bishop moves, then boom, black wins. Ish. Apparently, even this isn't winning, but it looks good. It looks like black here would get the white pawn, and it would look very close to winning, at least in a practical game. I think you would win this. Andrea's below 9 minutes right now, and she only gets an additional 10 seconds per move she makes. Andrea always spends too much times on moves at this part of the game. I don't think that's what the issue is. I think the issue is that you spend too much time earlier and then you don't have enough time to spend at the critical moments, such as here. Ooh, the opponent does not go after the pawn on a6. Instead, he goes after the pawn on e4. Ooh, and he's leaving the board. Andrea does not have a lot of time left. And now computer is saying it's equal. Earlier, computer was still saying black had some advantage. Andrea can bail out, but based on the situation in the game previously, I think it's very likely she's going to try and push for a win. But something like this would be a draw. Ah, but here, rook here. No. Ah, bishop. No. Let me check what the recommended move is. Bishop to e1. The idea is that you take and then get this. This looks kind of winning. How is this not winning? G4 maybe? I don't know. This looks promising for black. I feel like Andrea needs to go knight to d4. The thing is, this knight on b3 is not the greatest piece, but it's defending the pawn on a5, and it's also, more importantly, defending the square on d2. We desperately need to get the rook into this d2 square. And in order to make that happen, we need to get rid of the knight, which then means why we have to go knight to d4. We need to have a trade of these knights so that we can go rook to d2 afterwards. Alexandra, are you stopping by after the game? I'm not sure what the workflow is. Are we doing an interview in between the rounds? Andrea's down to 5 minutes 45 right now. She's gone? No, she said she's still listening. Okay. Sounds good. No interviews between games. But we had a quick little chat, and we have said to Alexandra that she played a very good game, which is true. Ooh, she's reviewing her black openings. Someone wants to win 2 tournaments in a row. Andrea move. The good news is that Andrea is now below 5 minutes on the clock, so she no longer needs to write down her moves. The bad news is that she's below 5 minutes on her clock. And she's only getting an additional 10 seconds for every move she's making. After this one, there's one final game, Tails. Last round of the tournament where we get to know whether Alexandra is the winner or not. Starts in 2 hours from now. Andrea goes all the way back. She's attacking the pawn on h4, though. I had missed this move. But probably you can just go pawn g3 and defend. He could try to start capturing stuff, but then Andrea's going to have this check, forcing the king out and then taking another pawn. This would be very good for Andrea. So white should definitely try and protect their pawns. Ooh, one thing I noticed now, if rook takes pawn, oh, he takes the pawn in the center. It's probably sensible. Okay, Andrea's going to take here, and then he's going to go g3. Without g3, Andrea would be winning. But the thing is, he can kick the bishop back before capturing the pawn on a6. Yeah, I had a clever idea. If rook takes, I had a very cool idea here to go e3. And then if pawn takes bishop, then the pawn just promotes. That was very, very cool. But by capturing the pawn first, now Andrea goes check, and then she takes the pawn. Now he can go g3 without us having this e3 trick. Yeah, now Andrea needs to defend for the draw. Because she's gonna lose this pawn on a6. Bishop d8 played. Rook takes pawn. Andrea could end up in trouble here. This pawn is quite dangerous. And she hasn't been able to set up a situation with properly dealing with the pawn. For instance, here, bishop to e7 would have been better because then you can go knight c5 afterwards, attacking everything, forcing the trade. And then this would be fine because then you would be able to make a blockade on the a7 square. You also win some time because you make a threat against the f2 pawn as well. But by going all the way back, you're not doing anything to stop this pawn. If you're going to put your bishop pointing towards the a5 square, it's because the pawn has not reached that square already. But here the pawn is ready to go past, and the bishop is not. The bishop would be more effective trying to get to the a7 square. Did she just blunder her rook? Oh my god. No. Yeah, no, chess is torture. Why do we even do it? He's playing quite accurately as well. Rook d7 is a good move. Because now if bishop tries to stop this stuff from happening, you can just sacrifice your rook, give the pawn a clear path. Now you can just get the knight. You can also push. You can do anything. Out of nowhere, this kid became the most accurate player ever. He struggled in the opening and the middle game, but damn, the endgame maestro in him just suddenly appeared. And Andrea with the blunder, rushing over to the camera to make sure that she can cry without anyone watching. Oh, poor girl. She was so close. She genuinely played a really good game. I don't even understand where it kind of went wrong. I guess I really don't like this bishop to c3 move. But other than that, she played like almost a perfect game. This bishop to c3 being forced to have going b4, this is kind of what enabled him to do this pawn to c6 trick and make this kind of tricky. From an objective standpoint, the trade of the rooks is what let the win slip. But already here, he made a great effort into making matters tricky. So I think maybe bishop to g7 instead, and then just push the pawns. It makes a big difference that when the opponent is not able to use the c4 square for the bishop, we never have to be concerned about the pressure in against our king. So keeping the pawn on b5 had immense value in keeping white's bishop out of the game. She's played well and lost in the end games. Yeah, and I guess connected to that is also the fact that in this time control, you're going to be pretty low on time when you reach the end game. So that's a complicating factor as well. Andrea's not playing next game. That's fine. because someone who is playing the next game, that's Alexandra. And she's fighting for the win in the tournament. She has 4 out of 4. Final round happening 3 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Europe, in a bit less than 2 hours. So I'm not entirely sure what's happening in the meantime. Vila, feel free to update me. I think what we're going to do is that we're going to run some YouTube videos, and then I'll be back for the big game where Alexandra is taking on a so far unknown opponent, and a win in that game would guarantee first place. A draw could potentially still be first place, but depending on other results. Next game starts in 1 hour and 45 minutes. Alexandra will have the black pieces in the final game. Okay, we're going to switch over to some YouTube videos. I'll be back in an hour and a half. See you then.
Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2... Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more.
Ah!
Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
off.
collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Fuck!
I broke my computer screen. Alex, you're on the press.
In today's video, we challenge the third highest rated chess player in the world.
But a straight up match wouldn't be fair, so we decided to blindfold him.
Can you shake my hand blindfolded? Good luck. Okay, Alex,
Do
you
you
can
want me to
press the clock
press
for
her clock or do you want me to press it?
I'll press it.
D4. I only play one opening, so it can't be hard. Okay, knight F6.
Okay, I'm gonna press
Alex
her
will
clock,
press
okay?
the clock. Bishop F4. G6. And if you want, you can also say the move you're trying to do if
Okay.
it's easier. E3.
I'll play bishop g7.
Okay, we have a king's in 8. That was a sneaky one. Too
She
quick.
caught me.
I see what you're doing. Oh, I could have, damn it, I could have played a new line. Could have tried to impress.
Andrea being confused on theory, move forward is typically.
Knight F3. Just could have done better. Castle. It's quite passive for a top 10 player.
Oh, the trash talk is coming out. I'm just trying to
Andrea.
survive here.
He's already blindfolded. Like,
I'm already quite nervous. Okay, H3. D6.
Yeah, I was just going with my gut that
No
was a
D5.
D pawn.
Okay, that was good.
I was like, it's D pawn, maybe
Alice,
it's C pawn.
can you adjust on his time?
Andrea, he's a blind man.
Yeah,
I
I
can
know,
adjust
but
on
you
your
have to
time.
follow the rules even when you're blind. That's Bishop E2. Knight. No,
B6.
B6. Okay, nice. Okay, he's playing safe, probably because he's blind. Castle. He's already up
I
36
think
seconds.
making the moves is probably
C4.
more challenging than remembering the position. For him, at least.
Oh yeah, does it mess up your thought process when I talk?
No, I see the position. I mean, I don't. We're cheating. I see the position.
We
I don't
knew
see
it. Nobody could do this.
But, yeah, it's physically moving pieces. Difficult.
Knight
Do you want me to press
C3.
your clock too?
No, I was letting the blind man finish his sentence, Alex. Rook E8. Okay, now we're entering. I just. Rook C1. You're gonna move your rook again? No, your pawn again. Okay, pawn
There's no
E5.
touch move.
E5, that's correct.
E5, nice. Okay.
Yeah,
Thought you would do that.
it's tough to I just move my work back and forth.
I don't want.
You
We'll
finally
have
pushed the
mercy
pawn
on
past
you.
the 6th row. I thought you were playing a few.
Bishop H2. If I don't speed up, I will actually flag. So
Is this my E pawn or
yes,
your
E
D pawn?
pawn.
E4. Just knight FD2. Nice. H6.
Nope, H5.
Okay,
Okay.
we got it.
Sorry.
We got it.
You're good.
Okay, he's going for the kingside attack.
And you have 412.
Queen
and the clock has
C2.
3 minutes.
Ooh, Queen C2 is true.
Thank you.
Where are you going from there? I'm going back here.
Wait. Okay. Wait. That looks good, but there's no way. I don't know. B4. Okay, I have 2 minutes 50 seconds and
Andrea,
he has
you
4
might need to
minutes.
speed it up.
Yeah, I know. It's hard. I don't know. Am I missing something? Okay, you played 96. I'm gonna play knight D takes E4. That's a pawn. There's your knight. Yes, that's the
F6
knight.
knight.
Knight F6 takes knight. Knight takes back. He's knight takes. Yes, he's knight takes D4. Yep. Yeah. Good. Good.
Some creative adjusting.
Oh, this was probably better for. Yeah, of course he saw it. Why did I think you didn't?
Andrea thought you gave her a pawn.
Well, I don't know.
I did, just temporarily.
Yeah, no, I should have realized. Now I'm in a worse position. I threw. Okay, we have to move the queen. Okay, pawn takes D4. There's your bishop. Yeah. Yep. Look, I have a strong center. You should be scared. Bishop D3.
That's a good move.
Andrea, you still have equal material.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's actually not too bad.
That's annoying. I was.
You didn't see that one, huh? Get it? No one laughed. Okay.
I
Very
get it now.
first.
Andrea. Great joke.
C5. I'm actually.
This is so impressive.
Yeah, there's your bishop. I just
Oh
blundered.
my god,
hard.
Andrea, he's so blind, but he saw
Wait,
more than
actually, maybe I set you up. There's something here. There's something here.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm sure of it.
Maybe there is.
Okay, bishop b5. Oh! Sorry, there was
I'm not
something.
gonna take it.
There was
Don't
something in
worry.
my throat.
I'm going to put.
Okay, I don't know why everything went
Queen
down.
G5. Is that Queen G5?
Queen G5, it is right here. I put it.
Wait, what?
Queen G5. He doesn't want to take your queen.
That is. Wait, that's fine. Wait, no. Frick. Oh my god,
I love that you
It's-
yelled and then tried to contain it as if he might not know if he doesn't hear you.
No, I can't. I played worse than in a real life game. The nerves. It's intimidating to play against a blind man. Well, I mean, this is really sad. I'm losing. Well, if I. Can you promise not to take my queen?
If you do what?
Will
Depending on your move, I might not take your queen, I promise.
we'll let you take the blindfold off if I can keep my queen. But I'm still gonna lose. Well, this is actually really sad.
Andrea.
Okay, it's okay. We can beat him down to queen, right, Alex?
No, but it's my
Bishop
turn to challenge him.
G3.
Bishop D3?
G.
Oh, G3. Okay.
I don't know why.
Okay.
Are you really not going to take her queen?
Bishop, is the bishop there? That's my queen. The
Yeah.
bishop must be here then.
Wow. Okay, this is the worst chess game of all time. Okay, I think I have to resign. Okay, that was just.
Okay, you could take your
Yeah,
blindfold
yeah.
off.
Okay.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, no, that was not only a terrible. Wow, I don't even know what to say.
Oh, the pieces are
Andrea,
pretty
Andrea.
centralized.
Put me in, coach. Put me in.
Let's see how strong he really is when Botez doesn't give their queen.
Well,
that
no
was impressive.
promises,
Well-
Andrea.
By the way, we made our own chessboards and pieces. Botezlive.shop if you want to support the channel. All right, now back to the game.
Do I reapply the blindfold now?
Yes,
You
yes.
do. And that was so fast that we'll have time to fit in a second.
Okay, no need to rub in the wound. I'd like to see you beat the blind man.
I will try. Good luck, blind man. D4.
D6.
Did I go to D6?
Yes.
Where did you want to go?
That's fine.
Are you
We're-
sure?
We're sticking with
He
D6.
Okay.
can play
C4.
anything he wants.
Andrea, it's your job to adjust.
5.
5.
What I realize is that one square is longer than I had.
D takes.
Do I need to get the queens off already?
I can't lose it if it's off. Andrea,
D takes.
I mean, you did lose it.
Queen takes.
Okay.
You're right, I did lose
He's
it.
gonna
but
be better in the end game.
It's
Let's
another
see.
type of Botez gambit.
I don't think he will. I think I have better chances here. Okay, knight C3.
C6, so that's C6.
Yes.
E4. What would you say your strength
Bishop
blindfolded is?
C5. Bishop
Um,
C5.
I don't really question myself too much. I just go with the flow.
Good. It follows your intuition.
Sorry, I meant your rating. Bishop E3. Oh yeah, I don't know why I did that. I got distracted. I wasn't just blind eyes, but I got distracted.
You're getting distracted.
F6.
It's embarrassing. Somehow you're the one getting distracted when you're not. I don't know.
Is that A5?
A6.
Yep.
That's A5.
Yep.
Yes. No, I don't
Castle
know. I did the same
side?
thing. Castle.
And check just in case.
I have to tell him Alex if you can see it.
You're
Can we
right.
get C7?
Knight F3.
Ask him more questions.
Is
Alex.
that the G pawn, the F pawn, F6?
That's F6. Yes.
Well, you can say, what do you think your blind elo is? You must have some idea.
Like, when I have to move the pieces like this,
Yeah.
2400.
Okay.
Okay, that's not that bad. If I lost, I'll take
Bishop
it.
E2. How am I down on time?
I was asking the same questions to myself, sister. Knight, bishop, D6.
That's E6. and-
Sorry, it's late night. E6.
E6.
Sorry,
Andrea, can you adjust his pieces?
I can't reach.
Andrea, adjust it over, you lazy bum.
No, I can't.
I did it for you. Wow.
Well,
I can't be cheating. Rook D2.
Knight.
D7.
Yes.
It's nice when you have like a reference point, like the king on C7 is my feeling reference point.
Yeah.
Where D7 is.
Okay. Rook H D1.
Knight C5.
B3.
Knight G7.
Andrea just his move from him.
Can't read.
Knight E1.
That even was nice.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a compliment.
Sounds
I got one too, and then I lost my queen.
Is that
That's
the
true. No, that's E8.
Yeah.
There you go. Knight to E3. Sorry, D3.
You don't want to trade rooks.
No, not yet.
Trade backs. That's what you really want.
Come on, I'll help.
No, I'm not helping him. He's the enemy. Rook takes knight.
Now you want. Okay.
Yeah. Rook takes. Okay, yeah, close enough.
Here,
Here, I got it. Here,
Sorry
I
for
got
taking
it.
it.
You're fine. Rook takes. It's an extraordinary thing you're doing, so we'll take it. I've never seen anybody do this. By the
Yeah,
way.
no, this is actually crazy.
I thought you were memeing when you said you could move the pieces.
Kind of. I would with some significant help. My knight on e7 looks really nice.
So you still
E6.
see the entire position, right?
Yeah, but not happy with my knight e7.
Well, I'm happy about it, so I hope that means something.
It means that you're not on my side.
Yeah, this is true. Okay, I need some kind of plan. G4. Plan is to survive. Do you like your position better here?
Yeah, I just want to trade rooks. I think I do.
Okay.
Is that
Rook
D8?
D8. D8. That's
That's okay.
Yes. I'm just lost.
You want to trade my rooks, eh? Okay, rook takes.
Isn't it easier with the less pieces? Or no, because it's so many moves in.
Yeah, it's a bit easier to move them, but the visualization
I
is
thought
the same.
visuals is
No,
easy.
visualization is always the same.
He doesn't forget pieces. He doesn't know.
That's
they're
true.
there.
I guess.
Okay,
he's probably
king
pretty good at
D7,
this.
D2.
King C7.
Okay. King D3.
Knight G6.
What's he cooking up here?
I don't know.
I have a feeling you
I
know.
think he answered that honestly.
I really don't know.
Okay. Well, what happens if I just try to hold the position?
You
Find a
can't
way
settle
to
for
beat
a
me?
draw, Alex. It's not satisfying.
No, I'm gonna flag a blind.
Do I have less time?
No, actually, you have more, but I have more confidence, giving my ability to see pieces. Okay, A4.
Knight.
Is that in the corner?
Yes. Why are you putting your pony in a corner?
It's very cool.
What is he doing here?
He's rerouting.
This is, yeah, I know he's rerouting, but where? Okay, I
How
need to
many
play
Ds
faster.
and
Knight
knights
D1.
King D6.
Okay. Knight F2.
Knight F7.
H4.
King C5.
King C3.
Why did I pick that? Oh, okay. Time to go back.
Okay. Knight H1.
Just copying your strat.
I am. I'm rerouting my own knight.
King E7.
Knight G3.
Knight E6. D6.
King D3.
Knight
Oh my god, I'm down on time.
B7.
Knight F5.
Okay, now okay.
Bishop takes.
Oh, did I blunder? Okay, E takes.
King B6 or 7?
D6.
6.
Okay. I don't like how you said he's ahead now.
Yeah, that was.
I just not happy.
Oh, you said you're happy. Okay, E4.
King.
Okay, is it touch move?
No.
No.
You can't
It's
see the
okay.
pieces.
Knight
Oh,
C4.
wait, actually, yes, it is touch move. Sorry.
What, Alex?
No, Andrea.
Come on.
It's touch move.
I blundered my queen. Let it the blend.
And he didn't take
fine.
your queen.
That's
Okay,
fine.
go. It's okay.
Wait.
You gotta flag her.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
you can move your knight. You can move your knight if you want.
No, it's okay. I'm thinking
Okay, King C5. He's having mercy on you. You have to at least. Okay, she has 37 seconds. You
Bishop
have 47.
F3. Andrea, you're my sister.
King
He's still
G.
gonna win. Oh, he's gonna win regardless. I shouldn't have.
I just didn't want to be the only one in the family who lost to the blind.
Okay, G5. Oh, okay.
King takes. Yeah. All right, you have 38 seconds.
Okay. Bishop H5.
Knight C5.
King E3.
King takes.
This is awful. Okay, Bishop F7.
King
Bishop G8.
H6.
Okay, I blundered the endgame because I was so intimidated that No, it's not because he was blind. I was intimidated because it's Fabi, not because he was blind and I was like, no.
Oh, yeah,
It's really
also
hard
that.
to play a higher rated player.
Well, we both lost to the blind man, but I guess he's top 10 player in the world for a reason. It'd be bad if we beat you, so this was for your own good. But if you want to see more Fabi content, check out C Squared. We just did a podcast with him and another guest, so it's going to be linked somewhere here. See you guys next time.
You guys are playing white, so you have to start.
Okay.
Okay, all right, we're working.
Okay, we play 1d4. Good job.
It's a tough move. All right, I respond D5. Let me just make sure that it looks good on my screen.
He's
Yeah,
cheating
terrific.
already.
Okay, Andrea.
2 bishop.
Wait, la 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 la
Wow.
la la la. Sorry. Are you sure you want to play that instead of this?
Bro, it's move 2. Y'all already deliberating?
Oh, Andrea, I
That's crazy.
really have to go to the bathroom. I'll be
Bro!
right back. I really need to go. I'm not kidding. I'll be right back.
All right,
Andrea, the coffee.
2 bishop F4.
Okay, so it's just myself against Andrea.
You know, Levy, you think my sister had to go to the bathroom, but little do you
C5.
know,
I mean, yeah, to be honest, she could
she
straight up
could
just
be
cheating,
calling
right?
up a friend. C5.
I Are you just
No, okay, no, we're
waiting for
fine.
Alexandra to get back?
E3.
E3?
Yes,
Knight C6.
I have full confidence that I can do this opening stage without my sister's help. I don't know why I'm so nervous. Knight F3.
Damn, it's crazy. You already messed up.
No, I didn't.
I'm trying to decide if I want to play aggressively or if
This
I
is the
want
line.
to just.
I remember.
Are you talking to yourself?
No, I'm talking to Hikaru.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's kind of cheating, but I play. What do I want to play? Why do you guys play the London?
Because we knew
No.
it's your greatest weakness. It's your kryptonite. Just admit it.
It's such a sad opening.
Well, we're gonna beat you with it, so I should have made. That's
Yeah.
gonna be your next punishment for the next blindfold game we beat you. You're gonna have to make a video about how much you love the London system, And look, we could actually combine. We should make a London educational video together, where we instruct the people about the best.
C takes D4.
C takes D4.
Sorry, you cut out for the last like 2 minutes there. C takes D4.
E takes D4.
True.
This is
Bishop
easy.
G4.
I prepped for this.
Bishop G4.
Bishop G4. I see. You're playing some sidelines today. C3. Hikaru approved.
With the pawn?
No. Yes, with the pawn. Just wanted to throw you off.
Can't be out here throwing me off. What the fuck is that, man?
But you should be paying better
I'm gonna call the
attention.
referee, dude. I'm gonna call the referee. That's cheating, bro.
There are no refs because my sister went to the bathroom.
I can't resist playing aggressive, stupid chess. So let's play F6.
F6? This is
F6
blasphemy.
with the pawn.
Oh, I know what you're going for. He thinks
Correct.
he thinks I'm gonna fall for this, but guess what? I'm not your average viewer, Gotham. I know your tricks.
What are my tricks?
I know what you're going for. Okay. I
Okay.
need to calculate. My sister is back. Oh, use
Andrea,
the
when do you have to
calculator.
leave? In like 30 minutes?
Don't worry. The opening is critical. Okay, I'm thinking. A little bit of a tricky position, but should be in our favor. I don't think he knows what he's doing, Alex.
Do you know what you're doing?
I think he's bluffing. You've seen him play poker. He's not good.
Here.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
Here.
Bro, it's move 5. Just make a move. It's not that hard.
Okay, let's just think. Are there any other options? Have we considered all of our options?
We're gonna put Levy to sleep.
Okay, Bishop E2.
Wow, that's crazy. You guys found that move. Oh my god. I thought you guys didn't see that move. Oh my god. Okay, Bishop takes F3. Hello? Are you guys talking?
Sorry, our audio broke. Frick, do it again, Alex.
Man, bro, I'm like,
Bishop takes F3. Wait, Alex, bring the
Literally
sheep
the
back. Bring the sheep. He didn't hear the sheep.
No, okay, we're leaving this.
Bishop took.
Andrea, can you stop ripping this off?
I'm assuming you did in fact take with the bishop.
We
on
took
F3.
with the bishop.
E5 with the pawn.
Okay.
Bro, I told you.
Can you stop yelling in my ear, you crazy
This is
woman?
my natural inside voice.
No.
But, Alex, wait. I think he fucked up.
No, I don't think so.
I did not fuck up.
Okay.
But let's think. No,
He takes E5.
No!
He takes E5.
You're not thinking.
All right.
Andrea, thinking is cheating.
I take back with the F pawn. F takes.
Okay,
E5.
let me think. What if we should sack the bish? Could take the pawn and sack the bish. Bet you didn't.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
I'm saying that to throw him off. Yeah, I know. I think we should take on D5. He takes the bishop, and then we attack
Bishop
the king.
G3.
No, we should have taken the pawn. He chuckled. I knew it. We had a winning tactic.
No, we didn't, Andrea.
I'm just throwing him off.
Okay.
Knight F6.
I don't like this. We have not a good position.
Andrea, stop it.
I'm winking. It's a good position.
Castle.
No! Why aren't you improving your moves? That was the whole point of teamwork.
Sorry.
You need to check your moves with me.
Sorry, we castled.
We tuned in on Levy's stream and he's just sitting face palming in his froggy glasses.
This is a lot. I gotta tell you.
Okay, we need to start talking about things.
Andrea, you're
Alex.
Every time you yell,
This
my
is like
hearing
a marriage.
gets
When
even
you
worse.
buy a sofa, you have to show
Levy-
the wife to approve of the sofa.
Levy, I actually have
So
terrible hearing, and it's because I grew up next to my mother and my sister who are constantly yelling.
Well, it's because we're deaf. It's genetics.
Yeah, I'm
Mom
deaf
is
because you're always
60%
yelling.
deaf. So I have
Okay.
mom's genetics. And
guys, I'm not
40 in
gonna
the
lie,
left
I-
ear
I-
and 60
I-
in the right.
I don't care. So right. So I'm thinking like, King E7, King D7, or King F7, because all those are kind of interesting moves.
Okay.
He's a liar. He's lying.
No. Why would I? Why would I lie? I wouldn't lie. Are you crazy? I'm like the most honest man in the world.
Use this
All right.
time to
E
think. I'm
pawn
gonna
pawn to
throw him
B4. E4. I'm attacking your bishop. I don't know if you see, but I'm attacking your bishop.
We can also play this.
Ooh, that's good. I like that.
Rook E1.
But just because I say I like it doesn't mean move it. I like a lot of things, Alex. And some of them aren't good.
That's accurate.
Bishop E7.
He's trying to pretend that he knew we were gonna do that, but he didn't. And he just
Yeah, I had no idea.
Bishop H5 check! You know, I'm gonna admit.
G6, by the way. G6, G6.
Bishop
no,
E2.
bro! Why?
Bishop E2?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, maybe it's good.
I
I
can't
had-
always hear because you say a move and then I hear no. So that's kind of like.
Well,
a
get
little
better
hard to-
hearing, Levy.
Yeah, that's
No, I
how
can-
our process is.
Sounds like your own problem. Sounds like a you problem.
Wait, Levy, if we hosted a chess tournament with streamers, would you play in our tournament?
Maybe. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Like who?
Can you stop
At the house?
inviting him to things? He is the enemy right now, and you need to be throwing
You
him
know
off.
what? Offer rescinded.
Good.
Oh, this kind of just reminds me of high school. Castles. Sure,
Okay,
because I
yes.
can't go castle and queen two.
He's got a strong center here. What if this?
And then queen b6.
So then they have to do this.
No,
They
queen
have-
b6.
Actually,
You want to play queen b3, I guess, yeah?
okay, let's just communicate with arrows because he's
Okay,
listening.
wait, Levy, can you see our arrows?
He can't see.
Are
No,
are
you can't, you're
high? Like-
Knight d2.
Knight d2?
Yes.
That's crazy. It's a good move.
You like
It's the
it?
best move.
I don't know if you're gonna be able to win this one, Levy.
Can you even see the position? Do you even
Yeah.
know that there's a duck on E9? No, you don't. Maybe if you saw, you would. But Levy, do you wear glasses?
I do wear glasses. Haven't
Is
you
that
seen
because
me
your
like 200
eyesight
times?
is bad?
Good one, Andrea.
Well, now you're blind. See, it's something.
Stop, let the blind man think, Andrea.
Okay, yeah, bishop d6.
Why
Hey,
did the
Levy.
blind man fall in the well?
Because he couldn't see.
He didn't see
That well.
That
That's crazy. All right, well, y'all have a good collab, man. I'm out. It's really dangerous to walk. I can't see anything.
Okay, I like this.
All right, bishop takes d6.
Good.
All right, queen takes. No, queen takes.
Okay.
Do the thing!
Knight
Bam!
c4.
Bang! Take that.
Knight c4?
Yes. Free
That's
piece.
such a bad move.
Free piece.
That's not a good move, y'all.
But
Show
we got
us.
a plan.
Actually, it's not
It's
that
good
bad.
to have a plan.
I was
What would you have done
underestimating
instead, huh?
it. I'm not telling y'all what I would have played.
Damn it. I thought he was gonna
All right,
fall
hold
for
on.
it.
I gotta hold on. I gotta refute your existence here. You know, I didn't really want to think, but I'm finding myself having to think. I'm mildly frustrated, I must say.
Just think about how happy your community would be if every time they subscribe, they hear our angelic voices.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I think I have to make a move now.
It's probably been a long time since Levy had a thing, because he's always just analyzing 600 games.
You mean ELO games?
English is not my forte.
Oh. I'm sorry. Are you insulting my YouTube content?
No, I'm insulting your intelligence.
Ah.
Good one.
Okay. I see. I'm just trying to stall until Andrea has to leave and we can call it. I just play one-on-one.
If I leave, you can take him, right? I don't know
like
if I
the
have faith that you
teamwork.
could
I
take
like
him
the
alone.
teamwork. I think you driving him crazy makes it better.
The more you stall, the more I will talk.
I'm not afraid of the talking. All right, whatever. Queen f4.
Knight e3.
Good.
That's true. It's true. It's a good move. It's a cool idea. I thought it was trash, but
Levy, you're not supposed to compliment the enemies.
He's trying to get us to soften up.
rook a d8.
This is all part of the plan, remember, sister?
Okay, g3.
Don't think that's a good move. Would Magnus be happy?
You're
about
only
that move?
saying that because I told you not to compliment the opponent.
That's true.
No, I just think that move is ass. Queen
I'm just
c7.
kidding. Okay. All right, Queen B3.
All right, I have to pee. Alex, I trust you to distract him without me.
Do you think you have a more profound impact on Andrea's personality and behavior, or vice versa? This is not a therapy session. I'm just very curious.
You know, that's a great question. I think I've had a bigger influence on her personality because I had the biggest influence on her career, which I think goes very hand in hand. But I think when we stream together, it changes my personality because I go into big sister mode.
Okay. I did not have a follow-up. I was
What
thinking of
about
the
you and
position.
Lucy?
I think she's taken some of my sense of humor. I've taken some of her chillness. I think my brain is gonna start bleeding if I have to keep thinking of the position blindfolded, so we should probably speed this game up.
Well, I said Queen B3. You ordered a smoothie?
Yeah, juice in a smoothie.
And you didn't order me anything?
Nope, you were asleep.
That's so mean.
Gotta stay juiced up.
Queen F7.
That's a good move.
Do you stay juiced up, Levy?
I do like my juices, yeah, but it's just repurposed sugar, so.
Well, not if they're fruits and veggies. They're good sugars.
So he
We
can't
all
do
die in
this
the end,
because
man.
of this.
I don't know, you should stop thinking and just play Rook D1. It's obviously the best move.
I don't like when he tells us what to do.
Just think,
Alright, so don't
think
play
about
Rook
this.
D1, I don't care.
We weren't gonna do it anyway, but now maybe we
Alright.
will.
Alright.
Okay, alright, I approve, sister.
F4.
Ha!
Wow.
Take that, nerd.
What the fuck? F4?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that was a good move, Alex.
Well, you know what? I think it's a cool idea.
Oh man, admittedly I'm very confused. Y'all always coming up with some wild ass ideas, bro.
And it's working. Sorta.
I wouldn't go that far, but I mean it's an idea for sure.
Well, you
What about
seem
working?
stumped.
I seem stunned because I think it's like maybe the worst move I've ever seen.
See, that's what we want you to think.
Huh, what would Magnus play in this position? I go Queen
Resign.
E7. Queen E7.
Because we're playing so well, he'd think we're cheating.
Is that like a reference to something that happened or?
No idea.
Yo, I'm gonna have a fat ass McDonald's meal after this.
Why? Do you,
Is that your
'Cause my-
preferred
I-
meal of choice, Mickey D's?
Yes.
These
Also,
nuts!
you
Okay, I think I know what we should do.
Sorry, Levy. She's done that on my sponsored streams
This
too.
and this.
don't you have to leave in like 5 minutes?
Time is this is important. Alex can take.
That's crazy, you're gonna skip
over
boxing?
after this. Oh no, I'll make it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm
let's
saying
just
the
try it.
bishop's
Bishop F1.
Bishop F1.
Alright, wonderful. It's my move again. Yay. Alright, blindfold back on. Oh, I forgot I had a chocolate twist.
Wait, have you been peeking?
Levy,
No, I haven't been peeking.
his blindfold is off.
Guys, I don't need to cheat against you to beat you.
I
I
don't know.
can beat you 2
Well,
on
now
1
we
in
have
2
an
separate
excuse.
games. You do have an excuse, yes. So do I though, because you spent 40 minutes on a move.
You could cheat and we would still beat you in this game.
Actually, I can take my blindfold off?
Stop it, Andrea.
Okay.
Levy, go, make your move.
Y'all just spent 20 minutes on one move.
And remember, you thought the no clock situation would be favoring you. But you were wrong.
Well, isn't it actually literally doing that? Or, okay, anyway.
Just go.
Okay, fine. King H8, King H8.
Okay, we'll accept your draw offer.
What?
That's
No, we
not-
don't. We do not.
Damn it. Move. Can y'all move?
Levy,
Taking our
did anyone ever
strats.
tell you talk too much?
Okay, that is rich coming from you. And
I stole that from your chat.
Bishop B5!
Queen C5.
That's what we expected
Yes,
I like
it's the
this.
best move.
And that's
to prevent this. And then if he goes here.
Oh, you're thinking King H1, yeah?
no, King G2.
That is worse. I would recommend H1.
Why
Don't play
H1?
I think on G2 the king is just closer to the epicenter of the opening of the position. But maybe
This man knows what he's
okay.
talking about. He's a master, Alex.
I'm not master, but okay.
Okay, King H1.
King H1. I think G2 was better actually.
You know what? It's too late.
Okay.
I think probably black very close to winning, but
Well, you're blind and you got your colors mixed up.
I think I just go d4.
Are you sure you want to make that move?
Yes, with the pawn. I know.
Are
it's great,
you
like-
maybe the knights d4?
No, definitely pawn. That's why I played king h8 to unpin myself.
If we lose,
So,
Alex make the last moves on our own.
Yeah, because you were too busy babbling. Bishop
That's
takes
what I
C6.
do best.
Bishop takes c6.
Yep.
I play pawn takes e3.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
Okay, hang on.
I can already hear my subscribers alert. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, bishop b5.
No, please!
Move,
Bishop what?
Andrea.
Fine.
Bishop what?
Bishop b5.
Ah, yes, that's probably the best move.
Alex, I think we're losing because Hammer said we're losing.
Yeah, well, Hammer always says that. Hammer
Hi, Hammer.
drinks.
I have to be
negative
out. I
tea,
need to be
it's
out
fine.
in 9 minutes, actually. So, okay, guys, time to get your shit together.
All right,
Everyone,
Levy, chop,
play
chop.
chess now.
See, this is why you shouldn't have gone. You shouldn't have gone king g2 because I would have played rook d2 check in this position.
That's
this is what
true.
I see. I was
Good job,
being
Alex.
honest.
So, what you thinking about?
I mean, I gotta make the best move, right?
And what's that gonna be?
I think the best move is for you to and Lucy to start a family.
Or to resign, because I gotta go to boxing. Just admit you're worse.
In this position,
No, just
or like
in boxing.
in life. Oh, in boxing. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I'm a worse boxer.
Yes! Okay, I gotta go. Alex, take care.
Andrew, can you stop rubbing your little
No, I
arm?
actually gotta go though, I'm not kidding.
All right. Let's speed run then. Let's play fast. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I play rook d2. Andrea's gotta leave.
Wait,
Bishop E2.
Bishop E2.
Bishop e2. Yes. How
We offer
about-
a draw.
No, we don't!
Yes, we do.
No, we don't!
Yes, we do.
According to the USCF rulebook, when you offer a draw, it is officially a draw offer. So now that's on the table.
And now you will reject it.
Correct, because I think I'm winning. How about pawn to g5?
Uh-oh, he's getting crazy. I don't think we want to bring the queen.
No, I know, but I mean, first he can't keep this right now. Levy, I can hear your little bag crumbling, and it's triggering
Oh.
my ADHD.
Oh, I'm sorry.
F5.
What? Oh my god, you guys come up with some crazy ass shit.
Because we're crazy women, Levy, that's why.
Yeah. Queen takes f5.
Okay?
You want me to play this?
I think.
Okay, queen b4. Oh god, that was a terrible move.
Did you really think this was gonna work? Ask yourselves, did you think I wouldn't see queen takes f8?
Well, that's not. Andrea had a whole ADHD plan here.
No, but that's actually, that's not the end of the world.
And then
We're
he
chill.
goes here,
We're big and chillin'.
and then he goes here.
Knight d5.
Okay?
Queen takes
Are you
b7.
gonna maybe
Okay,
talk
Levy,
about
this
it?
is a speed
We
round.
should have maybe talked about it, but that's okay.
Why is it a speed round only when I'm moving?
Because
We
need to
made
keep
our
it
last
juicy.
move fast, actually. So now your turn.
Because
in boxing.
someone in our chat said if we win, it would be epic. Do you want that Pepe to be disappointed?
Yes.
No more stalling. Do it for the
Queen?
content.
Queen?
Touch move.
Oh man. Touch move.
You said queen.
No, I understand, yeah. I know what I said. Queen h3.
I think it's our only move.
I don't think you do, but I think we're losing. So rook f1.
Yes. I thought you would play this move.
Well, we must.
Yes, indeed.
No, we're being chillin'. This is winning.
Okay. And I don't
Bing,
understand
chilling.
your analysis if we are big winning here.
Being chilling and winning.
All right, Levy, we offer another draw.
No, we don't. We still don't offer
Yes,
a
we
draw.
do.
No, we don't. Don't listen to her. She's delusional. All right, Gotham.
I see.
Bullet time.
Da,
Come
da,
on.
da, 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 da. Da, 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 da,
All right.
da, da, da,
I have my move.
Okay, what is it?
Is it rook takes e2?
Oh, come on.
No.
Yum,
I'm
yum,
Levy.
I
You
think,
know
I
her.
think, I'm gonna go knight f6. Knight f6.
Oh, okay. That's different than what we thought.
Correct.
Alright, sister, I gotta go. You take it from here. Levy, it was a pleasure.
No, Andrea, finish. We're gonna finish this off.
You gotta finish. Play the move. You only have one move.
No, we could sack the rook.
The idea is to sacrifice the rook! First in this position, I sacrificed my rook! You guessed it, the rook!
We have lots of options, Levy. King.
Are you looking at Queen E7?
Yes.
No.
Oh, Queen E7, yeah.
You see my point, sister? So that's why.
Did you calculate? So what's the line? Queen E7?
Queen E7, Rook takes E2, Queen takes
Yeah,
F8, and then Knight G8.
And Knight G8.
Yes.
Isn't that amazing? And
It
I'm
is
safe.
amazing. Yeah, so that's why
Oh,
we're
you
not
should've
gonna
let me
play
do
it.
it.
We're not gonna play it.
Oh, Andrea would have fallen for it.
No, I wouldn't, because I have my sister.
Queen B5.
Yeah. I've been waiting for this move.
I'm gonna be late, guys. I actually have to go.
Levy, I offer a draw.
Just take the draw, Levy, and give us a
take the
rematch.
draw.
We can farm more content this way, and you can spend more time with us. Just accept the draw. You're not winning, Levy.
Your
Just accept
sanity.
it. You've been here for how many hours? This game will never end if you don't accept the draw.
Think about your sanity, Levy. What's more important, winning or going insane?
You win, but at what cost, Levy?
At what cost?
Is it really worth it? Do you really want to win that bad? No, you don't. Otherwise, you would have been a grandmaster.
Alright, I accept the draw.
Okay, turn on the eval. I want to know if we were losing.
Wait,
I think you're
for real?
better here. I actually think you survived.
Turn on the eval.
I think you're
That's
better.
fine. It was better!
Wow.
Yeah! Oh boy! It's a chess!
Wait, we don't get it because we.
Oh, that was good. All right, Levy. See you
funny.
tomorrow morning. GG's.
Bye.
I'll let you guys go.
Wait.
See you next
Welcome, guys. We are here with Grandmaster Abhimanyu. Did I get it right this time?
Sure.
We're calling him Abi for short because it's easier to say. But for those of you who don't know, he was the youngest Grandmaster in the world at 12. What other world records should we know about?
Sure, at the age of 10, I became the youngest international master in the world. We have this title now, national expert. I was the youngest to get this at the age of 7. Then at the age of 9, there was another US title, master, which I got at the age of 9.
Okay, so we need to make it a little bit more fair. How do you feel if Andrea gets to start 3 moves in a row first?
I'm actually upset about this because I wanted to play perfect Grandmaster Theory, but I guess I'll
you could
take
play
it.
knight f3, knight g1, knight f3.
Andrea,
Three moves.
I think he would take you down even if he was 6 years old.
You've lost to some 6-year-olds. Good luck.
All right,
Okay.
Andrea, 3 moves.
I'm gonna play my Grandmaster.
No, 3 moves.
Yeah.
Come on.
My Grandmaster Joba.
You don't take his time also.
It's okay.
Oh, let's see, what's the best opening?
Can you think out loud too so we can learn
share
with
your
you?
thoughts
Yeah.
with the
Sure,
class.
so, okay, let's see. The most closed opening would be like the French, so let's go for that.
Alex is opening.
Because their tempi is not too relevant. Like, of course, I'm much worse already, but still, okay, it's like slightly less relevant than it would be in, like, let's say, some kind of like Sicilian.
Okay, I like this logic. And Andrea,
I'm already panicking.
don't worry, I'll try to
already
distract him.
panicking.
So you played in the U.S. National Championship too recently. How did it go?
Yeah, it was amazing. I tied for second.
And you tied for second at 15 years old, right?
I was 14 then.
Oh, sorry, so insulting of me. And the first place was Fabiano, right?
Bro, I'm actually
it was
messing up.
Andrea, you have 3 tempo. Come on, tempi. Sorry.
It was very amazing because it's like 5 of the top 15 players in the world are from US. It's like you get to play all of them in one national championship. It's a dream come true.
And you got second at 14. So this is like before you even started high school, although I heard you skipped 2 grades.
Well, I mean, skipped is not exactly skipped. What happened was when I was approaching my Grandmaster title, like I knew about this record for a long time and I wanted to break this. So I think I was around like 10 or 11. I decided to do like 5th and 6th grade in 1 year, so that I would be able to get time to travel to Europe and so on. Otherwise, like with US schools, you cannot really travel.
You can't travel at all. Yeah.
Who's your favorite chess player that you've played against?
Magnus.
You played Magnus.
Oh, and like these online rapid events. Flossing.
Score any wins ever? A
Lost
draw?
3 times.
But
It's okay. You'll scalp him soon.
Yeah, I think
Hopefully.
you're almost ready. This is your
All right, so this is annoying because I can't even get a proper French.
What would you guess the computer evaluation is for you here?
I mean, this is already really scary for him. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, this is like plus 1.3.
Okay, so like
Well,
pawn and a half.
it's not that bad because I can. Okay, this bad French bishop I can finally trade off.
Yeah, I should have realized that's like the one thing I shouldn't let you do.
Do you think
I'm looking for the mate though.
Do you think you'll go to college?
Well, it depends. Like still, I have like 3 years to think about it. We'll see.
So what are your chess ambitions right now?
My short-term goal is to break 2,700 by this year end. I want to break the youngest 2,700 in the world record. This is held by Wei, and yeah, I have until like October to do it.
So how much chess do you study a day?
Let's say like 8 to 10 hours.
8 to 10 hours?
How much do
Are there ever days where you're distracted and you can't focus?
Well, that's there, but then I remember like I have these goals, so I need to like break them. So
you think the titles is what motivates you most?
yeah, like becoming stronger in general.
So you're like a competitor, yeah? You're more there for competition than for the game.
Well, I want to become
both.
stronger. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so this is not that great for Blackstone.
We are really.
But still, I mean, at my position, I don't think she's playing this correctly.
What did I do wrong?
Well, this is.
Yeah, make him
for the
coach you
class.
on his time too,
Well,
Andrea.
it's not. Okay, first of all, I'm
can tell me on my
I'm way too slowly. I'm playing way too slowly. I should just play much faster.
Andrea, you have a
First-
minute 16.
I know, I'm giving him
First of
some
all,
time mods.
first of all,
He's a grandmaster, youngest in the world. He doesn't need
Yeah, I think he doesn't need
pity
anything.
every young lad who faces
Okay,
those
that
tests.
is very questionable.
You don't like that? Why not?
Dina told me to push
first
the
of all,
pawns on the side of
if
the
I
board.
take it, okay, take queen g4, knight f5,
Oh.
bishop g5, bishop e7, I'm fine.
Andrea, take notes, quick. Take the
Take-
line down.
Well,
I
okay,
blended
let's
in one
see.
move.
Ah,
Or
but wait.
did I?
Okay,
We're
maybe
waiting for you.
maybe there's some random trick which I'm missing. Okay, I'll let this go and I'll play some positional chess.
I like
gonna
that you
get him on
think I had
Andrea's side.
calculated and I didn't just
Yeah,
blunder a pawn.
yeah,
but
it's fine, like-
honestly, I'm
You wanted a fair game, so let's do it. Like, okay, like that's
I'm
another.
flattered that you didn't think I just gave a free pawn, but yet I had it calculated a check.
Well, obviously he doesn't want to open the rook to checkmate his king.
Yeah, I
even
mean,
though it's in the middle.
I mean,
of the board.
positionally, okay, I should still be fine.
But then there is another rook to the other king.
Okay.
How old were you when you started playing?
My dad taught me this game at the age of 2.5. Of course.
2.5?
I started
chess.
I didn't know you can learn at 2.5.
I started playing actual tournaments at the age
He's
of
gonna
5.
get to castle
That's the
soon.
same. See, we have something
All
in
right,
common.
so now I could allow tactics. Okay, Andrea, here's a little quiz. What happens if
do
black
you
goes queen
have,
takes
like,
e7?
do you have-
He's
Andrea?
quizzing me.
We
I'm
quiz him
gonna go
later.
G. But you take my pawn though.
Your knight takes d5. If he takes d5, queen takes f5.
Okay, 10?
Oh.
10,
so,
10,
Oh, so knight
15.
takes right away.
If you're not so tired. If you're tired, then it's you.
That was a nice tactic.
Okay.
All right, I still have like some sort of a worse position. I'm not playing this very well.
Are you
but-
surprised that you're still worse?
I mean, she's not playing too badly.
Hey,
That's not bad.
That's a compliment.
For
That's a
now.
compliment.
Do you ever feel...
You weren't playing too badly until G5. That's okay. Now G5, like this is like the biggest hole I've ever
The
seen.
outpost, Andrea.
Oh man.
Oh,
You
no.
forgot how the knight moves again.
He knows the
Okay.
memes too.
No, I know. He's a memer. Do you like following chess memes?
I don't follow it too much.
Oh,
I have some
'cause they'll
friends who send it to
infiltrate
me.
your brain, right?
Well,
And you
okay.
play worse chess.
Okay, I'll first of all let's focus on winning this game first.
Oh no, Andrea, what happened to your pawn?
I was pitying him because I wanted you to ask him questions, and I felt bad running his clock.
So do
while
you
beating
ever
him.
feel high pressure? You've broken all these records. You're trying to hit 2,700. How do you deal with that?
Well, the thing is, okay, you have to kind of realize that you have to give it your all in the game, and whatever happens to after that is just it's not in your control. You just have to play your best.
Do you meditate?
Like
Dina's
the-
favorite question.
Yeah, she loves asking that.
I mean, I
Before-
know who to ask it.
Before every game, I do a short prayer, but like I don't meditate as such. Like other than that. All right, let's just play some positional chess. King b7.
Positional
King
chess.
King g7 is a terrible move.
I shall push pawns on the side of the board then.
Well then, okay, let's get
Original.
If you weren't allowed to play chess anymore, what would you do with your life?
Well, that's an interesting question.
And 18 seconds, so good.
So okay, I would have to start thinking about like what to do. Maybe. Okay, this is.
Yeah, we finally stumped him.
I would do something related to studies.
What have I
probably.
done?
Okay. Like, what's your favorite subject?
Math.
A shocker.
Okay.
I'm stacking.
Sorry.
Seconds on the
What
clock.
do you want to take back? Like.
No,
what
I
was-
saw the fork. I saw it. I'm going
She's-
first.
Oh,
Juicy.
I'm getting
She
made it.
calculated
Oh,
this.
no.
I mean, I didn't have much of a choice, to be
Well,
honest.
okay, let's just defend the knight. Stop her a6 threat.
Okay. I
Now
also
she's
have
trading
3
pawns.
seconds. I don't
You want
have
to take
much.
this pawn? Like I'll allow you to take it if
mate
you want.
first. Ay, 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 ay.
Okay, let's trade off the rooks.
Okay, and
Now, okay, let's just take another pawn in the middle.
Andrea, this
I'm
is
going for
rough.
the checkmate.
Okay, come on.
I'm going for the mate.
Now let's just play some position. Oh, my rook, come on.
Oh,
My
wait.
rook, my rook.
You got me. For a second, I forgot. I also didn't see the
Andrea.
Nothing
Now
gets
let's
by him.
just give a check.
At least you got Andrea.
Okay, and this, I think I respect you enough to see the mate here.
And
There's no
you
mate.
realize there's no mate because
There's
there's king
no
c1,
mate.
queen f1, knight d1.
There's no mate.
But the thing is, now this pawn, I just start pushing again.
Well, if the rook was gone, I would have had mate in 1, so I think my plan worked really well. So now my sister will take my place.
Okay, yeah, you get 2 moves.
2 moves? Okay, press whenever you're ready.
Alright.
Let's go here and here. That's all I get.
Okay.
2
so
moves.
I was
Because you're
expecting-
scared of me, right?
I was expecting d4, e4. Was
I thought about it.
interesting. I was planning to play the Caro. Maybe it's another closed system. Like I'm just like terrified of playing open systems down by tempi like
But you
this.
should try it and make it interesting for the video. Like, open it
Okay,
up. It's
sure.
too tempo. Like,
Okay, sure. I mean, one thing is I could play. Maybe Benoni would be interesting here. I love keeping it classical. Let's just play d5.
Okay, C4 up a tempo feels good, man.
Okay, now let's see. Now, okay, QGA is not the greatest. DC4, so okay, let's just play the Slav. Because okay, here
Can I
okay.
just trade?
For example, like exchange Slav is like the one line I wanted to have because
The one
now-
line.
because the thing is now here I don't have too many issues and I can just make moves.
But I also don't have too many issues,
That's the
so
whole
like
point.
I feel good too.
But you have to play 2 tempi, right? So you should be able to. You should try to like beat me in the opening because now now the longer the game goes on, like now I already have I have a decent position already, and now I can just.
I don't know. This is decent already.
Like I had this actually in my classical game with the knight on g1 instead of a3 like against Irvin Lamy. He played bishop d3 like 6 hours
Great
ago.
minds think
Oh,
alike.
today.
Yeah. Okay.
And how did that game go?
Yeah, he tried pushing me for a very long time.
I'm gonna
but
push
game was
you.
a draw. All right, so h3 now. I could take on f3 and go e6, but okay, let's play something interesting for the content.
Okay, should I push
For the
here? Is that what we're
content.
thinking? You know what? I will. Pushing for the content. And then here we go.
Okay, what happened to the content? Why are you trading off bishops? You should
I just want the content to be not me and my sister losing all the time. Is that too much to
I'm
ask?
spending way too much time here.
So-
I got used to playing Andrea.
You focus so much on chess. Do you ever wonder that you're missing out on a social life?
Well, yeah, that's there, but eventually, okay, at some point I can always get a social life, but okay, becoming good at chess after a long time will become very difficult.
Sounds like what my dad told us growing up. You can have fun when you're older later, but chess is
forever. Okay,
Who do you
let's go
think
here.
will win the candidates?
It's a very interesting field this year. Maybe Fabiano, you go US.
Yeah.
What about your second homeland?
Well, I mean, okay, like from India, let's say. Means okay, this is interesting. Maybe Kokesh, he loves to take chances. This is a very
What about Prague?
yeah. He might also win. I'm not. It's a very interesting field actually.
Do you
but-
feel competitive because he's also another super young prodigy?
I mean, if he wins, congratulations. I mean, it's not like.
But if he doesn't, you're happier.
I mean, it's good either ways. I mean, okay, if you're making it to the candidates, you're an amazing player.
And what about women's candidates?
Huh? Sorry.
That exists.
Sorry, could you?
Women's candidates.
Sorry, women's
candidates.
candidates. My bad. I misheard that.
Don't worry, we're just teasing you.
It's
Yeah.
a real thing.
Yeah, women's candidates I'm not following too much as such. Maybe
Why not?
I unfortunately don't follow this. Like I don't follow candidates too much as like stuff I don't really play. Like even male candidates. I'm not even sure who all are playing. Who is it? Like Fabiano's. Like I know like 3-4, but
This makes me
beyond
feel
this.
better because I also.
Like I'll just check when the games happen. I don't really make predictions beforehand.
So you are not like a big chess fan. You are more like a real competitor, right?
Like you like playing more than watching.
Yeah. I like playing more.
That's interesting.
Okay, now this is actually a very interesting game because I might be worse still.
Really?
I don't feel like making a draw at knight d4, rook d6. So I mean, you want to play
You
on?
have to
or-
go for the win.
Yeah, because okay, we need content.
He knows. He gets it already.
Really? I told you we need content. Like, what is knight d4?
Okay,
Okay,
can I just repeat it once? Once and then I'll change my mind.
Do you ever watch chess streamers?
It's just you're gonna be a future
Yeah,
world
like
champion
watching
one day,
Hikaru
so like I could get a nice draw
Hikaru,
here.
I watch Levy sometimes.
Who's your favorite?
Probably Hikaru. I mean, just it's not like nothing against you guys. It's just like a 2700 giving his insight in real time.
Have you ever thought about 1900s giving their insight in real time?
I've seen clips and okay, it's very entertaining, of course, but
not the
like the level of like the amount of things I can pick up and implement in my own games are not.
But do you know what you can pick up from this one in boxing? Like, have you ever just tried punching your opponents?
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting strategy.
I mean, I'm here sharing all of the good feedback.
Are you an introvert or an extrovert?
Well, I don't really go outside.
But among chess, you seem like an extrovert.
That's like, no,
Well,
I was
it's
gonna
very-
make a joke, but I'm not gonna say it.
You can always.
Okay, let's play some attacking.
Yeah, it's
chess.
like when you're the tallest in a short family, you know?
Yeah.
Were there any hobbies outside of chess you ever had any interest in?
Well, I play some video games, but I'm not like especially great.
You play video games? That's so
Just
bad.
once in a blue moon.
Okay.
No, not really.
What's your favorite video game?
The Clash Royale type.
Yes! You want to clash like right now?
He is a
How
true
many
chess
trophies?
player.
Okay, I actually
Chess
clash with
players love
Fabiano and he
Clash
always
Royale.
beats me.
Wow.
He plays like lava, right? He plays like lava loon.
Yeah.
Very okay. I'm worse here. What am I doing? Why am I losing?
Are you losing here? Because like I don't know what I'm supposed to do
Yeah,
here. Do
I
I
know.
push because you take and I trap your knight? Or
I'm spending.
or does that
spending
not
too much
work?
Time and
Are we
okay.
talking too
could
much?
you just maybe help out a
Sorry,
little
wasn't
bit?
just King G2 positionally. My queen side is all like messed up, and I don't really have an attack.
Okay, but you can't take my pawn, right?
Sorry?
Where's your knight going? This is why I wanted the draw. Fine, let's at least trade
Well,
something.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I have to do this.
That's really rude, actually. I'm tapping in a friend. Okay, we go here.
Yeah, that's
Quick, ladies,
Who wants to
hard
become?
questions.
Who wants to be the grandmaster?
I'd want to.
What's your dad's rating? In
My
chess?
dad, okay, he doesn't play actually.
Do
He
you
doesn't
think
play
we could beat
tournaments.
at least him, like someone from
Yeah,
your
probably.
family?
Yeah, you could beat him. My sister also started playing. She's like 1600. She's also.
Is she
getting-
like
How old
5
is
or
she?
something?
She's 10.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, yeah, she's improving. She'll get up.
I see the fork.
Oh.
I see the fork.
Here?
Yes.
No, four.
I mean, that's the only thing, but
Oh no.
yeah.
But we can continue.
We can still continue, yeah.
Continue, and we take the other one.
Yeah,
We check and we take.
yeah. Ladies, more questions.
How do you feel about
Check.
gender equalities in here?
Oh come on. These questions are a bit. Okay. Let's.
Okay, I have a better
Let's stick to the chess.
When was the last time you were in India?
Last time was like a couple months ago in like December.
Do you speak any do you speak like Hindi or?
Yeah, I speak Hindi.
You speak Hindi.
Dina, you think I can take this?
Well, you want to take it?
F5 is bothering me, but.
F5, Rook C7, I can mate it. No,
Okay, perfect.
that's
I'll
not.
take it.
Take it, but then you place here.
I mean, that was the plan.
So, what do you think is the best move for me here?
Oh, how about you?
As your opponent, I think it's hopeless.
Okay, I come here.
Oh.
Attack.
Oh, okay.
What?
I'm gonna make sure I don't flag here first.
Oh,
I'm just
attack
gonna
the
make moves.
F7. No, but there's
But it's
another
3
one.
pawns now,
But
right?
what do I do about this
Yeah,
problem?
this is annoying.
I'm.
Okay, you have like 6 seconds to decide, so.
Oh my god, what's something? Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well,
Shit.
Okay,
Panic.
At least
should
he
I take the
apologized.
knight or should I just like give you some mercy? Oh, okay, let me play like ultra precise.
ultra precise.
Like Rook G2 and now Rook H1 is mate.
No.
That was a great game.
I mean, you played actually not too badly. Like I messed it up like for sure. Like,
I
you
should have
played-
gone for the draw, you know?
No, you just play King G2.
So, what you're saying is I played okay.
Yeah, you played okay. Better than Andrea.
Hey, the bar wasn't set that high.
Andrea
There's no
catching
more practice.
strays.
To win a piece.
Rook takes pawn.
Bishop takes A1!
You tricked me! You made me think I could trust you!
I'm sorry!
I knew it! You bastard!
I'm sorry, Andrea, I'm sorry. Okay.
Here we go. Alright,
Are you
goodbye
ready for this?
everyone. Honestly, I have no idea how this is gonna go. Alright,
Alright, bye, Andrea.
goodbye. Wait,
I'll
let me
you on
see.
the other side.
I need to put this under my pigtails. Ow. I'm gonna shake your hand. Ready? Go.
Oh, okay.
Good luck.
Good luck, Andrea.
Alright. D4.
Okay, so I already know that you're gonna play the Jababa in this, so
You
I
do
already
know.
got the moves in my head. D5,
Knight C3.
Knight F6,
Bishop F4.
A6.
E3.
Are we putting something on the line, by the way?
Nope.
Okay.
Not again. I'm already down 50 subs.
E5.
C5. Okay, Anna, you're not going with your bishop this time.
I am not. I didn't like how it ended up last time. I'm switching things up.
I think we have no choice. Oh yeah, you already went bishop F5.
No.
Oh, you didn't go bishop F5.
Andrea, D4,
Oh, you went
D5.
C5.
Knight
Okay,
C3.
got it.
Yeah,
Okay, I
C5,
take your
yeah.
pawn. I take C5.
Okay. Knight C6,
A3.
E5.
Oh my god, you did this last time. Our very first game in TwitchCon, I think.
Maybe.
E5. Okay. She's attacking my bishop. Oh my god!
What?
Bishop G5. Sorry, nothing.
Oh, you remember the move?
No, nothing. Nothing at all, Anna. Maybe I'm completely missing something.
What is going on?
I think this is a really good line for white, or I'm really in the wrong position. But there's one really good line. Okay, maybe it's not. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm not gonna let you confuse me. I'm just gonna go bishop E6.
Oh, you went A6. Never mind, it doesn't work. Forgot you did that first. You can take your pawn because you defended it. Quite rude. What else can you do?
The hard part with blindfold chess is that if you lose the position at any point, you're lost in the whole game.
Yep. Okay, I need to think about my move here. This is a tricky position. I'm thinking.
I want to drink tea, but I'm scared of knocking it over.
Bang, 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 bang. I don't know about that. I have two moves I'm considering. Don't know which one I want. Okay. We are going E4.
B4.
At this moment, I realized Anna made a critical mistake. She played a gambit, meaning she sacrificed the pawn in the opening just so that she could gain center control. This move, d4, allows a trade in the center, which absolutely gives up all the tension that she worked for. Okay, e takes.
E takes.
Knight e4. Can't take because you're in.
I know, Andrea.
Just in case you didn't see it because
No,
you're
it's-
blind and stuff.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate the consideration.
It's because you can't see, otherwise I wouldn't have
Of
told
course, you would
Yeah.
have. Yeah. Okay, how about this? Bishop E7.
My GM coach always told me to never trade your bishop pair, but in this position, it was the best move, because if she takes with the g-pawn, then our black king has nowhere to castle since there's a hole on both sides of the position. However, if she takes with the bishop, then she gives me a really strong outpost knight, meaning it's defended by a pawn, which also ruins her castle. So here, I'm sacrificing the bishop pair to destroy her king's safety. Oh, wait! I don't know if this works. I have an idea. I think it does. No, I must be blood. No, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. Not yet. Almost, though. I think.
Andrea, you know I'm threatening something right now, right?
I know, my knight.
I was just
Thank you, though. I appreciate you checking. That's very sweet of you.
because you're blindfolded.
I know. You gotta return the favor.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Bishop takes knight.
Okay, bishop.
So now I'm pretty sure my pawn's on c5, but it is on c5 because I took your pawn. That means I have check, but I think I have. Okay, yeah, knight d6 check.
King f8.
Bishop d3.
Knight e5.
Okay. Knight e5 doesn't actually threaten anything, and if anything, it's helping me finish my development. She is spending 3 moves with her knight to trade my bishop that only moved once. This is going to give me time to finish castling, and the plan for white is very simple. Use all your pieces to attack the enemy king.
I want my pawn back.
I'm enjoying the pawn, but I'm going to make sure not to get I'm not going to get too hasty yet. Bing, bang, bang. I think I have my move. Alright, if this was a time game, you'd probably win. Okay. Knight e2. What about knight f3? Fila, how's chat doing? Why doesn't he reply? I know you're there. I could hear you moving your leg before I asked you a question. Do they think we're cool because we're blindfolded? Can you ask chat if we look cool? Oh, I guess we're kind of slow at
Sorry. Knight. Okay, knight takes bishop. Knight takes d3.
Okay. Queen takes.
Yeah,
You know,
finish the sentence?
I was like, I said it so quickly because I didn't want chat to wait, and I was saying if I want to take with my pawn. But I think I'm confident with my move. So queen takes d3.
a5.
a5. You're attacking b4, which teach defended. So I'm going to castle. Castle.
Castle.
Short, obviously, but I guess you must ask.
b6.
b6. Right now, gotta use your noggin. Alright, there's a lot of hanging shit right now. Got a hanging pawn in the center. Knight takes d4.
I'm miserable, Andrea.
Okay, Anna. Can't win them all, you know?
Okay, I'm not saying.
Uh-oh. I mean, I know I'm attacking your bishop.
I know, Andrea.
What do you mean? I feel like there's something that I'm missing. Maybe,
I don't know.
maybe you're just getting into my head.
I
Because
think
when you pushed b6, I heard you get all flinchy. I was like,
Because I couldn't do anything to prevent
I
you from
see.
taking my pawn.
oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I'm up 2 pawns.
Yeah, that's why I'm.
You could just resign and we could go
No.
get pasta.
No.
Wouldn't
no.
you like some pasta?
No,
Or
I
jambry? Little burrata on the side.
No burrata on the side.
Num.
No burrata, no pasta. Nothing is gonna work.
Haven't
here.
even showed you about sweet greens yet.
Salads. I'm not a salad girl.
Yeah, I know.
I know you are, but I'm not.
You could just resign. It's okay.
G6.
Ooh, what?
G6.
Okay. All right. Well, now at least it's gonna get real tricky. I am going to go rook e1. Rook Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Rook F.
King 7.
Do you blunder a pawn, or am I seeing? King G7 is a huge blunder, and Anna eventually realizes it, and you can see on her face. Unfortunately, my blind chess was not good enough. Here, I should have sacked the rook instead, because if the pawn takes, then the knight takes, forking the king and the queen. You have to make sure not to blunder the queen. Queen is on the same file as your queen. Yeah, okay, that's... Wait, no. I have 2 knights! I have 2! That's why I thought that. I forgot what I thought. I have 1. Okay, I got this, Anna.
Okay.
Anna just like, please, just make your move already. Sorry, just get... Okay. The knight takes bishop on e6.
Knight takes e6?
Yes.
Okay. Pawn takes e6.
Oh god. She took real confidently, and she's trying to make me think that the pawn's defended. But her queen is on d8. She hasn't moved her rooks, and she has a dark squared bishop, so it's impossible. And her king's on g7. And your queen is on d8. And I'm pretty sure you could...
I mean, Andrea, what was I supposed to do otherwise?
I don't know, I just thought you were bluffing me. Rook takes pawn.
Bishop takes a1!
You tricked me! You made me think I could trust you!
I'm sorry!
You bastard!
I'm sorry, Andrea! I'm sorry! I'm hiding a little
I can't believe you tricked me.
I didn't trick you!
You made me...
I just said that I had nothing to do to defend the pawn. It's not true!
You made me... I should have... No.
You were telling me all your plans out loud. I was coming up with my own plans.
You bastard! I trusted you! That's it. I'm no longer talking out loud. I can't believe this has happened. I thought we were friends.
We are friends. I just wanted to win a piece. I was down 3 pawns, Andrea.
Now I'm down 2. It's fine, I'll beat you
pawns
anyway.
out of the opening, Andrea.
Oh my god, why was I sharing my plan outside? I don't know why I was doing that. I guess that's
I was so miserable, Andrea. It was the worst opening of my life.
Alright.
I was just planning the one trick, and I got so excited when you gave me a glimpse of hope.
I'm going to come... A glimpse of hope?
Is that a word? Is that a saying?
Close enough. Can't believe I'm losing to someone who can't even speak English. I'm gonna get you. Oh, wait a second! I have something.
What?
I've got something.
What would you have?
Okay, I have to think. And I'm not thinking out loud this time because I don't trust you anymore. I've got something real. Oh wait, never mind. You've got a rook. Just kidding. Never mind. I thought I had something. I didn't. I lied. But I definitely got stuff. I've got stuff cooking.
I'm a little bit scared about your knight and rook, to be honest.
I am cooking. All right. We're gonna be safe. We're gonna push h3 so that we don't get made.
h3.
Yes.
Let's go. A takes b4.
A takes.
Yeah. Oh, wait, that's
I
your
take
move.
back.
Okay.
Yeah, figured you were gonna open that file. Couldn't really do anything about it.
B takes c5.
B takes. Actually. No, yeah, B takes.
Bishop f6.
Okay, bishop's going back.
It's done its thing.
Queen E4.
Queen c6.
You're going to sack your rook. Okay, I'm doing it.
Okay.
Queen. One second, gotta check it over one more time.
Yeah.
Queen F4.
Queen f4. You are being very tricky, Andrea. Not just a little, but very. Oh my, I think I found the move to save it all. Okay, bishop d8.
D8?
Yeah.
That ain't the move. Although Anna is up in exchange, this is a very critical moment in the game. The only move for black to not lose their advantage is queen d8 defending the bishop. And if you move the bishop, then you walk into a deathly mating net.
I think it's my only move, but I may be wrong.
Oh, I see, you're defending your queen. Right.
And the
That's
bishop.
annoying. I was hoping you
Everything's
weren't
fine.
going to defend your queen.
98 was very annoying. Very sneaky trick, Andrea. Very annoying trick. I'm very bad at
That was
moving
good.
backwards.
That was really good. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Wait a second. Yeah. Okay, I have to think. I think I have to.
I mean, I'm very scared with the knight working around.
Alright. Queen e4 check. I would never want to make you unhappy.
Yes, you would, Andrea.
Okay, you could resign now. We could get pasta.
Andrea!
Be happy.
I don't want to have your pasta.
Honestly, it was really spicy last night. I don't think I could do pasta again.
I can't believe you thought it was spicy. It was literally pasta bolognese. I thought it was supposed to be spicy.
It was so spicy, and there was no water, and Alex didn't let me have water, and it hurt.
Andrea, you need to bring up your spice levels. It was not
That's what
spicy.
everyone says that.
So, what happens?
So your king only has, like, 2 of them are losing, so you kind of... Which that's losing. I think it's over. I think it's gonna be my game now.
I mean, it's not looking bright, but I guess I have to go king h6.
Well, wait a second. I still have that knight. 'Cause I could technically check you, probably. Alright, here goes nothing. Knight f5 check. I really hope this is made in 2, otherwise I played myself.
Andrea, I think it's a checkmate.
Well, you have 1 move left.
King g4.
You mean g5?
King g5.
Queen g4? Mate?
It's a checkmate. Good job, Andrea.
Can
That
we
was
see?
really pretty.
Oh, my eyelashes have stuck to my face.
Oh my.
Yes!
Oh, that was too.
Oh,
I don't see anything.
My eyes hurt.
That was so nice, Andrea. You played so well.
Holy moly.
I don't see anything.
Oh my god, it's exactly what I had in my head.
Yeah, that's what I had in my head too.
Oh my
and
god,
I don't
it's
like it.
beautiful,
I want it
chat.
out of my head. I want it out of my head.
It's so beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah. I won something. I feel like a toddler who finally wins.
I quit the fucking world championship for this!
Alex, do you think I could beat Magnus in a fight? Okay. You know what? I'm just not saying
You
we're just gonna be silent.
I was gonna
No,
try
no,
to be
you know-
silent as a meme, but then Andrea got upset with me.
Andrea, do you think you could beat me in a fight?
I think she could take
Yeah,
it.
it hurts
You guys
when
want to
they
box?
don't know while you
Sure.
Andrea, would you box Aryan?
I would feel bad and be like taking candy away from a baby.
Baby, wow.
Aryan, are you really
that hurts.
The young Aryan is not in the frame. I feel bad.
These are all our cousins from Romania, chat.
This looks very suspicious.
Yeah, everybody with shades and black
Because
shirts.
all we are related.
Too,
If
too good.
nobody knows,
I'll,
we
yeah.
do kind of look like family.
How is
ever killed somebody?
kill somebody?
If you were Magnus and you had to hide a body, how would you do it?
He has a lot of bodies in his basement.
So the basement.
No doubt about that. I've been there a couple of times and it smells rare.
Yeah, the big basement. What was most surprising about the Magnus? I guess you guys have been thousand friends. I
wouldn't say childhood, I would say recent years, because he is 9 years older than me after all. But you know what was the most strange or
Yes.
I have to think on that. Yeah, it must be his DJ skills, I think. Didn't expect him to. Oh, okay, I'm gonna change.
This is a very strict organization we're running. Andrea, have we decided to get revenge on Buffy yet?
We need to do some planning. I don't know quite how to defend myself.
Oh, you definitely got revenge on Michelle by breaking her nose.
I did on Michelle, but
You
Lenny's
definitely got
next.
revenge there.
No,
Oh, this
I felt like
drink was very good.
Would you like another one?
Yeah, Magnus is
I'll
drinking
wait till
too.
you finish.
Magnus is drinking too slow though. Maybe we should wait for him.
I think that's why you're slowing
He's
down.
just grinding all these Rookin games.
Andrea, you're finally allowed to take a drink.
But you know what's even cooler? I don't even want one. But I could.
When was the last time you had a drink, Andrea?
She never drank until she was 21, Arian.
Yes.
That's her
Of
PR.
course.
So after
That
my
was just a
fight.
stupid question.
Yeah, why would you ask
Yeah,
if you don't know?
I guess I'm already drunk.
That Izzy Car was playing Title Tuesday from the other side gave us a thumbs up. I don't know if that's a yes or if that's I need another drink.
Oh, yeah, apple juice?
Yes.
What did you put in it? Is that just orange juice?
Tonic,
Orange juice and vodka.
orange juice, and vodka.
I'm glad someone's finally using their alcohol.
I know, it's been sitting in the
Yeah, we
pantry
did
for a
use
long
it some
time.
days ago.
Yeah, I heard.
A bit too much,
It's a little too much.
Oh, he's on fish today. Oh, so you can go between both. That's cool. That's good. You can snack him. Alex, we should play a game on who can break him first.
Oh,
I'm
you
just-
found
I'm
the
just
entry
busy
square.
vibing to break him. I'm getting the chat riled up.
Oh, this is the great song. Yeah, I think this was the song you were waiting for.
Oh yeah, because the other one was not it.
Yeah, no, this was what we had in the car.
Okay, good. Yeah, this one was fun.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys have some Norwegian viewers, so I appreciate it.
Dad said they read in an interview that Magnus stopped drinking.
He's drinking apple juice, you guys.
Who is gonna win the race?
We've got some Norwegians, Dad. They're getting very excited.
Cheers.
Well, it's no fun when you just win every game.
I'm not
Because it's depending on the other fights.
Yeah.
How the
No, I was trying to watch it outside, but then I didn't have the Wi-Fi. Yeah,
All
but
hearing
I
are
watched
excuses.
what?
does sound like
No.
excuses.
I
Did you
watched
even
I
stand
watched
there
part.
and
I
rub
was
your
cheering.
nose?
I was cheering for you so much. I mean, I was sitting
I
there.
had cheering so much you didn't even watch.
I was sitting there ready at 4:35, but then we have to go out because
No, big priorities. I understand.
the fight
It's okay.
the fight got delayed. I mean, I was actually telling the boys that we should watch.
Oh yes, that's the night you went out.
What? That's the night we ruined your house.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you guys this after stream. But Andrea's
It's,
reaction was very funny.
I want to hear about that.
Yeah.
It's
Very
good.
funny.
It's good content.
Yes.
No, don't worry.
I was cozy in my bed. It was 7 a.m. I get a wake up call.
That's when you got the message.
6 a.m. actually.
Okay. What was your first reaction?
Oh, I didn't even know what was going on. I think
Alex was asleep. I
Yeah.
came home and I got a very concerning. I come home from my long night out. It's 6 a.m., 8 a.m. in Tampa, and I get a very concerned phone call from Mr. Vila. And then I eventually woke up Alex because I thought it was so funny.
she was doing
I'm so sorry.
She goes like this. Yells it out, and that's the first thing I hear.
Yeah, we have some of the other boys that needs to clear some things up. Yeah. Apologizing.
Damn, I don't know how I did this every time, Chad. Alex, you need to bring the
what?
mic. Okay.
This is an audio experience.
I mean,
The experience is there's no audio.
we
Where's my glasses?
really didn't plan for it. This is like we had too much. And wow.
Queen. Where to go?
What? Who spilled orange juice on the floor?
Is that not me?
You guys are like a little.
I know,
Children!
We're drunk as
Children!
You need 900.
Me and Magnus can hand you one. You can pass one of his down.
Mine is normal.
I wonder what his pressure is.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
No, that was an accident. I'm sorry. No. That was an accident. Okay, I'm gonna go back.
Okay, can we play something other than Dota? Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually. All right, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2. Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
off.
collar!
All right, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my One Piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
Don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade. Shahadi article from. Fight.
Mouse slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the
Scared
moment.
the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are stronger in this position, bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
The trap in the trick question was that there was no trap.
Wow! Who does this? What type of cruel game is this? You see me when I'm down and you continue beating me.
Looks like 339,000 now in the pot.
I'm calling it right now. This is a queen.
No queens.
I will literally tip you $20,000 if you put a queen. 20 grand.
Even Magic can't do that. And Botez again. Are you kidding me?
Top 100 female poker earners.
That's it. Did you crack it just now?
I really need help.
With what?
I'm running late and I've been trying for 10 minutes to put on my shoes and I have used every muscle.
Ask Vila.
No, he doesn't. I need you to pull my, please. I'm so
Not
late.
during this game.
No, I need
I'm not during this game.
All you have to do is pull.
Vila's right there.
Vila doesn't have the muscle it
Yes,
takes.
he does.
Please, I can't put on my shoes.
Andrea, Vila can help you put on your shoes.
No, you don't understand.
Andrea.
You know what?
This is why we... Andrea, I blundered! Get out of here! Andrea! No respect for my rating grind.
You know what I think about when I think about you?
I don't want to know.
I think about the time I got you to buy a 2 a.m. in the morning. And you told me, Anna, there is some bread in the apartment. It's a little moldy, but you can just cut off the mold. My grandma used to tell me that mold is good for your stomach.
That's what grandpa would do.
And then, you know, the funniest thing was, oh, by the way, Anna, I'm not sure why, I've had a little bit of stomach issues.
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
So, how's it going, Andrea?
Did you hit your goal today? Okay, I think I tuned in at some point and you were listening to some weird song and then you lost this guy who was farming you and you're like, well, what does he have on me? Well, actually, he has a better title and he's beat me a few times and he has a higher rating, but I'm... And then you tried like coming up with something to like boost yourself up and you're like, until, and then you just gave up and it was so sad. So funny. But it was funny not because I'm laughing at your pain, but because I understand your pain. Because I've been in those shoes and I know how it is to tilt. And you know what? We don't give up. You know us, Botez, we might not win, but we don't give up. So there'll be another day. I don't think that helped.
Defend me like that, but I.
Ah! Okay, Maya!
Maya! Guys, that's it. Space, that's it.
Okay, Maya!
Oh my god.
Andrea!
Bro, he's actually upset at me and I'm a little scared.
Oh god, no mistake! Ah! I let the go! No! No, they did it on their own! He opened the door! Alright, go back.
I really admire Mexican people and Mexico in general. Hello, photo chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final round of the Charlotte Carolina's Open something. I don't remember the exact name, but we're in Charlotte, North Carolina, and this is the 5th and final round of this tournament. And Alexandra so far with 4 points out of 4, and she can win the tournament with a win in the final game. But not only that, with a draw in the final game, there's like an 80% chance that Alexandra is going to win then as well. So things are looking good. Like, as long as there's no loss in this final round, I think this could happen. Back to back. The back-to-back is a distinct possibility right now. So many wins. How's rating looking right now? Rating is not gaining that much, I think, because most of these kids are quite low rated in their FIDE ratings. But of course, it's not like you're going down as long as you're winning, right? So every little win helps. What did you think about Norway chess? I had a good time, but 2 weeks in the same place with the same people, you become tired after a while. But I think Norway chess is, they got some good players, they got some good concepts. I think it was nice. Yeah, I got to see the chess.com hype. Basically, there were so many camera crews around. It was wild. And there was this one camera crew basically shadowing Danny Wrench non-stop. So that's something is happening. I'm not exactly sure what, but lots of interesting stuff happening in the world of chess. Here we have on the right side, Alexandra Botez. On the left side, Aaron Wang. And yeah, just need to avoid the loss here. And the handshake, starting the clock, and pawn to d4 is on the board. Unfortunately for Alexandra, none of her beloved French for this decisive game. She moves her knight out. Pawn to c4 comes very quickly. Clearly, Aaron is well prepared. Alexandra going for the King's Indian. Knight to c3. And then bishop to g7, inviting white to take complete control in the... He's so quick. Okay, I mean, no kind of second guessing or anything from this kid. Pawn up in the center. Alexandra pushing her pawn one step forward. And now bishop to d3. Slightly uncommon move here. And yet Alexandra takes no time to think. She castles before move 10. What is going on? Sensational stuff so far. Knight g to e2. So this is the point white is trying to make. The bishop is protecting this pawn. This knight is protecting here. But it's not as... The knight is not as aggressively placed as it would be elsewhere. Pawn to e5 from Alexandra. I'm not sure you're necessarily supposed to... Normally, I think it would be better to go for these Benoni structures when your opponent has the knight on e2, because after e5, d5, one of the main things you want to accomplish in these pawn structures is to push pawn to f5. But that could be difficult to make happen when your opponent is... Maybe he's going to go with the knight to g3 and like try and stop this advance from happening. Alexandra goes a5. She's playing so quickly, and I have no idea about the King's Indian. I don't know if this is common. Let me see if I have some tools. Experience, explore. After pawn to d5, a5 is the most common move. Maybe she's in her prep. Oftentimes I feel like Alexandra is just faking her opening knowledge, and she's just moving quickly, even though she really shouldn't, because she wants her opponent to think that she's in prep. But I feel like this is good so far. Solid play. Pawn to a5 often prepares for the knight to get to the c5 square without white being allowed to push the pawn to b4 and kick the knight out of the c5 square, because now we got that square under control. Aaron castles. Honestly, I thought white often went for queenside castling in these bishop to d3 lines. So the fact that white castles kingside, I feel like this makes it easier for Alexandra to accomplish her pawn to f5 pawn break later on. This is going so quickly. Knight to a6. I kind of need the game to calm down to just to settle and also to be able to know what ideas to highlight. But knight to a6 does see the knight going towards that c5 square we were talking about earlier. This c5 square is excellent because we have secured the b4 square as well, so we prevented the white pawn from kicking our knight out. Did Andrea rage quit? I don't know if rage is part of it, but she did withdraw from the tournament. Yes. Is this Alexandra's strongest opponent? I mean, this kid made a draw in the first round. So in theory, her strongest opponent was the one this morning, because that kid had won every single game he played. But on the other hand, Alexandra completely destroyed the kid this morning. So it's all good. Hey, Basar. What do you think about withdrawing? I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it. I've never done it myself. And we've had some culture shocks in Norway where players withdraw because they're unhappy, or specifically North American players withdraw because they're unhappy with their own performance. Rook to b1, big mistake. So you remember how we were talking about knight to c5? Now Alexandra needs to be attentive. Damn it. Why? Why can you not just think for a little bit? Okay, she goes knight to c5. That was her plan. But the thing about this rook to b1 move is that by going to b1, the rook is now taking away one of the escape squares for the bishop. So yeah, she can go knight to c5 like she did, but if she had gone knight to b4, which is a more uncommon positioning of the knight, yes, but normally after knight to b4, the bishop just runs away. Here, the bishop cannot run away. Knight to b4 would have just made the trade the knight for bishop. It would have been a big strategic success for black. Instead, Alexandra, she stays with the common plan of the position, knight to c5. What you have to be very attentive to right now is that when the knight is already placed on c5, it makes white's ability to go a3, b4 and push the knight all the more powerful. So it's not necessarily a good thing to commit your knight to c5, because that means that your opponent's plan of going a3 and then b4, kicking the knight out of its good placement, becomes a lot more obvious. So here I would say, and now she's thinking, which is not great. If you were going to think, you might as well have thought for the previous move and taken the bishop. Alexandra might already be in some trouble here, because white's plan moving forward is very straightforward. And Alexandra probably wants to go something like bishop to d7, so that after a3, she can go a4. And then after b4, trying to kick the knight out, then she'll be able to use the en passant move. So I'm thinking bishop to d7 is quite important here. But then something like pawn to b3, followed by pawn to a3, and then pawn to b4. long term, you can never stop white from accomplishing the expansion of the pawns on the queen side. And one of the points of this knight to a6, knight to c5 strategy, normally when you do that, the white bishop is back on e2. And then you get the immediate pressure against the e4 pawn. One of the points for white to use this bishop on d3 instead is that you do have already the sufficient protection of the e4 pawn, which in turn means that you don't really have any problems with allowing the knight getting to the c5 square. And then you can, what I'm trying to say is that I'm not sure, regardless, I mean, obviously Alexandra should have gone knight to b4 and she would have won the bishop because then she's already controlling the escape square. But regardless of whether knight to b4 was better, I'm thinking that maybe knight c5 is just a strategic mistake instead in these kind of positions. Because even if you're forcing the bishop to step back, stepping back with the bishop is an okay move for white. And the time white loses by making this retreat is less than the time white wins by being able to expand their queenside pawns and attack the knight. So let's say we go knight h5, a3, f5, something like this. And then I guess takes, pawn to b4. And I guess the argument I'm making is that if we had not played the knight to c5, we wouldn't need to retreat the knight now. And the time spent moving the knight forward and back is more than the time spent retreating the bishop. The King's Indian is a very, very tricky opening, and it is definitely not something I have a lot of experience with. But I feel like I'm onto something here. That because of the lack of pressure in towards the middle with White's bishop already having that under control, moving the knight too early into that pressure position might be a disadvantage due to the fact how it's helping White push the pawns forward. It's a very interesting position. But the fact that Alexandra is spending a lot of time now kind of irks me. Because now she's spending 7 minutes, and if she had just spent 7 minutes on the previous position instead, I think she would have realized that the bishop has nowhere to go and that she should go knight to b4 instead. And I think this is actually a very interesting larger debate about her success in the last couple of tournaments, because she's playing with a confidence and a, how do I put this politely? She's playing with confidence, but also with inaccuracy in a lot of the decisions she's making. And she's making quick decisions, making sure to put pressure on the opponent on the clock. And I think this is working splendidly against lower rateds, which is why we're seeing such a tremendous success for the last 2 tournaments. But when you get into the open fields with your 2200, 2300, 2400 rated opponents, these kind of unnecessary inaccuracies that happens because you're playing too quickly, they are punished to a way bigger degree. Which is why, well, this is my theory anyway. Which is why the success of these last couple of tournaments are contrary to some of the other results in basically the same time space. This kid won 4 matches as well? No. Quantum, Alexandra has the lead alone. She's playing an opponent who has 3 wins and 1 draw. This means that if Alexandra draws her game, she will likely be first place in the tournament. Sepper, it depends on results for the final round. But right now, oh, special notes say they're using cumulative score. Oh, never mind then. So it doesn't depend on other results. She literally only needs a draw to win. That's cool. But that also means that her opponent is very incentivized to go for a win. Since he made a draw in the first round in the tournament, which means his cumulative tiebreak is quite bad. By the way, this cumulative tiebreak is what I've been trying to get chess.com to use for the Champions Chess Tour qualifiers. Because they struggle with a lot of people withdrawing from the tournament once they don't have a chance to qualify to the Champions Chess Tour, which is why cumulative score tiebreaks would make a lot more sense. Hammer, can you say how much dollars she would win? If she gets sole first place, she will win $1,000. If she gets shared first place, she will win $750, I think. $1 billion. That is it? Yeah, this is not the best players in the world. For an under 2,100, I think it's a decent price. Obviously, she's not doing this for money. I mean, prize money anyhow. Bragging rights, very big bragging rights, though. Winning 2 tournaments in a row. It's not every day Alexandra wins a tournament. It's actually quite difficult. I know that there are certain chess streamers who make it look very easy to get first places all the time, but it's a bit rare. And winning 2 back-to-back, that's a big accomplishment. How important is the G5 square? Not really important whatsoever. The key thing is that whenever white pushes their pawn forward in the King's Indian, you need to try and go pawn to F5 very quickly. And so long as white no longer has pressure from the central pawn in towards black's central pawn, then it's like that's the sign for you to try and go pawn to F5. But the argument I was trying to make earlier is that maybe she should have done it on the previous move, because then in this kind of position, the pawn would not come forward and attack the knight. So maybe that would save her a move compared to what will probably happen in the game right now. But moving the knight away and pushing the pawn up, whether you do it here or after having included the attack on the bishop, that is one of the main ideas. Does Andrea withdrawing mean the person she was due to play gets an auto win? No, Cadence. So basically, Andrea knew that she wanted to withdraw before they set up the next round. So if you don't let people know before the kind of next round is scheduled, then it means that you kind of take away your opponent's chance to play another game. That's very poor sportsmanship. So what will have happened is that Andrea told the organizer, I'm going to skip the final round. And then they just don't put her in the setup for that final round, letting the opponent she would have played get a different opponent instead. Yeah, bishop to d7. This is the move I said I was expecting, right? Because now white can no longer go pawn to a3, because then pawn to a4 is very, very good. Now black manages to prevent white from ever kicking the knight out of its very good positioning, because we have the special en passant move. So now white needs to go pawn to b3 and then pawn to a3 in order to avoid this en passant thing. And then they can go pawn to b4 and attack the knight. And Aaron, he is schooled in these positional themes. And he does play pawn to b3 quite quickly. That still leaves someone else without an opponent. It depends on whether there's an odd number of players or not. But if you don't let people know, there's a chance that there's a even number of players, but one player getting a walkover and another player getting a bye because you didn't let people know that you were quitting. Okay, knight to h5 played reasonably quickly by Alexandra after she spent some time on the previous move. She's going for the pawn to f5, which is a very, very important idea for black in these King's Indians. Okay, Vila says he's going to try to add the clocks. The pestering has helped, chat. Okay, Aaron goes pawn to a3. He's planning to go pawn to b4 next, kicking the knight, creating that situation we talked about. How Alexandra may have made a mistake moving the knight to c5 too soon, because white was in a good position to try and kick the knight later on. And now the knight may have to go back, and then we'll have wasted one move going back and forth, while white's bishop only had to go back once. You can actually see the clock in the shot. Yeah, but some people might be on cell phones or whatever. Alexandra does not go pawn to f5. That's very strange to me. And instead she goes knight to f4. Knight to f4 was actually one of the computer's favorite moves. But I don't really understand why. Apparently now, the reasoning for this move being brilliant is that after pawn to b4, trying to kick Alexandra back, black can go takes, knight to a4, unexpectedly jumping forward with the knight to a square where there are 1, 2, 3 white pieces having control of a square that's only 2 black pieces. But the idea is that if white captures the black knight, then black can kind of distract white's queen by making the trade between the knights and then recapturing on the side of the board. Although even this looks quite good for white, in my opinion. Like here, pawn to c5, and white has the initiative with the aggressive pawns on the queen side. Computer feels it's very equal, though. But to a human, this looks unpleasant. "10 minutes per moves?" No, it's 10 seconds. So they start out with 100 minutes and they get 10 seconds extra per move. It's actually quite similar to the time control that was used at the Norway chess tournament with all the top players in the world. Andrea's sitting out the final round, Danny. We're going to have full attention on whether or not Alexandra can win this tournament. Is Alexandra allowed to ask the guy next to her for a slice of his pizza? I mean, she can ask. It would be kind of rude. But you're technically allowed to do rude things. You just shouldn't. Bro had a whole pizza delivered. I mean, a boy's gotta eat, though. Like these chess days, and especially these tournaments that only last 2-3 days, they're so intense. There's so many rounds. It's very important to make sure you have enough energy for your games. Even when Alexandra was playing like the 1 game a day tournaments this spring, I feel like I very often was talking about food in the post game. Getting enough food, getting enough sleep, it makes a difference. Hikaru doesn't bring a whole pizza to tournaments, but Magnus did. Did none of you watch the Norway chess tournament? For the first round of that tournament, Magnus had miscalculated when he needed to be at the venue for the opening ceremony. And then when he was playing against Ding, he just, at the start of the game, he just left the board, went into the break room that the players have. Unfortunately, we don't have cameras there, but we do have Hikaru Nakamura's eyewitness testimony from the confessional, where he says that Magnus had brought a pizza and noodles and was sitting eating that while his clock was ticking. Is it okay at the table? No. If you're going to eat, and especially if you're going to eat dinner, you should do so away from the board. I've sometimes eaten like a protein bar at the board, but mostly only when it's my turn to move. You can sometimes allow yourself to do a bit more kind of disrespectful things, as long as your clock is ticking. But if your opponent's clock is ticking and they're sitting there thinking, then yeah, that's very kind of bad. Ooh, clocks are imported. The clock mafia can stop complaining. Have you played in this tournament before? No, I've never been to Charlotte, never been to North Carolina. Their chess community has kind of become a thing significantly after I stopped going to tournaments in the US. I've played in Vegas and San Francisco, in Philadelphia. To be fair, that's about it. Were you present for the St. Louis drama? I have played tournaments in St. Louis. This is true. I forgot about that. What St. Louis drama? There's a couple. Never in Chicago? No. I once had a, what's it called? A transfer at O'Hare. My flight was 5 hours late out of St. Louis. And I had a transfer at O'Hare, and I needed to go to London, and the flight to London left like 10 minutes after my delayed flight landed, and I just booked it, and I ran, and I was in such bad shape, and somehow I managed with seconds remaining to get to the plane. And of course, once I made the transfer, then the plane got delayed for 30 minutes because then they had to find my luggage and get my luggage on the flight. So I'm thinking they're regretting that they didn't just close the gate a minute or two earlier. Hammer sprint time. O'Hare is a gigantic airport. So part of the reason I made it was that somehow it was only like 400 or 500 meters from my St. Louis gate to my London gate. I don't even know how that works because London is international. So yeah. I to this day, I don't remember how I made that work, but somehow. Did you see Topalov in the background? I have not, no, but I'll watch out for him now that you said it. Oh my gosh, we have people cheering for Aaron in the chat. That's harsh. This knight to f4 move really got him in the tank, though. I think Alexandra might confuse him, putting the knight on a square where, you know, it could be captured, but it shouldn't be captured, that kind of thing. Knight takes on f4 would be a big mistake here. Then Alexandra would be able to recapture, open an attack against the knight. And if the knight moves back to try and attack the pawn, you can do some nice, freaky pawn sacrifices to open up in front of the king. And then bring all the people to the party. Okay, b4 has been played. Alexandra captures. Would you capture unless you've seen the knight to a4 idea? This is very strange. Normally, you should not capture this, I think. But Alexandra does it almost immediately. And now computer is very adamant that this knight to a4 is some kind of a brilliant move. Frankly, I don't really like it. I think it seems like white just gets a nice position then. I kind of prefer just going back, keep the tension in the game, give the opponent a bit more difficult decisions to make. But then I'm not sure I like trading. Because there's something about without these trades, white can never really capture that pawn because then you just go back and there's no white pawn remaining to kick the knight out. I swear I had a discussion with, maybe it was Andrea, about how the trade between these pawns are not necessarily something you have to do. After takes and takes back, Alexandra is thinking. And just the fact that Alexandra is thinking probably means she's considering this knight to a4 move, which would be pretty sick. She could also trade the knights, check on the king, and then go knight to a4. But then the computer says this is just winning for white, because after bishop takes, pawn to b5, the bishop can no longer get back, and it's actually just going to get trapped on the edge of the board. That's interesting. And the difference is that if you go knight to a4 immediately, if then bishop takes knight, you can take back with the bishop and you're attacking the queen. So no time for that pawn to b5 move. That's very interesting. I don't know. I feel like this is overly complicated. I think I would just go back. Knight back, I guess bishop to e3. Queen to h4, something like this. Seems respectable enough. If pawn to c5, maybe there's some sacks. I don't know. This game could get really spicy. I'm just following the computer's main line for a little bit. Although this I really like for white. This looks very, very good for white. Computer is not super happy, but I think in practical play, white would be just much, much better. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find. Are other games from the top group being from the under 2100 group being relayed? It would be very nice to follow the people, the game of the people chasing Alexandra. I just don't hear Kaylin. Alex Kaylin. I think that's the only guy who can catch up with Alexandra. But he's playing a much, much higher rated as a Zeri guy. Oh, yeah. And also, you were saying the tie breaks work in Alexandra's fashion. So, yeah, Alexandra only needs a draw to win the tournament. It doesn't actually matter the result in the other game. If she draws, she may split first. No, we were discussing this earlier, Baxter, that the tiebreak system that's being used awards people for doing well early on. And the only guy who can catch Alexandra on 4.5 out of 5 is a guy who made a draw early in the tournament. Alexandra has gone back to a6. It was not the computer's favorite move, but I do think it's the one that suits Alexandra's style the best. If she were to go knight to a4, even though it's super fancy, I do think that a position like this one is just quite comfortable for white. I think white is a bit better here. And it's unpleasant for black having to deal with the advance of white's pawns on the queen side. It basically makes white's plan moving forward a lot easier. Whereas moving just back means that white still has to deal with the tension between the knights, the black queen potentially getting into an attacking position, pawn to f5 still on the table, that kind of thing. Can you see the chessboard in real time? Not in real time, I think. But we have the video feed, so it doesn't really matter that much. Where can I watch Dina's game? I mean, I assume on Dina's stream would be the first place I look. How old is Aaron? I don't know. But he's not looking super old. Nor is any of the competitors in that group, to be fair. I can't tell whether I'm being... Am I being trolled by a person saying it's pronounced Aaron? Aaron has always been pronounced Aaron, right? This is not something I've just invented in my head. I am being trolled. Okay. It's a Key and Peele skit. Okay, now I have to watch that. I don't understand how the streamers do it. Aaron, Key and Peele. Is this what all of you guys spend your life on? Oh, the things people find funny. Why no camera on Andreas game this round? Andreas not playing the final round. You found it funny, admit it. It's fine. Is it typical for the US only to show the first name? I mean, it's a literal kid, dude. We don't need to blast last names for kids. You can find it if you're that interested, but if you are that interested, that's a bit sus. Alexandra, they're pretty much equal on time. But I like that Aaron has to make the tricky decision between the two knights. I could easily see him deciding to make the trade. And then maybe even follow up with knight to e2 to really try and win that pawn. And here, pawn to f3 is just a very nice pawn sack for Alexandra. Wow, computer even wants pawn b5 after. That's wild. Kind of like pawn b5 though. But also, yeah, just queen h4, pawn to f5. Interesting as well. I think reasonably happy with the start. Alexandra had a big opportunity early on where she could have captured this white bishop. But other than that, it's just a tense King's Indian position. Classic. I need to know where Alex's shirt is from. It looks a lot like the Beth Harmon one, right? From Queen's Gambit. I think my suspicion is that it was bought as a Beth Harmon costume, essentially. And then she just liked it and kept on using it. Dina, one problem I have with Dina at chess tournaments is that when she's looking at the girls, she's not always hiding her emotions. When you're a spectator in a chess venue, and especially when you're a much stronger player than the people you're spectating, it's so important never to show any emotion on your face. She was sitting right next to Andrea and making faces. Yeah, it's not great. Because it's kind of giving information about the game. If Andrea were to see her do it. Hikaru's a meme? No, but Hikaru's kind of fine. Because at that level, like everyone understands what's going on. Maybe it's not great that either, but it's less bad. What if her opponent thinks his position is bad because of her faces? I mean, that's another reason, right? It can work both ways. I kind of miss having the Andrea game at the same time. These 15-minute things become a bit boring with only one game to watch. Alexandra does win the section with a draw, yes. So it's very exciting. I'm not sure Andrea is interested in doing anything chess related anytime soon, Nades. But that's just my guess. Does winning the section do anything extra for her rating, or is it just nice to win? So the rating systems are exclusively based on game results. Tournament results do not matter for that, although it actually did in the past. In the past, there was some kind of a rule that you could not lose rating if you won the tournament or something. But that kind of goes against the math of the whole ELO system and was scrapped at some point. USCF rating rewards outstanding performances extra? Really? Oh, come on. Freaking Americans, huh? What's the prize pool? It's a $1,000 first prize. Lighty, I was at Norway Chess doing commentary for Norwegian television. I spent my last 2 weeks hanging out with Magnus, Fabi, Hikaru, Prague, Alireza, or should I say Firuji. Yu Musicuk. Pia Anna. Lai Vaishali and Kuneru. And Howell, Ranch, Yuvanka, Tanya, Katie, Charlize. Everyone was in Stavanger. Just the entirety of chess, it feels like. Anna Rudolph, of course, I forgot. My bad. I did say Anna, though, but you guys understood I meant a different Anna. Maria, yes, Maria was there. Ding was there. What's the most a player has made winning a single tournament? It depends on whether you include like a world championship match. But in the world championship matches, the prizes are normally like, I would say like $1.2 million. But the thing about the world championship match is that winning that one gets you the prize, but it also qualifies you to the next world championship match, which has a minimum of like $800,000. So you could make the argument that winning the world championship kind of earns you 2 mil. No Nepo or other Russians. Yeah, the Norwegian Chess Federation doesn't allow for Russian players in our tournaments, and Belarusian as well. But that rule was actually kind of started because Norway Chess decided very early on after the invasion that they would not invite Russian players. Berg, I like 64 things you need to know about chess, but I'm not sure it's in circulation anymore. Yes, Oxford. Andrea did lose earlier today. She had a winning position out of the opening, but she spoiled it, and then she blundered her rook in the time scramble. It was very, very sad. Have you ever played against Dina? No, but I owe her a blitz game or something. But we haven't actually been in the same place. I've only ever, first time I met Dina was in Madrid, June 2022. And I've never met her since. But she already managed to rack up quite the tab. I owe her a lot of favors after that Madrid trip because I got COVID and I needed Dina to bring me fruits and snacks and French fries. Nurse Dina, I mean, she was very caring, yes. And for that, I owe her. And she reminds me every single time we talk. Oh, he took. I like that. That's good news for Alexandra. I really like this. It is the computer's top choice, but I really like that Alexandra gets to open up for her bishop. Normally, this bishop is quite unhappy because it's just pointing in towards its own pawn. But making the recapture here, and then especially the fact that you can make some nice, cool pawn sacrifices afterwards, this feels very nice for Alexandra. He couldn't take the tension. Honestly, good observation, Raker. It's very typical of people to kind of get stressed out that if you can capture a piece, you want to capture that piece just to not have to deal with that anymore. Andrea actually spoke quite a bit about that in some of the tournaments previously this spring. And she said like one of her major takeaways was that she had to be more comfortable leaving the pressure, not releasing the tension. And she had one or two very good games where she did that and won because she didn't kind of panic, overreact early on. I don't understand why the pawn push is good. Yeah, I agree. It can be a bit confusing. So after knight to e2, basically, if it's not that the pawn push is necessarily good, it's more about how you would lose the pawn. You're maybe going to lose the pawn anyway. And if you're going to lose it, you might as well give the opponent doubled pawns and try and open up in front of their king. That being said, it's a moot point because Aaron went knight to b5 instead. Now, bishop to e5 is the recommended move. Seems very sensible to me. Making sure that the pawn is protected. Later on, you can probably go something like queen to f6, and then you can start pushing the pawns on the king side. The top engine line after bishop to e5 is not knight to d4, which kind of surprises me. Ooh, after knight to d4, you can go c5, threatening both the knight and the pawn. And if the pawn is captured, you can recapture with the knight, and white can no longer chase the knight away from that square. And if white tries en passant, well, then white lost kind of their big star in the center of the board. Computer likes black here. Yeah, no, I think this could potentially be very, very good for Alexandra. Bishop to e5 here. Just keep the pawn protected. No need to do something funky. Pawn to g5, completely unnecessary. It keeps the pawn protected, but then the white knight can jump in towards the f5 square. And there's no black pawns that can position themselves to keep that square under control. No need for it. Just bishop to e5, follow up with queen f6 after. Good, solid play. Should be basically unlosable for black. And as long as Alexandra doesn't lose here, she wins the tournament. No norm in this tournament, Elga. Can I sign up for a tournament with 1200 rating? Will it be embarrassing? I mean, playing a real life tournament is a very different experience to playing online. So I wouldn't go into it expecting success on the very first attempt. But there are definitely tournaments that can be beginner friendly. And I mean, in case you're in an area where there's a lack of lower level tournaments, there's still only one way to kind of experience play over the board and become more experienced for your next attempt. So personally, I think it's just about, if you want to try it out, you should try it out regardless of your level. And yeah, I mean, this is true for basically everything in life, but it would be advantageous if you're a bit of a social being and you can seek out other people at the tournament and basically just ask them for advice. Because people are friendly, they want to help, but you need to make the approach. You're never going to get a chess player to take the first step in a social interaction. Okay, that is a stereotype, but it's a stereotype that's reasonably accurate. Is this Grandmaster related to Magnus? Whenever I see comments like that, it makes me realize how bad of a Norwegian accent I have. It just makes me sad. Bishop to e5 played. Let's go. Good move. Very good move from Alexandra. It's not the most outiest outpost, but it's an outpost. I disagree with that. Like, in theory, you could make the argument that the bishop can be chased away because white has a pawn that theoretically could attack it. But the thing about these kind of pawns on f4, blocking the opponent's pawn from putting pressure on your piece behind, it's just so good. It's so effective. This pawn is shielding the bishop, and the bishop is just a monster. This is what is known in the trade as a wooden shield. It took me some time to learn the phrase, but I now have an understanding. And also, the computer's top choice here which I don't understand whatsoever, is bishop to b2. And after bishop to b2, Alexandra can trade the bishops, then trade the knight for the bishop, and then this knight, boom, 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 the knight will just get the most amazing placement in the center of the board. The rook has an open A file to use. The queen will get here to protect the pawn, the knight up here. Like, this is just a perfect strategic dominance. Somehow the computer feels that this is equal, but in practical play, this is almost over. Like, I would be so happy if I could get something like this in one of my games. Weak c7 pawn, yeah. So white might be able to take this guy, but at that point, like, so let's go bishop here, and then I guess queen, bishop here, no, queen here. Like, even if I just allow this pawn to be captured, I have so much going on for an attack. Like, even if I lose this pawn, like, my knight is so good, my rook is so good, my queen is so good. Ooh, and computer even wants queen h4 because I can go here and try and checkmate. Ooh, and actually, oh, wow. That is a pretty cool move. Rook h3, going after the h2 pawn, and if the rook is captured, the knight comes in with a double attack. That is very cool. But the point I'm trying to make is that in practical play, that is just so good. So good. The knight super well placed, the queen, the rook, everything's just good. So I think bishop to b2 is a mistake. But it's the computer's top choice. And if it's the computer's top choice, it basically means that white's position is terrible. Which in turn means Alexandra might win 5 out of 5 for a second tournament victory in a row. Imagine. Copium? That's not copium. I made the argument. I looked at the position. I said, this is very good for black. And then I inferred or deduced, or whichever word is the right one. I made my argument. Copium is saying stuff without having basis. Holy shit, that emote. I may have to get, what's it called? BTTV? I may have to get that thingy just to get the Kramnik typing emote. That's so good. Seven TV, did they change its name? Two different ones. Oh gosh. I'm struggling with one already. You're too old. I know I am. I know I am. I'm doing my best to keep up with the technology. I can tell I'm just moments away from it running away from me. How much rating can she get if she wins? I don't really know. We don't care about ratings this tournament. This tournament, we only care about winning and having back-to-back tournament victories and playing good chess. We do care about playing good chess as well. The kid does go bishop b2. I'm very surprised by this. But now it's so important that Alexandra understands the importance of. That was a lot of importance. But she needs to realize that she has to make the trades. Okay. Honestly, good start. Bishop takes bishop. Great start. Okay, obviously the rook is going to recapture. We do not want her playing queen f6. Do not play queen f6. Oh my God. Alexandra, honestly, her positional play is quite good. Like, it's very fascinating to watch Alexandra play because she has these gigantic holes in her understanding and knowledge and so on. And then she has like quite a bit of things that she does at like a 2300 level. And you never really know which one is coming. Knight to b8. She did it. She thought for like a minute on that. I was like thinking this is going to be an excruciating 15 minutes, whether she understands the importance of making the right trades. And instead, she makes all the right decisions in less than a minute. What do you think are her weaknesses? I think there are kind of too many to count. But at the same time, it's so weird because like they're so random, right? There's stuff that she understands, like she's a natural. And then there's other stuff that's related to the things that she does have a really good understanding of, but where she just messes up completely. And it becomes very difficult to differentiate the weaknesses from the strengths because you feel like, oh no, she's demonstrated great knowledge in something similar, but then, yeah, I don't know. I'm talking myself into trouble here. Her time is amazing. No, what you're trying to say is that she plays very quickly, but that's different than time being amazing, right? She is very good at spending little time, but that doesn't necessarily equate to her time management being excellent. Because there was a decision earlier in the game that she did in 10 seconds, and then she's thought for 10 minutes on the next move. And if instead she had spent 2 minutes on the first move, then she would have played a different plan and just had a good position. So like she does make rash moves every now and then. But I think what we've discovered in the past couple of months is that her quick play works very well against these lower rated players. And my concern is that it doesn't work as well. She makes quite a few inaccuracies. She's like the female Nepomniachtchi. Nepo makes a ton of mistakes. But he's like, I don't care because I'm just playing quickly. And the other guys get so freaking nervous because I'm playing so quickly, which means that they end up making mistakes right back again. So it's kind of like that. And I feel like Alexandra, that strat works very well against lower rated players, but it's a bit iffy against people who are 200, 300 points higher rated than you. And Nepomniachtchi, he doesn't have anyone rated 200, 300 points higher. Well, he does have Magnus, but then also he got absolutely destroyed by Magnus. And that's part of the reason why Magnus is so good at exploiting these inaccuracies that Nepomniachtchi has in his game because he's playing so quickly. In fairness, most people get destroyed by Magnus. Hikaru's done well against Magnus recently. Hikaru hasn't lost a game against Magnus since like 2018 or something. But it helps that he's occasionally playing a very safety first kind of strategy. You calling Hikaru a nit? Kind of, but then I don't think Hikaru would disagree that he's playing nittily, or whatever the adverb would be, the adjective would be. But I think it's just Hikaru's strat. When he's playing a tournament with Magnus, he's happy to make a draw against Magnus, and then he just tries to beat the other people. Hikaru used to be a very aggressive player, but that's a long time ago now. Like, Hikaru has had a very interesting, I think, style, kind of how his style has updated itself. So I want to say Hikaru was super aggressive until like 2014, 2013, thereabouts. And then he became like super, super solid. But now with his streaming taking off and not playing as much, he's become a lot more risk willing. So he's gone like up and down and had some very clear changes in his style, which is super interesting. But right now, I consider Hikaru one of the more enterprising guys because he was playing a lot of quite risky and interesting openings during the candidates tournament. Way more so than what he would have done 10 years ago. Okay, Hikaru on stream is obviously a different thing. Hikaru on stream is just a beast. That's not what I'm talking about. Why are there so many children at these events? Basically, because kids are good at chess and they are the most eager to improve. And also, kids have a shit ton of spare time. Adults have to work. Kids can go to tournaments and have fun. Chess is such a great deal for parents. You get them quiet and free babysitting. I'm trying to recall when I was a kid, we would just run around all the hotel hallways and scream and cause mayhem. So I'm not sure about the quiet part of your reasoning, but the free babysitting definitely applies. Or rather, no babysitting, but you don't get blamed for it because you're not there. Expensive to drive kids around to tournaments. Chess is generally quite expensive, but it's not about the drive, it's about the stay. A lot of chess tournaments are like 9 days, 7 days, 8 days. And that is quite the serious hotel bill. But, you know, if you share a room with one of the other kids and you kind of divide between the parents who accompanies the kids to tournaments every other time, I guess it makes for not the worst babysitting. Sleep in the car. 3 people with that same suggestion within a couple of seconds. Yeah, we don't do that in Europe. Queen G4, very interesting move. Very, very interesting move. Because now Alexandra needs to bring the queen out to protect the pawn. But after queen to f6, she can no longer go knight to d7 because the queen has that under control. Interesting. But computer didn't necessarily like it. Queen to f6 will protect the pawn, but it's also going to attack the white rook. And if the rook moves away, the black rook could get involved. Also, playing h5 at some point would force the queen to go back diagonally to keep the control of the d7 square. Actually, can we not just go h5 here? And then rook d8 and go knight up here? After we force the queen back, they can go rook c3 because now the queen is protecting. But even here, like, even if we give away both of these pawns, computer thinks black is completely fine, which is really just a testament to the power of this knight in the center. Okay, I've heard of players tossing their jackets as a way of kind of now game is on. But Alexandra is taking on her jacket. I don't know how to assess that. Normally, I feel like I get rid of my jacket because my head is overheating because I'm nervous. So if she's getting more layers, does that mean like she's cool as a cucumber and actually has to heat up to deal with her own coolness? AC kicked in. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Norwegian. We have no AC. I forget how the world works. Is she winning right now? She's not winning, but she has a good position and she only needs a draw to win the tournament. So it's looking promising. Also, my God, she almost has a 30-minute time advantage. That happened kind of out of nowhere. But it's part of why it's part of the really good decision she made with the trades. And also that the kid spent so much time deciding to trade the knights on f4. But now he's coming with his rook and he's targeting this f4 pawn. Alexandra needs to be a little careful to make sure she doesn't just lose that pawn. Computer really wants rook a2 followed by rook b2. But this doesn't seem very obvious to me. Take, take, take. Take. And then maybe you're getting this one. And if the bishop comes to protect, then the knight comes to attack the bishop. Seems tricky to understand that this is much better for black. Just trying to get the rook around. Queen is nicely centralized. It makes sense when you see it, but it's a bit more difficult to understand from afar. Is it stormy in Norway? I'm actually not doing the producing. Of course, if I was, then there would be no issues. This is American internet. What are they feeding the kids these days? Chess puzzles. Lots and lots of chess puzzles. And also hacks to bypass school VPNs. Alexandra wins the tournaments even if she draws. Yes. She doesn't. She has a promising position here, but she doesn't even need to win. A draw would be sufficient. Is withdrawing from a tournament the same as quitting? Yeah, I would say so. What do you think the distinction should be? Alessandra is taking her time here. I'm going to take a quick water break and I'll be back for the remaining part of this game. Just a reminder to everyone what's at stake. If Alexandra draws or wins this game, she will win her second tournament in a row. It could happen. She's on 4 out of 4. So you said she could lose on tie breaks. Yeah, but since then, Fork, I've been informed that the tie breaks they're using is bulletproof for Alexandra. They're using a different tiebreak system than what's normal. That's why she wins no matter what if she makes a draw. Anyway, I'm going to take a water break. I'll be back. What is going on? Once again, Alexandra plays the computer's top choice, rook to a2, attacking the bishop. The bishop steps back, though, and attacks the rook in return. It's not really clear what you're supposed to do against this. Rook to b2 was the line we analyzed, but I still maintain that it's difficult understanding how advantageous for black this rook to b2 really is. She has the Tesla brain chip. Well, if she did, I feel like there's still a couple of mistakes I wouldn't expect her to make that I've seen her make over the course of this weekend, but we shouldn't rule it out. After all, Elon did start following Alexandra after her previous tournament win. Who's to say who the next big follower is going to be after a second one in a row? Isn't rook to d2 better? Rook to d2 doesn't do anything, though. Like rook to d2 has no point, no threats. And white can just surround the f4 pawn. I don't know. I don't trust that. It's very anti-intuitive for a human, at least. Rook to b2 makes sense in terms of attacking the b4 pawn. So if the rook continues its plan of going after the f4 pawn, then you can capture on b4. And once you capture that one, you can capture the next one. It makes a logical sense. Maybe I'll follow Alexandra after a second in a row. Wow, that's a tough criteria for following, but Alexandra is about to make it happen. Elon says chess is a dead game and doesn't play anymore. I'm not sure he's ever played, but I think you will find that some people disagreed with his assessment. Number one, chess is not going to be solved in a while still. And even when chess is solved, there's enough leeway to make calculated errors. Like no one can commit the solution to chess to memory. Or at least not everyone can do that. So it's still going to be a worthwhile endeavor for a little bit. He said Civ 6 was more complex than chess. What? I guess maybe if you play with friends. But I heard that Civ 6 against the AI is just a ridiculously easy game. I never managed to complete one, so I got stuck on Civ 5. But I have some friends who play the 6 quite regularly, and they say that you have to have a friend group because the AI is just not good enough there. Rook b2 must be the move. I don't know if it must be, but it is. But like rook to a1 also makes quite a bit of sense, I would think. But the computer really dislikes that. It's not an easy position at all. I would say rook a1 and rook b2 probably make the most sense. And Alexandra's been spending quite a bit of time here. If she can get this decision right, she's going to be very, very close. Ooh, interesting. Computer says rook to b2 is a mistake because of takes, and then the ridiculously good pawn to b6. Basically, White is arguing that these two pawns were in trouble regardless. So it's good to give away this pawn for free, but make Black have doubled pawns. And then after queen takes f4, you also get this pressure against the d6 pawn. And then you can try and start an attack on the opposite flank. Just trying to get this pawn all the way up so that it's uncomfortably close to the Black king. That is some very high level computer stuff right there. I don't really see that happening. But yeah, that does make a very good argument for this rook to d2, which isn't really a move that's threatening anything, but it's just having the pieces come together in rather frightening attacking positions. How many still have 5 out of 5 or the chance to get it? Alexandra is the only person on 4 out of 4. If she wins outright. If she draws, she's going to win the tournament, but it might be shared. Like she will be ahead someone else on tiebreakers. But there's the maximum number of players who can reach 4.5 out of 5 is 2. Right now, Alexandra is on 4 points, and she's got 2 people chasing her with 3.5. And only 2 of them can get 4.5 because, well, Alexandra is playing one of the kids with 3.5. Why did Andrea withdraw? She was doing poorly and she was feeling demotivated. She didn't want to do any more chess. Which is understandable after the game we saw from her this morning. Andrea was outplaying her opponent. She was actually playing a really good game. And then she made one inaccuracy, and that was enough to make the position go from winning to like somewhat better. And then she got low on time and she actually just blundered her rook. It was pretty devastating. I'm curious what he would do if she moved the queen to the corner. Like he's gonna take the rook and then you're gonna lose. So I would prefer moving the rook that's under attack. Inaccuracy equals mistake, or is there a difference? In chess, we kind of, so we say like mistake, blunder, and inaccuracy. These are like, it's just different grades of mistakes, essentially. Trying to, and inaccuracy is a smaller mistake than a mistake. And a blunder is like just a gigantic mistake. Do you play at the Vasa Chess Club? No. Vasa is my sworn enemy. I play for Hokaden, Stockholm. But we beat out Vasa to become the Swedish team champions for a second year running. And on the team Vasa, they have Pia Kamling. So I always rub it in when I talk to Anna Kamling, how I am the Swedish team champion and her mom is not. How did we start talking about the Swedish chess league? I didn't mind the change of topic, seeing as how I could then boast about my accomplishments. Are you a secret Swede? It's just a lot easier to win the Swedish team championship than it is winning the Norwegian one. That's just the main reason. When did you last play Norway chess? I last got invited to play in 2015, but I made a big mistake. In the 9th round of the 2015 Norway chess tournament, I played with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen, and I won. I was never invited back. My mistake. It's a sin to beat Magnus in Norway? I don't know. I didn't know. I thought it was exciting, but apparently not that well received. Time is ticking away. Yeah, Alexandra is spending a bit too much time here. I don't know what she was expecting when she played rook to a2. Like, surely when you move the rook up and attack the bishop going back, attacking your rook back, seems like a move you probably should have considered. She lost her entire 15-minute time advantage. Wait, Alexandra had a 30-minute time advantage, no? Like 25 minutes? Did she spend 25 minutes on these last two moves? Oh, she went rook b2. Great move. We can't really fault her time management as long as she's making the great decisions. I don't know what's going on today, but she's playing super well. The first game was excellent. This game so far has been even better. Well, except for the knight to b4 mishap. The kid finds b6. There is absolutely no way the kid finds b6. You're mad. He's going to go rook f3. I guarantee. Isn't b6 very natural? Absolutely not. Like takes. Here to go b6, it's wild. The pawn isn't even under attack. But the reasoning is that the pawn will be under attack, so you should already now start to kind of anticipate it being in trouble. b6 is impossible. I would not play b6. And therefore, this kid is not going to play it. He's going to go rook f3. How annoying is it to have an opponent who shakes their leg? What do you mean? Have you ever met a chess player who's not frantically shaking their leg? I don't know. There must be some kind of psychological reason, but it's a very chess player thing kind to do. I've definitely done it a lot over the years. But like, why do we do it? Is it to keep the blood flow going, to keep the body in motion? I don't even know why people do it. Release adrenaline? Really? Is that the thing? Dina does it a lot. I genuinely haven't done it that much the last couple of years, I think. I basically went detoxing. Well, not consciously, but I don't think I do it anymore. Stress relief? Yeah, but why would it be stress relief? Creating stress by just... I remember my mom would always point it out when I was younger that I was doing it. I did it a lot when getting excited about something. To cope with boredom. Nervous fidgeting. I mean, I guess that's essentially what it is, right? Is some kind of nervousness-ish. Strict parents, not at all. But she did find it kind of weird. These small repetitive movements can help release energy, improve concentration, relieve stress, decrease boredom, or interrupt discomfort. Restless leg syndrome, but it doesn't need to be. That's interesting. So it can be genuinely helpful to do it. That's very interesting. Release energy, improve concentration, relieve stress. Is queen to f3 a good play? Not really, because the point of putting the queen here on g4 was to have the queen point towards the d7 square so that Alexandra couldn't get her knight into the game. Okay, a rook trade has happened. Honestly, good decision by the kid. But now computer wants pawn to b6, and that ain't happening. Surely. There's no chance. He's going to take here, and now queen c1, and this pawn is kind of difficult to defend. But we can just use the rook and then get the knight in. Yeah, and then there's so many pawns for the taking. Alexandra's played a really good game so far. I think she's going to win the tournament. She's got the time advantage. She's made so many good decisions in a row. Dina's watching without making faces. No faces. Dina didn't make faces. It's an incredible sign. The kid does not find the computer's recommended pawn to b6. Pawn to b6 would have been equal according to engine. Instead, queen takes f4, and now queen takes b4. Okay, queen takes. Now this one's in trouble. Please, bishop d3. Just, kiddo, do something that allows Alexandra to get her knight into the game very easily. That's what we want from you right now. Don't go pawn to h4. This would make us nervous. We don't really want white to establish this pawn close to the king. Although even here, like, our knight is getting into the game quite nicely. Just let her play knight to d7 next, and she's going to be in a really, really, really good spot. Quick explainer on the whole USCF FIDE thing. Yeah, I kind of disagree with the decision to showcase USCF ratings because it's caused a massive amount of questions for really no good reason. I guess the reason, yeah. Basically, USCF is a better representation of these kids, their level, because the tournaments they play are USCF rated, but rarely FIDE rated. USCF is just a national rating. But in general, the USCF rating is 100 points higher than the FIDE one. So imagine Aaron is an 1850. But the thing is, Aaron is an 1850 kid. And kids are usually more intimidating. Okay, Queen C1 has been played. Honestly, good move. Good move. Alexandra now needs rook to C8, which looks kind of weird, I think. Because you're essentially putting that rook on a square where it's going to be really bad. It's just purely a defensive piece. But the reason you can get away with it here is that the knight is going to come up to the C5 square later on. And then the knight is going to be protecting the pawn by just blocking the queen's path. And then the rook can do something more useful afterwards. Wow, Alexandra finds rook C8. I mean, to her, this might be obvious because she's not as concerned about the lack of activity for the rook. That's kind of rude of me to say. But it might be true. Whatever. She's got this pawn in her sights. She's about to get the knight into the game. Things are looking pretty good. Why do they write their moves down? It's just so that they can have the score of the game for later. It's not very common to be playing on an electronic board like they're doing now. So everyone writes down their moves for their own records. What's the best move for white here? I think H4, I would say, is the best. Like, white needs to try and create a counterplay, counter attack against the black king as soon as possible, especially now since the black king has no heavy pieces around it. The knight, the queen, the rook, all of them have left the black king to fend for itself. Okay, bishop to d3. The bishop defends the pawn, but this makes it super easy for Alexandra to get her knight into the game. And the knight will then participate in attacking pretty much everything. This is great for Alexandra because now she has an easy move. How does it work when both players end up with 30 seconds on the clock and they have to move quickly? Do they still have to write down their moves? If you get 30 seconds extra per move you make, you always have to write down your moves. However, in this tournament, you only get 10 extra seconds per move. And then the rules are that you don't have to write down anymore after you've gone below 5 minutes on the clock. So when you have less than 5 minutes, you can choose to stop writing down your moves. But some people still keep writing down out of force of habit, or sometimes because you want to know how many moves have been made if you want to claim a draw 3 times same position, or 50 moves without a capture or pawn move. So the knight is better than a bishop in this open position. Yeah. So the reason the bishop is bad is because it's kind of not working well together with its own pawns. White has a lot of pawns that is blocking the bishop's path. And because both the bishop and the pawns are on light squares, it means that white has a lack of control of dark squares. If we were to put these two central pawns one step further back, then white would be quite a bit better, because then white would have control of the dark squares and the white pawns would not be blocking their own bishop. So it's just about pawn placements. One step further back, white would be better. But now, since black has access to the c5 square, this is the square where no white pawns can position themselves to attack the knight, because both the pawns that could attack this square has moved past it. And so the knight coming to c5 is going to be an incredibly strong piece. Why not queen b1? Queen b1 seems sensible, but then Alexandra will centralize her queen. Then she will go knight to c5, and then she will try and involve her rook along the edge of the board. And basically, black can put all their pieces on dark squares because white just has absolutely no dark square control. She's having another super tournament. Yes, Itmo. She's about to win her second tournament in a row. As long as she avoids a loss here, she's won this tournament. And frankly, right now, it's looking like she might win. Is that really Min? He's looking like he's the same size as all the kids. Just a casual grandmaster walking around in the blue sweater in the background. Alexandra got her time advantage back. At some point, the time difference was down to like just a couple of minutes. Queen to e3 played. Computer very unhappy. Knight to c5, the recommendation. That makes sense. Knight to c5. Look at how we're putting all our pieces on the dark squares. And then afterwards, we can have our rook in the middle point down towards white's pawn. Alexandra is looking amazing here. In fact, if the rook tries to attack the queen counterattacks against the bishop and the queen behind. Queen steps back, and we just trade. White's pawn structure is completely broken. Oh, and we even get a pawn. Yeah, this is just easily winning. But the problem is it's kind of difficult for white to avoid, because white has this uncomfortable pressure against the bishop, but the bishop cannot get away. If the bishop moves back here, then we can just take the pawn. And if the bishop moves back here, then, well, we can take this pawn. The bishop cannot move without losing control of the pawns it's defending, but that enables us to come in with the queen and get a very favorable queen trade. And Alexandra does play knight to c5. She's going to win this. Is the kid choking? No, the kid is not choking. He's just being completely outplayed. Alexandra has had a big advantage ever since she got that favorable trade of the bishops and the bishop versus knight. The computer, in my opinion, has massively underestimated the value of Alexandra's position. In practical play, she was way, way better and has been for a while. What do you think White's next move is going to be? I have no idea because he has no good moves. Maybe f3, but f3, then queen comes in. The rook has to defend, and then the black rook comes in from the side. It's just a disaster. You can't move the bishop. You can't really move the queen. You could try to defend the bishop, but then like even just attacking here and attacking there. And no, I think Alexandra, like, no, I think White just doesn't have any good moves. White's position is just collapsing now. The bishop is poorly protected, but at the same time, it needs to be where it is to avoid the white pawns being captured. And the consequence of all of that is that something has to give. Has Alexandra leveled up again or just continuing the momentum? I think it's momentum, but at this point, I don't know. She had a really bad first game, I noticed. And she also made like a big inaccuracy in the opening here. But like she's making some inaccurate moves, but overall she's playing quickly and making more good moves than bad moves. Just a pretty healthy recipe for success. Do you think Alexandra should keep playing in these B groups? For the time being, yeah, I think so. I think she needs to decide whether she's just doing this to kind of get content or whether as she gains rating, she's going to be more kind of interested in going for some titles or not. And I think if she wants to go for another title, she needs to put some more work in. Because I don't think the way she's playing is good enough against 2,300 rated players. But for the time being, whatever gives her confidence and some rating boost, I think is great. She said her goal is FM. Yeah, I know she said that. I heard that too. I just don't know how serious she is about it. Because that's a massive time commitment and she doesn't have time. Does she want to be streamer first or pro player first? I don't think she wants to be either. She is businesswoman first. She's got all these projects at the same time. And yeah, there's a lack of hours in the day for her to do everything she wants to do. Okay, queen b3 played. Good move. Very good move. Attacking towards the bishop, attacking towards the queen, but also keeping an eye on the pawn on b5. GG's. White is losing a pawn by force. Also, the queen is covering the d1 square, which means that the rook cannot come in to protect the bishop. No matter what her opponent does here, Alexandra will win a pawn in 2 moves. Why is B better than A? Because if queen to A3, then the bishop could go back without the queen being able to capture this pawn on B5. And also here, white would be able potentially to go rook D1 to protect the bishop instead. So queen B3 has some very clear advantages in that regard. What's the second place prize? I think the second place is 750. Okay, the bishop steps back, offering the trade between the queens. But Alexandra can also just take a pawn straight away. Wow. Computer's giving a very interesting line. Queen takes pawn, pawn e5, queen b2, attacking the pawn, putting some pressure here. Pawn to e6, takes. Bishop takes on g6, takes back. Rook takes on c5. And here, apparently, the best move is queen f6. The idea being that if pawn takes, then queen comes in, check on the king. Check on the king. Check on the king. And then check on the king and you get an escape square. And then you can take the rook afterwards without there being a back rank checkmate. This was very advanced. I don't think the kid is going to see that, if I'm honest. So I think Alexandra can take this pawn without too much of a concern. But the computer actually prefers to just trade off the queens. Because then white has an awful pawn structure and there's no more queen to create trouble. This is a very interesting approach. Queen trade and then the rook on the open file. And computer says this is winning for black. That's very cool. Just because white's pawns are just so bad. And the black knight can never be chased away. And the king can potentially get up here and the rook will attack in from the side. Fascinating. Alexandra went for the pawn though. I can't blame her. I'm a bit of a greedy guy myself. And she's playing for a draw. That's a good point, Ratbag. I'm not sure Alexandra knows about the tiebreak rules being so much in her favor. But in terms of just wanting a draw, then trading the queens may have been a better decision. But whatever. At this point, she's completely outplayed her opponent. She might as well win. Why not? Five out of five sounds better. It sure does. Yeah. Vila is on location, and Vila says she doesn't know about the tiebreak. Which makes me wonder, what the fuck are you doing there, Vila? If you're not reading the regulations. He only has like 7 jobs. How has he not read the regulations on behalf of his employers? Okay. Pawn to e5 has been played. Great move. Dangerous move. This is why maybe we should have traded queens. Although it shouldn't be a disaster just yet. Rook to e8 seems very sensible. And then after pawn to f4, yeah, even just move the knight back and try and get this pawn. But yeah, it's a bit iffy. Like something like this, and it feels like suddenly, white is attacking stuff. And white is reasonably close to getting rid of so many pawns that a draw becomes likely. But then again, a draw is fine. The only thing we need to avoid is losing. And in order to minimize the chance of losing, I would like to see Alexandra preventing this pawn pushing further forward. She does go rook e8. Good move. Danya in the background. I missed it. What's Danya doing there? He's living there. This is his workplace, the Charlotte Chess Center. Her sweater looks so hot. Is it really that cold there? Yeah, it's for a Norwegian like me, who's never seen an air conditioning unit in my life, it goes against everything I know. But I have heard that the American air conditioning does, yeah, it is pretty intense. I have gotten sick many times in Southern Europe with the air conditioning going all night. Norwegians live in winter permanently. I wish that was true, because then I wouldn't. The other week, like in May, we had some kind of a heat wave in Norway by Norwegian standards. But then the temperature, indoor temperature for me was, I was cooking, and not in the good way. It was like 28 degrees at my desk. I was not feeling great. "28 is quite hot." It was, yeah. The thing is, I only recently got one of these temperature measurements. It's a Norwegian company, actually. They sponsored a bit of the Champions Chess Tour a couple of years ago. It's called an Earthings device. And one of the things it does is basically it's judging what you need to do to have a better indoor climate, or whatever it's called. And one of the things it checks is the temperature. And basically it was flashing big red signs that it's too warm. Which now makes sense, because a couple of summers in a row, I've been, oh no, this was not a top 3 move. Oh my God. Okay, queen to b2, I think that's a very sensible move. But computer now wants e6, pawn takes e6, f5, pawn takes f5, bishop takes f5. And suddenly white's attack is kind of scary. No more defenders around the king, and we cannot capture the bishop, because then we lose our rook. And damn it, we lost the camera. Such an important moment in the game, and we lost the cam. Fortunately, Vila is on location. Maybe Vila can fix it. Let me ping him. Cam probably overheated. Just the discussion of the wild Norwegian summers made the camera overheat. Okay, we're back. Let's go. Surely he's not going to go e6, right? Ooh, bishop to d1. So now b6. We cannot capture this pawn in the center immediately, because then our rook, knight, is undefended. But instead, we can just go pawn to b6, defend the knight, and then we'll take the pawn in the center afterwards. Easy win. Easy, easy. No need to make it complicated. Computer wants rook a8, which I don't really understand. b6 played quickly by Alexandra. When you see a good move, do not look for a better one. Just make the good move. Botez. He's below 20 minutes. He's got to be feeling the pressure on the clock right now. Alexandra, a very healthy time advantage. She's up a pawn. And she only needs a draw. Like everything is going in her favor right now. Are we staying live for the medal ceremony? No. But we are going to have an interview with Alexandra after the game is done. Also, I should check out these tiebreak rules because I'm kind of trusting now one person in chat. And I should maybe try and get a better source. It would be a bit unfortunate if the camera broke just as we got the deciding moves in the game. I'm genuinely not finding anything about the tiebreak rules in this tournament. I'm searching now the entire website. I just can't find anything about tiebreakers. Whatever. Let's just have Alexandra win the game without tiebreakers being necessary. That would be helpful. Rook to c2 played, attacking the queen. The queen moved to try and attack the king and bishop. And the rook is just following. Good plan from the kid, to be fair. Special notes, scroll down to the bottom. I did, and there's nothing there. Oh, never mind. US chess tie breaks, cumulative average opposition rating. Okay, yeah, okay. I just missed it. Thank you, Thomas. I did see the special notes. I just, yeah, missed it. Repeat moves now? It's too cynical. We can't go for a draw here. She's going to go for the win. She wants to win the rating. She's all about the rating. Five out of five, it would be very sweet. But right now, the concern is that if Alexandra goes queen to a2, which I assume is what she's planning, going after the d5 pawn, her opponent can go bishop f3. And then if you go queen b2, now there's rook e1, and you keep this guy defended. Although here you can go b5 You can just try to push all the way to become a new queen. But I'm super terrified every time the computer suggests moves like this. Pawn to e6. Takes. And somehow, despite black being up by 2 pawns, computer feels this is approximately equal, which is making me think that black's king is in quite a bit of trouble here. And it's just not immediately obvious how problematic it is. But she's got plenty of time to figure it out. She has a 15-minute advantage on the clock. But yeah, her position is too good to go for the repetition. She can't really do that. If pawn to e6, can Alexandra go f5? I mean, and there are circumstances where you can do that, but then are you not afraid of the opponent having a pawn 2 steps away from becoming a new queen, and that pawn is protected by another pawn? It seems kind of terrifying to me. It's not really something I would want to have happened. But if repetition wins the tournament, why not just do it? Well, she doesn't know the tiebreak rules. We have from credible sources at the venue. The person who should have been informing her about the tiebreak rules has informed us that she does not know about the tiebreak rules. So there's that. And then also she's up a pawn, which means that you usually want to try and win when you have a pawn more than your opponent. And also, like, her opponent's FIDE rating is like 1700. So she'll lose a bit of rating if she makes a draw. And when you have such a good position and you want to win the tournament alone, yeah, you also get a bigger prize if you win without having to have the same amount of points as someone else. There's a couple of reasons to play on. Why wouldn't that person tell her? I think because he didn't think about it. This goes by FIDE and not USCF. It's being rated in both categories, Insomniac. Seems like the coach's fault to me. I mean, I disagree. I think that's the body man's job. Okay, she goes queen a2, putting pressure against the d5 pawn. So now there's no use for white to keep attacking the queen, as the queen will escape and take a pawn in the process. He will, however, go bishop to f3 quite quickly to keep the pawn protected. And then Alexandra will go b5, and she will just try and get a new queen. And then we pray that he doesn't go pawn e6. Queen d4 has been played. The pawn is still protected, and now the queen is no longer in the same diagonal, on the same file. as the rook. Alexandra plays quickly, rook to a8. Computer not happy with that. She's moving away from the king side. And now pawn to e6 is becoming a force to be reckoned with. If pawn to e6 now takes, attacks the rook. And here, there's only one move to save black. Because not only is the rook under attack, if the rook just moves, bam, the pressure in towards the black king. Alexandra is not doing the safety first strategy you really should be having in this circumstance. Pawn to e6 is terrifying. Yeah, rook to a8 is just a big mistake. Very much underestimating the potential white has of creating a big attack. Oh my God, he trades. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. Now there's no way for white to try and attack this pawn formation in front of the black king. The king is safe, despite Alexandra doing her utmost to get it in trouble. But why? The reason why is he wants to try and get one of these two pawns. Now, both of these black pawns are isolated, but it would be a much bigger problem for us if he tried to attack our king than if he's trying to win one of our pawns. Because even if he manages to win one of the pawns, it's still going to be a draw at the minimum, right? But if he goes for the king, then there's the potential of losing, which was kind of nerve-wracking. White king in a bit of trouble? Potentially. If black could get the queen into the center and then the rook up, that would cause a lot of problems for the white king. So for instance, now if the queen goes to try and attack, then Alexandra can very easily win, attacking the rook, and then queen comes in for the checkmate. But as long as the white queen is so powerfully placed here in the middle of the board, there's not gonna be any checkmates on white in the near future. This queen is really good controlling everything. It's so funny. The computer rating switches back and forth, but not in favor of the one moving the piece. There's a very logical reason for that, Sapu. And the reason is the computer's current evaluation is always based on the best available move. And no disrespect to Aaron and Alexandra, but they're not playing the best available move most of the time. And that's why it always goes down for the person making the move, because the computer expects perfect play and it's not getting it. I'm expecting Alexandra to move her rook back into the center afterwards. Because now that there's no white pawn on this e5 square, it means that the rook has very clear access into white's half of the board. Okay, pawn to h3 played. That was actually the computer's top choice. So my bad for criticizing our players. I would now expect rook to e8. Ooh, actually, after rook to e8, rook a1, the queen is trapped. Yeah. Let's try maybe not to do that on second thought. The computer's giving some kind of miraculous escape, but I'm not sure we should be relying on the miraculous in this situation. Computer's saying rook check, and then you can go knight b3, ignoring the threat to your own queen because you make a counter threat on white's queen. To be fair, this is probably quite good for black, but I'm not sure I would spend a lot of time trying to figure out those calculations when there's only 27 minutes left for the rest of the game. Pawn to b5 makes a lot of sense because then you can go rook e8 afterwards and not be concerned about this one anymore, since the pawn having moved forward has created an escape for the black queen. So something like this would be fine. I suppose you could also try rook queen a3. That makes a bit of sense. Ooh, but then the rook can do a counterattack. Okay, queen a3 has been played. I have no idea what Alexandra is thinking if Aaron just goes after the pawns. Computer's first choice here is queen g3. And I'm just trying to figure out whether that's ever going to happen. The idea is that after rook takes pawn, oh, I thought the idea was going to be rook to e8 and then checkmate on the king. But it turns out white has bishop to e2. And then you cannot take the bishop because then it's a counter checkmate on the opposite side. That is wild. And for that reason, knight to d3 is the right move here. And then if rook comes to attack here, then you go rook e8. And what if now bishop here? Ah, then you go knight takes pawn, allowing the rook to be captured so that the knight can capture the bishop afterwards with a fork on the king and the queen. Yeah. Alexandra is getting herself into some very sketchy territory. Like, this is never going to happen. There's no way she sees this queen to g3 move. And if she doesn't play queen to g3, how is she actually going to defend the pawn on b6? Yeah, that queen move she made was a mistake. It gave him a very clear move with a clear intention of capturing the black pawn. She has no good way of keeping that pawn defended. Okay, she just retreats the queen. But now her advantage is dwindling away. She allowed the rook to get in a better position and then ended up having to move the queen a second time. She's threatening queen to e1 check, but king to h2 is a good way of getting the king out of trouble. And now Alexandra has to be aware. Yeah, king h2 has been played. And now Alexandra has to be aware of this queen to f6 move. So something like rook to b8, wanting to push the pawn, then queen f6. How do you defend? Knight e4 attacks the queen, protects the pawn. Ooh, and after queen to e7, trying to counter against the knight, black is actually winning as the queen gets into the game. And now the white king is actually poorly defended. And that's what's winning it. Yeah, it's a bit sketchy. The coordination of black's pieces has been severely disrupted. But she's still up a pawn. Rook to e8, I think that makes sense. Just centralizing the rook. Must be a good move. But now after bishop to f3, computer says it's just equal. Although, why not b5? Oh my gosh. Computer's move here, queen a4. That is a sick move. White wants the trade of queens, and black says you may have the trade if you do it in such a way that my pawn can get away from your rook. And then if white takes the pawn instead with the queen, then that opens up the path for the queen to attack against the white king instead. There are some sick variations here. Bishop to f3 has been played. I would really like to see b5 now. We need to have the opportunity. One of the reasons I like b5 is that if queen to f6, attacking this pawn, then we're able to move our queen back to keep the pawn defended. This is very nice. This is a nice setup for black. But if we don't go b5, how are we going to keep this guy protected? Time situation, Aaron, less than 10 minutes. Alexandra, 24 minutes, but the momentum is definitely in white's favor. Let me check in on the other game. Yeah, Alex Kalin is winning against Farid Aslanov, which means that if Alexandra draws the game, she will have another player on 4.5. She needs to win to be the outright winner. This is stressful. It's going to get more stressful. We're approaching a situation now where both players are going to be very low on time. And where both players potentially is going to have to play without writing down their moves, with only minutes, maybe even just seconds on the clock. Where one move can make this potential win turn into a loss. It's crunch time. I need this b5 move to happen. I don't really see what else she could do. But I guess it's natural if she's concerned about b5, queen b4. Oh no, camera is down again. Please don't have us end up in a time scramble and the camera just collapses on us. That would be so sad. I always would have played queen takes e3. Yeah. In hindsight, that would have been a much better decision, Scorelli. Okay, we back. Maybe queen a7 to go to c7. I don't know. That feels a bit passive to me. But I guess as long as we're keeping this guy defended, I'm reasonably happy. Computer wants rook to e1, which is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Because after trades and queen f6, it seems to me like the pawn is just screwed. But apparently knight to b7 both protects the pawn and protects this square. And the queen protects here. So it turns out the white queen isn't actually able to do anything here. Although the queen can counterattack. And if we block with the knight, then it will attack here instead. Wow. Queen a7 played. I guess it's actually quite okay. As long as you keep stuff defended, the kid is going to make a mistake since he's low on time. As long as you just make sure your extra pawn is not lost, he's bound to do something rash. Nine and a half minutes and counting. Now it's 9 minutes. 10 seconds per move. And queen b4 has been played. A step in the wrong direction from white. Now Alexandra goes rook b8. And the queen is no longer making its threats down towards the king side. Alexandra is ready to go pawn b5 next. And she got a quick move in, keeping his clock running. Statistically, moving the queen is dangerous, increases the chance of a Botez gambit. Well, I mean, the Botez sisters are so experienced with the gambit, they don't even have to move the queen to make it happen. Ooh, queen b5, good move. Good move from the kid, preventing us from pushing our pawn forward. Also preparing the invasion. Queen e7, I like. Alexandra goes queen a4. Also one of the computer's top choices. But what happens if queen to c6? Ooh, I forgot about that one. Ooh, that's very good. Oh, she's both attacking the pawn and attacking the queen. She's forcing the queen trade. I didn't even realize at first. Because she's attacking the pawn, there's no choice for white but to accept the trade. Why is the queen trade good? Essentially, when you're up a pawn, trade of pieces are generally advantageous for you because it makes it easier to get to a stage where your pawns can move over to the other side and become new queens. That's not the whole story, but it's part of it. King to g3, very unorthodox play. I guess Alexandra's just going to trade because that was her plan. But computers are liking queen to d4 now, just centralizing the queen. Alexandra trades. And just get the king involved. King to g7, I don't like. Why are we not moving the king over here? Is she going to go here and then over here? The thing is, if she goes king f8, maybe that entices her opponent to move the king up into attack. So maybe by going up, she's making the opponent run to the center, and then you start running over here because now you're not concerned about the king somehow getting involved. King f2 has been played, and then king f6. So she is going here, but with the detour. I mean, I think that's the most clever loss of a tempo Alexandra's ever had. I have no idea whether it was on purpose or not, though. It's happening. She genuinely just took a detour to the c7 square. I have no idea whether that was on purpose or not. I guess it was not on purpose, but who knows? Computer kind of liked it, so there's that. Okay, king to the center. But I'm not sure king to the center was the best plan on this occasion. That being said, computer wants knight to d7 and then move the rook out. The problem now for Alexandra is that I mean, she's definitely not losing. King to d7 has been played. The problem is if the kid now goes and tries and takes the e file. Ooh, computer's giving b5, sacrificing the pawns on the king side and just rushing their own pawn. Wait, for some reason, rook to e8 is very important here. Okay, whatever. Bishop to g4 has been played. Alexandra easily stops that with her own pawn, forces the bishop back, and now her king can complete its journey. This is very good for Alexandra. Now the king takes over the protection of the pawn, so then she can move her rook into the game, and her opponent didn't have time to try and do the counterattacks because now check on the king steps back, and you can use the knight to block the rook's path. This is good. This is very good. Aaron down to 6 minutes. Is there added time? You get 10 seconds per move that's made, but that's it. Why are we moving the knight away? If you wanted to move the knight away, why would you spend so much time moving the king around? The whole point of moving the king around was to protect here so that you could activate the rook. Why? Alexandra now spent 2 moves moving the knight to a terrible position compared to where it was. And now the position is equal. If pawn to g4 is a very good move because you're basically just going to trade pawns. And then afterwards, you can point your bishop in towards this pawn, which is now poorly defended. Knight a6 was awful. Yeah, no, the knight is just terrible here. No future. She made all this effort getting her king over. It didn't occur to me that she could stop before she completed the plan. Wow, and now she's blundering. What? She's just giving away the pawn. She still has 16 minutes left. I don't know. After putting the knight on c7, you just need to have a timeout with yourself. Okay, it's time for a timeout. Chill the fuck out and make the draw. You have to, right now, she's realizing she gave away the pawn for no good reason. She put her knight on a way worse square. The last 3 moves have been outrageous. But this is where you have to reset. You have plenty of time, much more time than the opponent. Just breathe, get something to drink, and make sure that you don't let the momentum shift so that you end up losing the game. That's what's important right now. You messed up the win. You messed up the win. It's fine. It doesn't matter. But now refocus. New task, new mission. Previously, the mission was to win. Now you got to get control of your emotions. And you just got to make the draw. She has to win. She has to win to get unshared first place. But if she makes a draw, she still gets the plaque. She still gets to call herself the winner of the tournament. She doesn't get as much prize money, but frankly, the prize money is not that big of a deal to her. She's losing out on some rating. She's going to lose out on some rating. That's going to hurt. But it's going to hurt more if you lose the game because you couldn't readjust. Why no rook a4? If rook comes to give a check, the bishop will block. The king does not have to go back and allow the pawn to be captured. The bishop can just step in between and you have nothing. She's still a lot ahead on time. She can win even in a drawn position. Sure, she can, but my argument here is that right now she's in a bad mental state because she knows she was winning and she knows she made big mistakes to end up here. So she can still go for the win. But I guess my point is just that you need to kind of take a time out to realize that now you're hoping to win, but you're not actually winning. And your main priority is to make sure you don't lose. But I do feel like that's what she's doing right now. She is taking 5 minutes to just readjust to the consequences of her actions. Yeah, rook a2 is a pretty good move. Rook a2 attacking the bishop. If the bishop moves, the pawn is in trouble. The bishop can move and both protect the pawn on the side and in the middle. And then you can give a check here. And now the king has to step back. You can give another check. Force the king back. But you got to be careful so that the king doesn't pop up and start moving forward afterwards. And if you try and target the pawn in the center, the rook can always just try and counter. I mean, I guess you can try and get something like this. It should be fine. It should be fine. It's just, you know, it's a bit annoying to have made the mistakes she made. Because like here, If she just goes king c7 followed by rook a8, she's winning very easily. She needs to move at some point, though. Yeah, you're right, Rico. At some point, she needs to move so that she doesn't land herself in time trouble. If she wants to still play for the win, she needs to have a somewhat of a time edge. Doesn't she still get decent rating from the tournament? Oof, I really don't like this move, h6. It's weakening the light squares. It's making it more tempting to go g4 and try and attack the pawns on the light squares. Rook b4 played very quickly in response. Oh, she goes g5. Now advantage white for the first time in basically the entire game. Bishop to d3, attacking the pawn. She's voluntarily weakened her pawn on f5. She's not playing safety first right now. The trade of the pawns happened. That's good news for her, because now if bishop to d3, at least she can move the pawn forward to avoid it being captured. But I still don't like allowing this bishop in against the king. Ooh, he goes bishop to f3. Good news. He's very passive. He doesn't want to go on the attack. Instead, he's just letting his pieces stay in defensive positions. That's very good news. So he's not trying to win, because frankly, Alexandra was trying to win a bit too much here. I think she weakened her situation by moving the pawns up. The further up the pawns come, the closer they get to the white king, and the bigger the probability of the king managing to get in against the pawns and win them. Looks like he's playing for a draw. I agree. He's remembering that he was down a pawn and that he's playing a much higher rated opponent. So he's very much still in the draw frame of mind. But we need him to stay there. Kinha, the ratings on the screen are two different rating systems. They cannot be compared, which is why I disagree with having them on the screen, but that's another matter. Rook to g1. Alexandra is trying to go pawn to g4, but that would just make her position a lot worse. Alexandra is actively trying to make moves that will give her chances to lose the game. Also now, if pawn to g4, this pawn cannot be captured, then white wins. Check on the king. King moves, rook up, and there's no way to defend the knight. Alexandra is playing with fire right now. She's intending pawn to g4, but it's a terrible move. Okay, she plays pawn to g4. Now Alexandra is in trouble. She's actively trying to lose the game. After the trade, her pawns are further up the board. They're more likely to be being captured. Also, there's more space for the white pieces to give checks on the king. Does he have to write each move? No. Now that Aaron is below 5 minutes on the clock, he no longer needs to write the moves. But he's choosing to do so. I don't think we're going to get to talk to Alexandra if she loses this. She needs to stop the bishop to f5. If Alexandra just pushes the pawn up, then bishop to f5 is... it's no longer winning. Because after rook to d7, now the king can try and counterattack the white bishop. So this time, instead of it just being game over, it's just very unpleasant. Alexandra needs to... Yeah, I don't know. She's in trouble now. She goes rook to f8, takes control of the f5 square, preventing the check. Aaron, please do something silly that... Oh, they agree to draw. Oh, thank God. GG's, the winner of the tournament, Alexandra Botez. She did her best to try and lose there at the end. She made me hecka nervous. But a well-timed draw offer before the opponent realizes that you're kind of just making life difficult for yourself. Alexandra, 4.5 points out of 5. Same number of points as one other player. But Alexandra is ahead on tie breaks. She is the winner. 2 tournaments in a row, back to back. Let's go. Who offered the draw? Alexandra offered. Normally, the person who made the last move offered the draw. Because the normal sequence is you make your move, and then you offer the draw, and then you hit the clock. The rule is you need to offer the draw while your own clock is running. She doesn't look happy. Yeah. I can tell you why she's not happy. It starts with knight to a6 and ends with rook to a8. She had 3 moves there. She had 16 minutes on the clock and made some awful, awful decisions. She was close to winning, but in the end, the draw is enough for her to win the tournament. So that's fine. What's the difference between a draw and a win for this tournament? So this draw cost her 5 rating points in FIDE compared to a win. It cost her maybe 15 rating points in USCF rating compared to a win. It cost her about $200, I would think, in prize money compared to the win. But that's about it. It's not the end of the world. She still gets the back-to-back tournament wins. And I do think that is the most important. Did she gain rating this tournament? Yes, she did, Kev. She scored 4.5 out of 5, which is going to give her a rating boost. It cost her getting chewed out by a hammer in the after action report. Well, you guys can choose to keep that between the two of us, or the maybe slightly more than two of us. What's the prize win amount? She wins $750. But if she had won this final game, she would have won $1,000. Let me see if we're going to get her. Chess is a struggling business. I mean, the prices for the good players are larger. She looked exhausted. Won't blame her for dipping out on the interview. No, I'm getting her. She's coming in 5 minutes. Okay, give me something to talk about for 5 minutes, people. Can you explain what cumulative tiebreak is? So cumulative means that you get 1 point for each point you have per round. So basically, if you win round 1, you get 1 tiebreak point for round 1. And then you get another tiebreak point for round 2 and round 3 and 4 and 5. That's not the best way of explaining it. You get the same amount of tiebreak points as the number of points you had for the round. So if you win the first round, you have 1 tiebreak. And then if you win the second round as well, you have 1 tiebreak from the first round, and then you have 2 tiebreak from the second round because you had 2 points after the second round. And it's cumulative because it adds on. And basically what this system does is that it rewards people for doing well at the beginning, with the reasoning that if you did well at the beginning, you're playing other people who did well early on, and that then you had the tougher path, essentially. And I believe chess.com should use that system in their Champions Chess Tour qualifiers. But they don't listen to me and my good ideas. And the reason for that is that Champions Chess Tour qualifiers, they struggle from the fact that a lot of the grandmasters, they withdraw from the tournament once they don't have a chance to qualify. And only like 50% of the players qualify to the next stage. But then it would be very disadvantageous for some players to have faced these people who back out, because then they might not qualify on their end because their tiebreaks are bad because some of the players they played withdrew. So, but if you use the cumulative system, that would just fix itself, because then it doesn't matter if your opponents withdraw, because it only matters at what stage of the tournament you scored your points. Scoring points early means good tiebreaks, and scoring points late means bad tiebreaks. I feel like I got there in the end, Ewan, but it was a tricky word. I have to update my Zoom. Okay. Kramnik needs to update his Windows. Alexandra needs to update her Zoom. The struggles that Chessa lives with, huh? How do we even manage? Also, the guy with 3.5 out of 4 is losing or drawing at best. No, he's winning, Alexandra. Or maybe he already won. But the thing is that the tiebreak system is rewarding you for having won your first 4 games. So you're gonna win on tiebreaks.
Hello.
Hey.
Am I in trouble? I don't know what I did at the end there. Oh man. But we won another tournament. That's good, right?
It's incredible. Congratulations.
Am I losing FIDE rating with this draw now?
I mean, not in total, no.
Okay, as long as in total the FIDE is still okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're gaining, but of course it would have been better to win.
Wait. Kaylin, hang on.
Kaylin won.
Wait, does that mean did I win?
So you're shared first, but you're ahead on tiebreaks.
Oh shit.
So you don't get as much prize money, but you get the plaque or whatever.
So you mean I get the bragging privileges?
That's all you wanted, I think.
Yeah. Screw the money. I'll take the bragging privileges.
Let me read from the rules. Plaques to first place in main event sections based on the following US chess tiebreaks: cumulative, average opponent rating cut 1. And cumulative, I think, is the one where you get more tiebreak points when you win early on. It's the same they used to use in the World Youth Championship.
Wait, are we 100% sure? Now I'm nervous.
I mean, you couldn't have done anything differently anyway. At the end there, you were trying to lose,
But you know what? I changed my tune and I was like, let's try not to lose, and then I took the draw.
Yeah, that was good because you got me nervous there. H6, G5, G4.
You see personal growth when I offered a draw?
I suppose.
That was gross. Old Alex, I would have lost that game. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was doing my normal pessimistic self there for a minute, but we celebrated when the draw came in. Alex won the tournament, exclamation points, but somewhat wrong in. Yeah, okay, you're almost there, Vila. Just another couple of rotations now.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So close.
Vila's running, but I'm not sure if I won the tournament. Now I'm worried about my tiebreak.
No, you're fine.
Are you sure did I win 2 tournaments in a row undefeated? Is that what's happening? Is this my life now? Am I a winner chicken dinner?
You are, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna celebrate when I get my. Oh gosh. Well, you guys, Vila's doing his best. He's on a laptop handling all of this, so we'll just let it happen. Oh, he's getting close, guys. Oh.
So how was the first couple of rounds? I kind of missed out. I saw the opening in the first game and I was like, yeah, these kids are going to kick your ass. And then I saw you were on 3 out of 3 and I was like, okay.
Okay, look, I will admit my first opening, I was like, oh, this is not going well. It's like an 8-year-old kid who I'm going to lose to or get a bad opening position out of round 1. But I recovered. You know, I had fumbled the ball a bit in the first half, but I come through in the latter half for most of these games.
Yeah. Are you motivated to play more?
Well, we're going to play Poland, which I think I sent you dates already, right?
Yeah, but the chat has been a bit unclear on whether this is happening and whether how tilted out of her mind Andrea is.
Well, Andrea said she's still playing Poland, so we are still doing Poland, which is, I think it starts June 20th.
So that's cool. Some exclusive news here.
Yeah.
Why are you going to Poland?
Because that's the only we looked at the only free period we have because I'm going to play the World Series of Poker main event. And basically the only chess event in the world that's FIDE rated at that time is in Poland. So,
see, she really loves you Polish people.
And of course, Polska Grom, am I right? Baba Hat, and I actually really like Polish rap. I mean, Poland and Romania are pretty tight, so I'm excited. But yes, also it was the only place we could play a chess tournament, and it's 1 game a day, and you're available for part of it, which is good.
Yeah. Speaking of that, but yeah, let's yeah.
You're not free?
I am part of it, yes. I may have taken on more work than I actually have capacity for. So okay, I'm kind of struggling with it. I can definitely do half.
You're not doing commentary for someone else, right?
Oh, no. I'm doing some Chessable course and then I need to prep for the Norwegian Championship.
Okay, yeah, no, that's reasonable. I was just a little curious what was going on there. Okay, should we? I mean, I think actually at some point, if you're free, it'd be nice to review all of the tournament games.
Yeah, I would like that.
Just so
I just don't know how much time I have. Just one thing I want to do. I think you played some really good moves here. Knight F4 was really interesting, and then this whole thing about the after Bishop E5, Bishop B2, how quickly you made the right decision to just do all the trades and try and get the knight to E5, I thought was inspired.
I had been thinking about it on his time.
Yeah, no, that was excellent. But I feel like before you started screwing up in the end game, there was one point I was very unhappy about. And that was after he went Rook B1, You spent like 10 seconds going knight c5, and then you thought for like 10 minutes on the next move.
Oh, here. Like I should have.
Well, the thing is, after knight c5, bishop c2, he's going to go bishop c2 after knight c5 no matter what, right? So if you're going to go knight c5, you preferably want to have a follow-up plan. And one of the things I think is that going knight c5 here too early can actually backfire in terms of you having to move your knight back again, because whenever you establish your knight on c5, it makes for white's plan of going b4 and kicking your knight so much easier.
Yeah.
So here I think maybe even knight to h5 is interesting, because even if he does get a3 b5, a3 b4, it kind of, yeah, you save 2 tempos on not having to go back and forth, and then he saves 2 tempos on not having to go b3 and bishop c2. But you can maybe make the argument for the bishop being better on c2. I don't know. Anyway, my main concern there was that after rook b1, you have knight b4, and you just take the bishop, and you're good.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind next time. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's just like, normally you never go knight b4, but in this specific case, when he went rook b1, he's preventing himself from escaping with the bishop to b1.
Okay.
And then you had this really nice opportunity to just get the bishop. But other than that, I thought it was a great game. And the other game you had today, right? The one with the white pieces was also great.
Yay!
I mean, I'm not so sure about how you put your rooks, but other than that, I thought it was really good.
Yeah, I was thinking a lot there, but that makes sense. I'm still not sure if I've won the tournament, and that's all I'm thinking. But I just want it confirmed. I want to hold my plaque. I want to feel like a winner.
Okay. I cannot fix that though. We have very clever people in chat who are good at, reading rules and knowing names of things. And they are saying you 100% won the tournament, and they link to the rules, and I've read the rules, and I agree with their assessment.
Okay, so everyone is saying yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, I when I hold my plaque, I'll know it's real. I don't think I've ever won 2 chess tournaments in a row, ever.
I would think not.
That's kind of sick. And I haven't lost in like 13 games.
I mean, 14.
14, right.
And then that's not counting the tournament prior to Sardinia.
Well, that's because I lost my last game in Sardinia.
Oh, did you? Oh.
Italy, I mean. I'll take it. That feels good.
No, it's great.
Okay.
How do you feel about playing? Because we've had this discussion a little bit. I don't know if you want to get into it, because now you're on the high.
Well, am I still gaining rating from this tournament?
Yeah.
Okay, at least.
But the thing is, we had some discussion about you playing the under 21 section. And I think you're doing amazing now. Playing lower rateds, you're absolutely crushing it. But I've been discussing with chat whether or not, because right now you're playing super quickly, but you're making some inaccuracies. I compared you to Nepomniachtchi, which I think is a reasonable player. Yeah. But I was saying I'm not sure whether this same style of play is going to be as effective against the 2200 and 2300s. Do you know what kind of level you're expecting to play in Poland?
I don't even know. I might if there's an under 2100 section, I might go again.
I mean,
Like, what
three
if
times the charm, right?
what if I just keep looking up tournaments I can win? Like, honestly, winning feels so much better. I'm gonna say it. Like, losing sucks. Hang on, I'm checking right now to see. Okay. Damn it, I'm too high rated now. There's an under 2000 group. Oh man, Andrea should just win that group. Yeah, so that means I have to play in the open section again, like the real people. Damn it. Wait, Poland has a U2200 FIDE? That's actually not bad. That's a lot harder to win though.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. But why not?
Wait, is there also an open Vila? Alex wants to be a big fish in the small pond. Sometimes your self-esteem needs it, okay? I haven't played chess in a long time. Winning feels good.
I really prefer it.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna play the Norwegian Championship this summer, and basically all the good players are not playing, and I'm super happy. Because I just really enjoy knowing at the start I am the best player. And if I play the level I can play, then I'm gonna win. And it also, to me, it feels a bit like I feel a bit extra safety knowing that if I make some kind of mistake and whatever, people are gonna have so much respect for me that they're gonna let me, get away with it somehow.
No, that's fair. Oh, it's not an open. One section is 2200 plus and another one is under 2200. Okay, so I'll be playing under 2200.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Like, look, I won under 2000. I won under 2100. Can we now win under 2200? Let's go, baby.
It's the next logical step.
Yeah, okay, at least there's a chance. I mean, probably not, but like at least there's a chance, Maybe I'm actually going to be motivated and train. Like, I can't stop this. We can't stop the championship train just yet. All aboard the championship train, chat. When's the last time you guys saw dubs in here? We don't have these moments very often, okay? Yeah. It is what it is. One game at a time. Yeah. I just wish they would announce the results already, but they haven't.
The games need to finish first.
No, that's fair. That's very reasonable. But if chat said we're sure. But I'm gonna wait until we have the trophy to believe it.
Okay. I'm looking forward to the Instagram pictures and whatnot.
Don't worry, chat. There will be pics. There will be proof. I mean, I only played this because I really wanted to tweet one another tournament.
Did you really think beforehand that you were gonna win it?
Yeah.
Did you know that it was just filled to the brim with kids?
I just had I didn't know that I was gonna win it, but I thought it would be cool to win this.
Do you feel like you manifested it?
Well, I still don't know that I've won, so.
Oh, good grief, woman. We're telling you you won. We put it on the stream and everything.
I know, but what if we were wrong?
That would be super embarrassing.
Okay, now I'm nervous.
No, you were nervous already. Nothing I said changed anything.
Somebody keeps spamming, but I think that guy is in the actual open, so relax. Yeah, no, you're right. And like whatever, tied for first, I'm still tweeting. No, I'm kidding. I need the plaque. I can't take a photo without the plaque.
I think you're getting it. I know you're getting it. And worst case, just bribe the other guy.
No, if it's not real, it doesn't feel good.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, Dina blundered. Who is Dina playing?
Dina's playing some grandmaster. Apparently, if she won, she would have had chances for first place.
What? That's insane.
Yeah, but some guys made draws on in the first
Oh,
immediately, and then I don't know.
But apparently she was winning, and she blundered big. Damn, that sucks. All right, well, chat, thank you guys so much. Hammer, thank you for commentating, and we'll talk about Poland and when to review games off stream. But maybe if we do some game reviews, maybe we'll do a stream too. I don't know, TBD. But chat, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be playing Poland end of the month, June 20th, so we'll have some time to prepare, and maybe we'll try to get 3 in a row. Who knows? It could happen.
Did you prep on your own this tournament?
Yeah, I prepped on my own. I just kept reviewing the files.
How did it feel?
It was fine. I mean, I just reviewed the old files and hoped for the best.
Yeah, no, I think it's good, and it also gives you some kind of what's it called?
Well, they wouldn't put the pairings up until 10 minutes before, so I was just reviewing my old stuff.
Yeah.
But at least I knew they couldn't prepare for me, so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Oh, I'm still on. Oh, I guess it's on me to end the stream. Awkward stream ending coming in. Sending the raid to Dina. Have a nice day, everyone. It's 1 a.m. in Norway, so I'm going to go sleep. See you. Autonomy. Yeah, no, it's something close to autonomy. Like having, yeah. I know what I was trying to say, but I just failed to do it.